Hello and welcome to the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals. We have finally reached the final day, day 3. 8 players remain out of the 24 we entered this weekend in with. And look, my name's Ducky. I'm joined by the wonderful Frosty over here, looking absolutely dapper as usual, mate. You've got the wonderful button up perfectly done up today. I'm feeling a little bit underdressed myself when I'm looking next to you, but honestly, I need to kind of undo the collar a little bit because we've had 2 days of absolutely steaming hot TFT.
That's right. It's been 16 games, not 16 games, 12 games. We've got about another 6 games to go past this point here to determine who our 2 world representatives are going to be today, Dougie. And I can say that I'm excited to see what these players are going to bring to the table.
Yeah, look, we have whittled down the player count, 24 to 16 to 8. It has been a very, very cutthroat couple of days here for us, as it usually is in these these world qualifiers. We often have to say goodbye to some very big names. Day 1, we said goodbye to guys like Chunga, very fan favorite in the region. Day 2, we were talking. He said goodbye to Angora. So when coming into this day 3, the field might be a little bit different to what people expected.
Oh, definitely, but that doesn't go against the quality of players that we have here, because it seems to me like we've got some really outstanding players, really consistent players. For example, KNP, Yush, these players have been top of the charts for both days here, and we've got fan favorites such as Escher and, some dark horses like TXE in there as well. So all round, it's looking like it's going to be an incredibly strong 6 games today.
Look, before we dive into the players and everything else, let's have a quick look at the format that we have been running across this weekend here at the OCE Regional Finals. You can have a look at how the first 2 days transpired, where we went from 24 players on day 1 down to 16 players on day 2, and here we are in the third and final column. Day 3, only 1 lobby of 8 players remains. 6 games will determine who we'll be sending to Worlds, and that's not just 1 player now, but 2 players. We're now looking at who will be competing in today's 6 games. We've got KMP, TXE, Escher, Yosh, Cardi, Zuzu Bird, Huey, Dewey, Louie, and Daytread. And look, all of these players have been playing consistently well across the weekend, I think, Frosty. And they're not only just walking home with world slots if they go first or second, they're also walking home with a handsome little bit of cash. There's $6,600 to be spread across the 8 players who have all made it to day 3. But it's not as good as getting a chance against the other 30 best players in the world come the World Championships later in April.
Oh, absolutely not. A lot of prestige going into these sorts of events here, but luckily, OC, after getting some really good representation over the last few sets here, has managed to secure a secondary slot as well. So really excited to see exactly how everyone is going to stack up, especially since we've sent such quality players. But, talking about quality players here, it's not just going to be potentially, some of our reruns, for example, with Escher there, but 2 players, as we mentioned before. So we're going to have another person joining in there. And I got to say, Ducky, other regions got to be scared at this point because, we're packing some heat here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, the region is so high quality nowadays. When you think of, the high consistent performances that have gotten us to this point, we've had Razza do really well at Worlds, we've had Escher do really well at Worlds, and it feels like a culmination of that now finally, where we are getting a chance to send 2 representatives over. I do want to break down a little bit of the lobby before we throw away for Game 1. We have spoken a little bit about KMP and Yush, probably our 2 best, most consistent performance across the weekend. If you're going to take, I guess, a snapshot of them, they're the most likely, I guess, almost favorites coming into this. But I also want to highlight players like, Cardi and even TXE, one of your favorites for this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. TXE is one of those, I'd say, a little bit of a dark night, right? Where, he's had a lot of close contentions here and there. It sometimes can be a little bit inconsistent, but when they're in their game, they're on their game. And, I feel like a lot of these players, if they've brought their A game here today, it's going to be a really tight lobby, but the thing is, these lobbies are so cutthroat, right? You can't afford to be making mistakes earlier on. So I'm really hoping that these players have warmed up a little bit, have gotten everything in sorts here so that they can, try their hardest.
Well, we have spoken about, the road of the last 3 days, but let's have a look at the road that started all the way back in November with the launch of Gizmos and Gadgets. Last year, we have run through all of the open qualifiers. We run through the Set 6 Mid-Set Invitational. the Scholar Cup, the Set 6.5 Challenger Series, and now we are finally here in April at the regional finals. And it says 24 players in that little square there, but I can tell you what, there's only 8 lining up today. We have slowly shrinking that down, and you know, we'll be sending 2 of those players off to Worlds. Frosty, to keep talking, I guess, about, like, you know, those players, I really do want to highlight as well. This lobby is quite diverse in terms of the amount of play styles that we have in this. So we've spoken about TXE being a lose streak player yesterday on broadcast, but also the kind of comps these guys go for. We've got a nice mix of AP heavy players, AD heavy players, and flex players.
And it's really surprising as well, considering what we've been seeing throughout the past few days here. I think the big 2 winners throughout all of these compositions here have been the Strikers and the Warwick reroll, especially yesterday, where I believe it was 5 out of 6 games, or 5 out of 6 lobbies that were played throughout there, had a Warwick reroll be the winner there. So Strikers, by far, the 4 times as many games being played with Strikers as any other composition there, and that just goes to show you the power of units like the Aurelia and the Sivir and how flexible they are. But I wanted to highlight today that that might be a little bit different, especially since it is now the final lobby. You cannot afford to be taking any 8s or anything like that, so you know, we might be seeing some riskier playstyles come out, some more of these unexplored compositions to try to get a few more points.
Some Mercs, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe.
We did see a little bit of it yesterday, and we're going to definitely be seeing a little bit more of it today, hopefully, as these players play for first at 8. But, you know, we can only tell once we jump into game, and that is exactly what we are doing right now with Sleppy and Genome over at the caster's desk, so please take it away for game 1, guys.
Thank you so much, Ducky. First or 8, the players looking for probably only one of those, you would think. But, you know, look, with Mercs on the table, it's always a risky option. We saw some people try it yesterday. Get off, probably not the best example of how to do that.
Probably the one example of how not to play it. But, you know, I think we can definitely expect some Mercs today. And honestly, I think we might see a lot of different compositions as well, just with the amount of the stakes that are on board. So and not to mention that we haven't seen any synaptic lobbies yet as well. So we haven't seen any of that very, you know, strong mutant trait showing. So
we have seen like some throughout the competition, but not on broadcast.
Not on broadcast,
right?
exactly.
And when we've been going through the stats, you know, Mutant has appeared a reasonable amount. Like overall, it's been played as much as say Warwick, Arcanist, Draven, across the entirety of the competition. But that's been like 3 or 4 players playing it per game every time there's a synaptic lobby. We just haven't seen it ourselves.
Yeah. So I think we can expect to see some very new and different styles today. And yeah.
Maybe even some prismatic lobbies? Didn't get to see too many of those yesterday.
That is what I was going to say. I think this comps that we're going to see will really depend on what Mordog decides to, you know, showcase to us. As we saw, the rerolls were really strong yesterday with the absence of the prismatic. So maybe just one triple prismatic. Just one. You know, just to spice things up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's 36 games played in total across the whole of this competition. So there was about a 1 in 3 chance that we would have seen a triple prismatic game at some point during this tournament. Now we're on the last day. We still haven't seen one, so it's the chances have gone down quite a bit. Because of course it's 1%. 1%. You know, you get one of those games. I think it might even be less. I actually had a tactician's crown start game last night. Who knows? Maybe we'll see one of those as well.
Last night. Got inspired by our players to jump into game.
Yeah, look, I was very inspired. I played a lot of Warwick reroll last night, and I tell you what, even with the nerfs and 12.6, did pretty well for myself.
Oh, I'm very proud. Did you think we like absorbed a little bit of their playstyles?
Oh yeah. I've been soaking up the knowledge all weekend long, just like you, who took out a second against the players in the scrim just before. So I mean, you know, that's why we've got Sleppy on the desk here, because she knows what she's talking about.
Oh, you know, I didn't high roll a Warwick earlier or anything like that. No, it was all me.
100% pure skill.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be getting into game really soon. Thinking about some of the other compositions that we've seen so far, you know, Arcanist has been up there. I feel like that hasn't performed quite as well, even though we've seen it as much as something like Warwick, which, you know, has been doing pretty well, as we are going to start looking at what the players picked up off their first carousels.
Yeah, and looking at Escher, our, previous champion with the sword on the Kassadin, I wonder what he's thinking of playing this game. Any ideas?
Oh, this early?
It's a sword in Escher.
Yeah, okay. Now I think I see where you're going with this. It's not. He hasn't exclusively played strikers throughout the weekend, Sleppy, but he certainly has.
It's in his brain somewhere.
I think it's at the front.
At the front.
I think he's staring at it, and he's almost got tunnel vision going towards that, and that's why we've seen him, really go up and down. Okay, so no. Probably not going to stick with the Kassadin then, certainly not bio-leeching there. And yeah, as you say, regardless of the amount of Kassadins that show up in the bottom of his shop there, it doesn't seem like that would be an option for him. But yeah, strikers is something that he's really, it's almost like his default at this point. Like sure, if he gets something else where he can, he feels like he's got a lot of direction, he might go there. But strikers certainly,
I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of his basic. I mean, even when he had that recombobulator, right? It was like he had a Siva, I think quite early, recombobulated, lost it, and then went all the way back to strikers afterwards.
Yeah. So, actually taking the calculated loss here, which I think is not too much of a surprise. I think we have seen Escher at kind of that low HP early, getting the right items so that he can pivot into the comp that he wants later on. And calculated loss, while it seems like a bit of a, hard augment to play with early because you're forced to lose, you actually can build up quite the bench up with the free rolls that you get when you lost streak properly.
Yeah, because you're not only getting that extra gold or as much gold as you'd get if you were on the win streak. But yeah, as you say, it almost gets kind of offset a little bit by the amount of free rolls that you get because you are probably buying more units. You're probably rocking a lot of those, 2-star, 1-cost units at the start if that's what you're going for. So it's kind of hard to balance that, right? Because yeah, sure, you might be hitting those 2 stars earlier than other people, but at the same time, you kind of want to be getting the losses.
Yeah, that's right. But we are looking over at Datred's board, who has picked up the striker heart, but is running a bit of a Warwick start.
Where do you go from here? Because it feels like, yeah, I mean, he's got a fantastic start if he wanted to go for that Warwick reroll, but certainly the augment choice is not, lending any credence to that sort of direction.
Yeah, I feel like, at this point, you're probably very committed to the strikers, unless you want to be playing an augment down. But, we can't discount the fact that the Warwick comp is still a very strong comp. Like, he's just 4-0'd this board. And it's still a very strong comp to just take into the mid-game so that you can pivot into the relevant units later on. And I think we saw 2 calculated losses this game already.
Yeah, Daytrade was going up against Huey Dewey Louie there, who's also taken the loss. So it's almost like you've got those 2 Merc players going up against each other. You're just scouting each other, being like, all right, I need to be the one to lose. I guess you don't. Cutting your loss streak with calculated loss isn't anywhere near as bad as losing your loss streak with the Mercs.
For sure. But you already know they're swapping between their boards, being like, is it now? Is it later? Do I gamble this?
Now, what do you think about this Shiv Slam here on Warwick? Because, going back to even, set 6 before we switched over to Neon Knights, a lot of people were playing Static Shiv on Warwick as, because it's been around as a reroll comp for this entire set. And it's really good early game, but, do you think this really hurts his potential to, continue running this later on in the game? Or do you think that maybe the fact that we're seeing Shiv on this means it's, we're looking for a pivot option here?
Yeah, I think this is like a really, really big kind of discussion point of at least the Warwick side of things, Winsus or Shiv. I think just given that he has 2 rods at the moment, even if he was thinking of playing the Warwick, might be a little bit more hesitant now because, we know that Warwick, without those 2 bow items, the Titans, the QSS, is nearly nowhere near as good. And even if you do end up winning some rounds, you fall off a cliff later on when people actually have, proper upgraded boards. That you cannot play that without the pretty much best in slot. I mean, you can, but at least the QSS, you really, really need that to play.
All right, well, better watch his footing. Meanwhile, KNP has started off Yordles here. And look, he's getting some wins with them. 2 wins means he'll be 3rd pick as we move into our 2nd carousel. Now, look, KMP has been someone who's just been phenomenal throughout day 1 and day 2 of this tournament. I mean, certainly not one of the names that was sort of front of mind when we looked at that initial player list of 24 players. But after 2 days of play, it feels like, I think, honestly, him and maybe Yush have kind of stood out as the 2 most consistent players that we've seen so far this tournament.
They've definitely made a name for themselves, especially KNP. I think from memory, he's only come bot for once in both days, and I think that bot for on both days was a 5th. And like honestly, if you're on ladder, that's a win. Like you take those.
His lowest placing so far is 5th.
I think so.
Wow.
I think that's what I saw the other day. And I feel like, you know, one can say that he's high rolling, but at what point do you call that skill? Because even when you're presented with a high roll board, some people can throw that.
I mean, come on, 12.
You know, I'm not talking about me.
12 games is a pretty good sample size,
yeah,
right? And this is 12 games against the best players in the entire region.
Exactly.
I think at that point you have to say that this guy is...
He knows his strengths. He knows how to slam his items. You know how to, you know, whether he levels, whether he pushes tempo, whether he rerolls. He has a really good grasp of what to do in the game, and it's honestly amazing.
Those are some great Gnar boulders, by the way. He really hit home with that. Makes it a good loss for him, even though he's probably a little bit sad about snapping the streak there.
This is actually a bit of an unusual KMP board. I feel like I've always seen him on a full streak with that huge little legend, you know, walking around the carousel. But he does have the yodels
intimidating
in.
Everyone else.
Exactly. But he does have the yodels in, and his board is in no way weak. So I think this is a pretty solid spot. And he does have the tier on the Malzahar, stoveplate slam, and a glove on the bench. So pretty comfortable spot for him. And over...
All right, well, Yush. I
don't know. And we probably should have asked him, but Yush? Yush.
I feel like we've been saying Yush all weekend, actually.
Yush.
But, it's one of those things when as soon as you start to think about it, you just second guess yourself.
Like,
and you're like, I've got no idea what I've been saying. Either way, he's come out of nowhere. That's probably why I'm sure after this tournament ends, everyone will know his name and how to pronounce it. But Innovator, he's look, this is something that he has been sort of you know, a little bit more likely to play than some of the other compositions that we've seen this weekend, and it's been performing pretty well overall. The Innovator composition, I mean, it's been very dominant throughout certain patches in set 6.5. It's dropped off a little bit now, but still, if you kind of, you know, if you're hitting the items for it, it's great, and it is just so flexible, and Yush just seems to enjoy that flexibility from it.
Yeah, I really do believe so. And, you know, Innovator, I feel like is very dependent on the 2 stars that you hit early. If you get baited by it with your 1 stars or like pairs, it can lose you a lot of HP. But he has the Ezreal 2, has the Scrap In, has a Jarvan 2, which is also such a strong early game unit. No wonder why he's on 100 HP streak at the moment. And yeah, and he's just leveled to 6 on 3-1, which is, you know, no surprise. And he does opt to roll a little bit, hoping to hit some of those pairs. He does have the Zillion, the Leona, and the Singed. And yeah, we'll see if he's able to continue this win streak into stage 3. But across to Zuzu Bird with a Thax 2.
And he's got that Sunfire, the Warmorgs on it as well, so it's looking pretty good there, as well as the Giant Slayer, which also, if you are, you know, are heading in an actual Yordle full comp direction, is not a bad slam on that either. That said, Malzahar tearing through at the moment. Do you think this is a Yordle comp that we're going to see play out for the rest of the day?
I'm very curious. I was going to say, because he wasn't picking up the Lucians and he was holding a lot of the Yordles. possibly he might be, because I feel like if you're playing, Yordles as an econ trait, you generally don't put all 5 Yordles. Like, there are better things that you can play to support your team, but I think it's definitely a possibility. He does have a Nico on the bench as well, and he does have the level 2 Poppy on the bench. I think, if he is opting to play the Yordles in here, we might be seeing something similar to what KMP did yesterday, leveling to 7 after hitting those 1-star, one cost 3 stars, so that he can fit in both the Yordle, the Mana Regen, and the Twin Shot.
Well, I feel like the Lulu is the thing that's the big tip-off for me, because Lulu's used in like almost no compositions right now. Maybe some of the Arcanist compositions, I guess, when you're talking about like late game. So the fact that he's actually holding onto them on the bench there.
Oh
man.
My goodness.
Come on, Sharpshooter. Okay, he's taking it. He's taking it. Now, all right, let's theory craft this just a little bit. Oh, okay. He's got the Sivir and the Aurelia at 3-3 on the bench. I feel like there are things just, taking him all over the shop right now. Do you stick with the Yordles? Do you take those 2 forecasts that you've hit so early and try to do something with them? You kind of can't now that you've taken the Sharpshooter augment. So maybe the real question there is, do you go full Sharpshooters and, start putting in the Gangplank and stuff?
Sure.
Or do you stick with that Yordle composition and just have the other Twin Shot units sort of supporting your Yordles and the Corki?
I think personally, he would probably be better off playing the Twin Shot variant, just because Yordles without so small, it's not the best. And I feel like unless you're really high rolling those early Zigs and Poppies so that you can start printing those 2-cost units earlier, I think it's going to be a little bit rough to run the full Yordle board, but definitely not impossible. And it's a little bit unfortunate that he managed to see the Sivir and the Aurelia so early, but I don't think you're able to drop a gold augment. Yeah, not after that. Not after the Twin Shot there.
Well, we did see a couple of games, get played so far on Yordles this tournament. There was... we had 1 win from the Yordles, actually. I think there might have been the So Small game that we saw them taken out. And there was also an 8th, and I think maybe a 3rd as well for that composition. So, look, yeah, if you can make it go your way, if you get some of those augments that kind of high roll, absolutely lean into it. But this time,
I think without it, it's a bit hard. And even if you don't have the augments, it's probably possible, but you have to be at the right pace of the lobby. You have to... I don't think you can do it while losing. We saw TXC try to run it by, while he was losing. If you're going to run the 6 Yordles, you have to be winning. You have to get those 2 stars earlier than everyone. But we just saw him take like a 5-6 unit loss just then. So probably going to be a little bit difficult. But we are over onto Daytread's board, who has such a classic striker star with the striker height, striker crest as well, with the 3 innovators. His board, there aren't too many 2 stars, but I think his augments are probably just keeping him afloat, getting those, getting those units, getting those kills.
Especially in the early game, when you get up to 4 striker, it's giving you such a large damage boost at that point that maybe it makes up for the fact, or at least partly, maybe at least partly it's making up for the fact that you haven't got to the 2-star just because you're doing so much damage with that gold trait bonus activated there. As you can see, it's not getting him through these fights, and that's it's only the 1 loss for him. But
I think if he manages to actually get the units, he can play 6 striker very easily and very much earlier than everyone else. So definitely a bit of potential there. But Asher is actually with the calculated loss, he's opted to play Twitch reroll.
Now we've seen, obviously he's doing this right now with the double trouble. You can see he's very close to hitting Echo and Ezreal there as well, Slippy. But we've seen double trouble come out quite a bit this tournament, and I feel like it's worked extremely well with Warwick reroll compositions. We've seen it go okay with Brand. How do you think it stacks up on a Twitch board as we watch that just absolutely delete the Yordles?
I actually don't think I've ever seen it run in Twitch, like personally. I think it's not bad because, it's like all those cool units, they share, as you can see, there's so many synergies that they share with each other. I do wonder though, later on in the game, he might have to start taking off some of these upgrades, like the second pair of the unit, just so he can try support his team with better quality units, because Twitch is known to fall off later on. So I'm not sure how long he can use the full effect of the double trouble, or maybe he can, just keep it for the Twitch like he is at the moment. We'll have to see how he caps out the board later on.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on Escher. It'll be interesting, yeah, exactly, to see what the later stages of the game look like for him, if he does hit more of those 3 stars when he decides to level up. Lots of things to think about there. I mean, he's at 34 health right now. He's pretty close to the bottom of the lobby, and look, I'd say he's probably going to be there pretty soon, because we just saw Huey Dewey Louie hit the 3-star Warwick and go up to 7 as soon as that was down. So he's, I'd say he could start streaking. That said, he doesn't have the best Warwick items right now. He's got a couple of Zeeks next to him to start boosting him up, but he's only got the Titans, that one out of the 3 that you really need to get Warwick, popping off.
We'll have to see if he's able to complete those items, but for now, the Twitch is doing okay, somewhat managing to burst through, but it's not enough to get through this Ezreal 2 and his front line with Yush at level 7. Looks like he might have rolled a little bit, picked up the component grab bag. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it was just, there was too much CC there. I mean,
yeah,
the Twitch was putting out damage, but
it was kind of in the middle as well.
Yeah, I mean, the way his opponent had been positioning there, yeah, exactly. The Twitch had just pulled straight up into the middle. It was like, it was the center of attention, but he didn't really want to be. The assassins, they like to be in the shadows. They like to be by themselves. And this time, the Twitch, unfortunately, had a little bit too much love from the enemy team. All right, having a look at Carday as well. We're going to see the Arcanist comp coming out here from Carday. Okay, we've got the second line Ari. And
I think
no, that's the opponent that's got the Archangels, actually.
Oh yeah, no, that's.
I was about to say that would have been really nice if you had the Ari helping that to have a help pump out the damage. Oh, it goes down so low, and nope.
Yeah, it's just a bit too squishy at this point, and he was up against KMP, who does have a lot of upgraded units. And, he does get the Vex here, which is huge. Absolutely huge.
So considering we haven't seen Arcanist do particularly well so far this tournament, Sleppy, I want you to diagnose it. What is the problem with the comp right now? Especially, in the context of these high-level lobbies, in the context of, we're seeing it go up against a lot of Striker, these other, comps like Warwick, which I guess really work fast. Is that the problem, or is there something else that these Arcanist players really aren't kind of getting through their head, and that's why they're falling out in the mid places in these lobbies?
I think with Arcanist, I've said this before, but if you're not win streaking early, it's very hard to pivot into the Arcanist board, because you need so many high-level units and you need them upgraded, and you still need to position really well on top of that in able to win. He has a Vex 2, Morgana 2, and an Ari 1, but he only has 3 Syndicate. It's still quite squishy, and these people who, they don't have weak boards either. They just have so much damage, and especially if you're playing it with 6 Arcanists, you just can't withstand all the damage that you're receiving, and she's not able to ramp up and do, be on top.
Yeah, because it does take her a while, right?
Yeah.
It feels like even if you're putting like 2 damage items and a blue buff or something on Ari,
For sure.
she's still not really doing that much damage at the start of a fight. Like, it does take, 4 or 5 casts for her to really start, to get going, and it can be hard to find that much frontline to buy her that amount of time.
That's right, and I think the time that it becomes easier to pivot into Arcanist Ari is when you're win streaking. And when you're win streaking, like Daytrude with the blue buff and the brand, you're able to get so far into level 8 and 9 that you may as well play even higher comps like Victor, Renata Victor. I feel like it's, it's hard to replace your whole board into the Ari one because you need to find so many 2-stars to make it work. But we are back over, speak of the devil, Daytrude with his 6th striker, BT, Last Whisper, QSS, Aurelia.
Yeah, so Aurelia gave Ari about, I don't know, 1.5 seconds to ramp up there. Not really enough to get those 5 or 6 casts out that we were talking about. Just walk straight up to her. So a bit of a, I mean, partly you'd have to say a positioning diff there. But I mean, God, it's 6 striker, a 2-star Aurelia. Oof.
I don't think...
Even if you had a 2-star Braum on the front line, probably still wouldn't last that long.
Yeah, I think even, no matter how you position there, we do have a prismatic lobby. And he picked so quick. There was Exiles, something, and Ludens. Ludens, even though it's an AP augment, actually very good with Aurelia because she's constantly casting, constantly, giving those procs off. And we are off to Huey Dewey Louie, who opts for the...
Like this. Yeah, I love the new recruit there. Putting that on the Warwick reroll board, you can see the items really haven't gone his way. He's had to go for 2 Titans, which sure, as Frosty loves to say, Warwick loves stats. So that's going to give him double as many, but he doesn't have those other options to ramp up. If he gets CC'd, he's going to have a rough time as well. However, I really like new recruit on this because... you're already sort of behind in levels. Sure, he's just gone up to level 8 because he's hit some of those. So it allows you to get those extra units in. And because the, it just often feels like if you just get a heart or a soul here or there with this composition, an emblem comes your way, you really can bump it up to the 7 Chemtech or the 6 Challenger, and it gives you those really big boosts.
Yeah, I think new crew, especially because of what you mentioned, you're already behind in level, kind of just like, it takes away that gap that you had with the rest of the lobby. But it's so close. He just got CC'd a few times, but he has 4 Titan stacks. He is victorious.
Chilling. Yeah, look, takes out Zuzu, who's gone for Share the Spotlight, which hasn't been a prismatic for all that long. Now we've got 2 sharpshooter players in this lobby, by the way. So I think we saw Zuzu earlier was one, and then TXE is the other.
Isn't there another Yordle player as well?
Not sure. Oh, we've got an egg! I just saw on the other screen there, we actually have an egg.
Our
Please.
first egg.
My sincerest, I just have to implore the rest of the lobby, please.
Cage business one time.
Please let Yush get this out. I really want to see it. I am scarred myself. The last time I took egg, I literally died on 0 health on the turn before it was going to hatch, and I just need to see one pop, man. I just need to see it.
You just want to get that dopamine. Huey Dewey unfortunately does not get the cloak that he needs to make the QSS, and honestly, is just opting to keep that 3rd item slot free. If he had a T, he could make 3 double items. Sorry, just would look cool. But hopefully we'd have to see like a very nice 3rd item for him on the carousel, or he is going to get CC'd by this Braum 1. But it doesn't matter, he's still jumped on the Ari full Titan stacks. But the Ari is healing up and does eventually get him.
Got enough.
I think
this
that's
time
a QSS
the Ari
diff.
is now 2-star, and as you say, yeah, absolutely would have got probably a couple of extra shots in there, and the Ari wouldn't have been able to heal back up. Gonna have to rely on the carousel if Huey Dewey Louie even makes it to there. And on 10 health, with 13 gold left, and sure, he's got calculated loss, so he gets a couple of those extra rolls in there at this time. But it's going to be tough. Oh, okay, 2-star Zach. I don't know if that was a one that just sits on the bench or not, but here we go.
Golden egg.
Yush, everyone, please pump out those prages in Twitch chat. We need the egg to come out, please.
This is such a nerve-wracking every lot. He is on 48 HP, but this is stage 5.
I'm telling you, man, that means nothing.
Yeah, you could easily lose.
Because you're down a prismatic, right? You're down a prismatic augment. Everybody else has something contributing to their board, and you do not at that level, and it's really hard. So I'm just really hoping that this Innovator board that he's built here, going for the 4 Clockwork, actually, because he got that first Clockwork Hark. All right, knocking out Kade. Look, every single win here from Yush is a win
is
for
a
all
win.
of us.
Yeah.
And the innovator soul. I mean, there's so many things here that we're pointing out, and just saying.
Oh my goodness.
Are you just having a nostalgic moment here? Because there's so many things, we're trying to point out the differences between Tournament Realm 12.5 and what is now the live patch that you guys at home are playing on 12.6, because this is the last time that you will probably see this augment ever in the game. It's been taken out completely. Mort has just said it's entirely broken. Being able to play 7 Innovator without Singed is apparently just way too good. So, the Dragon.
I was saying, I don't know how to feel about Double Trouble Twitch because you can't fit these supporting units. But who cares when you get a free Dragon? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, what does Twitch need, right? Like, what are the weak parts of the composition, that you're looking to shore up?
Sorry, I need a moment. But like that roar from the Dragon, I think buys the Twitch so much time just to get that extra ulti, kill one more unit, stay alive before he gets targeted down. And wow, I think there's some interesting emblems here. There's a striker emblem, and there's a striker player, there's a sniper emblem, sniper player, and syndicate for possibly the Ari as well. Esha picking up the Silco with an Ionic Spark there.
Yep, Daytread sitting here being like, yo, Mort, why isn't there an 8 striker chase trait here that I could be going for?
He would be loving that right
like
now.
Plus 400 damage per hit or something. Okay.
What a board.
Verdant Veil picked up for our Yordle player, who is still... Oh, man, this is a bad time to be a Yordle player. Look at this. 1 away from both of the 3 costs. The heavily itemized Corki is only 2-star, and he's just had to sell the other Corkis and just to try and get an upgrade there. Sure, does hit the Vex. I like the bodyguard spat on the Vex. That's really helpful for that solo frontliner. You can see the Poppy's just kind of guarding the back line down there. But yeah, I mean, now that they've sold that, they're essentially you've guaranteed they're definitely not getting all the way up to Veigar. They can hopefully finish off this Gnar 3, but will that be enough? It doesn't look like it, because the Twitch is just tearing through this bodyguard Vex there with the Last Whisper.
Verdant Veil is great for, shielding from CC, but Twitch does not care. Twitch is just going to rip apart your backline. And this is so unfortunate for KNP because, this is possibly one of his lowest standings in the game. And Yordle was hugely contested this game. It's run by TXC, who has some of the twin shots, and Zuzubird, who also had the Yordles as well. So unless you're getting, even there are only so many rounds in the game that you can naturally get print these Yordles. If you're not finding them by yourself without the prints, it's going to be rough.
Well, we just saw that we got on TXE here who chose the Covalent Spark from Radiant Relics, which does a hell of a lot of damage to those units that cast a lot. Someone like a Lucian, for example, but the Lucian I think may have been far enough away. Actually, I should have read the tooltip better. Does Covalent Spark go for further away? All right, it's the pop. It's the pop. We actually got there. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
3 Infinity Forces, 2 Magnetic Removers, a Nico's, and I don't know, what was that, 20 gold or something?
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I think, we probably could have gotten like an Eternal Winter or something in there, a Randuin's, which would have been amazing as well. Like, getting 3 of the same attack, and he has even more damage components from the Dragon. He's just gonna have so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, look.
Who do these items go on? Oh, MF? Oh, yeah, okay.
That's actually pretty
SMF
good.
is gonna hit like a truck.
Popping off. That whole backline, honestly, is doing a lot of damage. It's pretty scary here from Yush, who is, head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby right now. Sure, pulled up in today in 4th place. Looking to take out a dub here to start with. Even that Trap Claw late game.
That is
You know,
so huge.
very big, means that Jin definitely not going to get CC'd. You can see the Orianna doesn't get pulled by the Blitz at the start of this.
Oh,
a nice big
huge
cast there coming from the
shockwave.
Seraphine. And then, yeah, wow. This sniper composition from Yush, it's barely even Ginnovator, really. The Scarab not really doing much. It's all just about that backline.
Oh, there is just so much damage on that board, and his front line, you know, he has a Leona 2, Braum 2, which is quite solid as well. That's enough for you to get, you know, a couple of casts out of the backline, and by that time, the enemy team has just disappeared. But we're on to TXC's board, who has, you know, no 3 stars, but he does have a very scary looking Tahm Kench in the back there. You know, possibly if he's able to eat one of his frontline units, he might be able to get to the back, but there's just such a big item disparity here.
Yeah, look, this Covalent Spark is trying to do something while the Vex stays alive, but with the other Yordle player in the lobby, it's kind of hard to get it to 3 stars. 6 are there, and TXE with a pretty, a very like easy fight win there against Yush is actually going to even things up.
Yeah, like I think this is the thing I was concerned about. His frontline is good, but it's not the best. And when you have a Tahm Kench that is very, very hungry and deletes one of your 2 star front lines, it can be very easy for him to get to that back line. And he has a Jinx as well, who has big AoE damage. So we'll just have to see how this fight pans out.
You would have thought that the egg would be giving Yush just incredible amounts of power and allow him to close this game out, but TXE somehow has found a way to nullify the power of that. The Triforce is not doing enough, and Yush will take a second loss in a row now. We get to see the carousel. This is essentially that one last chance here for Yush to pick up something to turn his fortunes around.
I don't know if any of these items here are going to be enough. And I almost wonder. He looks a bit dizzy there.
I think he just, he didn't pick a unit there in the end, so he gets okay, he will be able to make a...
He's opting to level, hopping in, you know, trying to look for something to put in, but there isn't quite any unit here that's going to make a huge difference here. And I think we do have to also mention that TXC with the Tahm Kench 2 has his own item printer as well. And he hit the Jinx too with the redemption Jinx of the carousel.
Oh, okay, this is probably going to be the final battle here then. I don't think the Spatula and the 5 gold he got from that Galio is going to be enough as we see these units just march forward inexorably. And Yush is going to get taken out there by TXE.
How sad are you that the golden egg didn't get the victory?
I'm actually not that sad because all I wanted to see was I just wanted to see what it was. You know, past that point, don't mind, honestly. It's anyone's game. You know, fair play to the both of them. And look, I mean, I'm very impressed by TXE, the fact that he managed to overcome that, because I would have thought in most cases that, you know, the benefit you get out of that golden egg is worth more than like most other, if not all other prismatic augments at that point, right?
Yeah, I do wonder if the golden egg was something else, because I think you can get like fonds and things from the golden egg, which might have been able to provide more of a front line. Because let's be real, he had a lot of damage already. Maybe he just needed more front line, or maybe the twin shot was just, you know, he did have the sharpshooter augment, so maybe nothing was enough and it's just going to melt his entire team anyway.
Yeah, when you're going for that twin shot, sharpshooter is really the best you can come across, right? It's incredible. And why don't we get some incredible analysis back on the couch there with Ducky and Frosty?
Well, it took us 6 games yesterday to see a prismatic augment, Frosty, but today, day 3 finals, we've been serving up all the goods. Prismatics in the first lobby, and a golden egg to cap it off as well, but it wasn't enough.
No, it was a red-hot game, but I think that the golden egg may have actually been a bait in the end there because of just how much damage it afforded Yush to take. And, I mean, Infinity Force times 3, it's pretty good, but is it really the best outcome? as Sleppy mentioned there, probably not enough. And I mean, looking at the back line there are already some extraordinarily strong items on the Jhin, on the Orianna there as well. I mean, it was a triple item dragon there. So realistically, it wasn't actually adding all too much there. And really only the Nikos was providing any value. And by that point, I mean, TXC with that sharpshooter was just so powerful. That was just unstoppable.
Yeah, that's just the nature of Golden Egg, though, is like sometimes you get the big, cash outs, and sometimes it's like a little bit less so, and it's like it's really dependent on like what your board is. I also want to highlight TXC that game. TXC is a player that throughout the whole of this weekend has been playing lose streak, has been forcing yordles every game, has been playing pretty much just anything but win streak early game boards. Comes out there, win streak early game board, plays really strong, and that probably just enabled them to have the HP into the late game there to scale with off the back of that twin shot sharpshooter.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I want to see out of the players leading into the next few games. I want to see some really aggressive play styles, especially if we're going to get more prismatics like this, because it really opens itself up to a less greedy play style just because of how much the power gets ramped up there in the lobby. So really good adaptation from TXC there to see the line, not try to re-roll sharpshooters there and twin shots, and instead try to go for a really fast level 9 while still making use of their extremely powerful augment.
I do want to have a look across the rest of the lobby, though. I want to highlight some of the players that maybe finished a little bit lower than we expected. KMP with the 7th is their lowest placement of the entire weekend. And they were playing the 6 Yordles board, which I actually netted a win with yesterday. One point that you brought up at the start of that game, Frosty, when we were watching it on the couch, was he tried to force it without any way of generating econ on top of just the Yordle trait.
Well, usually Yordles is seen as an econ trait, but when you're just trying to narrow in on that Yordles trait there, unfortunately it ends up working against you sometimes, and you can see what happens in Yordles there if you don't hit your critical 3 stars, especially because Yordles in hyper-aggressive lobbies here really want to keep up the pace with everyone else. They want to keep up the levels there, Ducky, and if they're not able to do that while hitting the units, then they just end up going to fall behind, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and it is a case of hitting units sometimes. Daytrade as well, a very interesting example of that game. Did take the Striker hard at 1-4 and then was gifted the absolutely perfect Warwick starter pack straight afterwards. We were watching that. It was like Tryndamere, a Warwick, and I think it was a Twitch in the same shop. It was a little bit unfortunate they took the Striker hard, but I think they made a nice pivot to play around that 6 Striker board and got plenty of crests as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, sometimes that's just how the game lines up, right? Is you pick an augment there and it just doesn't quite line up, but a really nice adaptation to try to save some points.
Well, that's one game down, and look, if all the rest of today, which I'm pretty sure it will be, is like that, we are in for some banger TFT as we decide the 2 OCE representatives at the Gizmos and Gadgets World Championship. We'll be taking a short break as we get ready for Game 2, so please don't go anywhere.
Well, we've had one game so far today, and it's the final day of the TFT OCE Gizmos and Gadgets Regional Finals. And that means that at the end of the 6-game series today, we're going to have 2 representatives that we send over to Worlds. And to start off with, we've had some very interesting, it was a very interesting game. We've got some great things to talk about. KNP had been dominating day 1 and 2, doesn't start off so well.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a bit nervous with, being so close to the end after having such amazing games. A little bit of, questionable comp there. He committed to the Yordles, but Yordles was, Twin Shot and Yordles were quite contested by people who had Sharpshooter, but, he had the early Giant Slayer set, had the early Corki, but nothing was really binding him to the comp, so it's quite interesting to see that he chose to go with it. Maybe due to his previous success with it, but yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate placing this time round.
Yeah, I mean, a 2-star Corki carry when 2 other people in the lobby have, the Sharpshooter augment. Don't know about that. All right, why don't we take a look at the lobby leaders from our last game. As you can see, it was that Twin Shots coming out in first. It feels like it's been a little bit of a kind of like a first or 8th comp when we've looked at the numbers so far from today. It's been under 4, the average placement of Twin Shot, so it's doing pretty damn well. And then Yush with that comp that we felt like, honestly, popping the egg, could have gone all the way, but TXE just too strong in the end. And then Escher, man, Twitch reroll coming through with a dragon is just not something you see every day.
That was insane. I feel like that dragon, it just fixed the problem that I said he might have with the double trouble. Such an amazing augment to have there. But on the other hand, speaking of augments with Yush, that golden egg, I'm glad he took it. We got to see it on broadcast. But I do wonder, like, maybe if he picked a different augment, or maybe if he had a better cash out, or is Sharpshooter just that strong that it wouldn't have made a difference?
Yeah, it can be, right? When you're really forcing, you're going deep into that Twin Shot tree, Sharpshooters is huge, right? And then, thinking about the other players we saw there, Carday, you've got an interesting theory on Carday, so I want to hear this one.
Although it looks like he's on a rough start with this 8th, he also had an 8th and a 7th in a row yesterday on the day that, you might get eliminated from the top 8, but he finished it off with a 1-1. So I think he has an amazing mental, and he's nowhere near out of this at the moment.
Okay, so Carday's like our Warwick of the lobby where, you just got to wait for him to ramp up. He might not be doing that much damage at the start of the fight, but man, when he gets those Titan stacks going, game 5 and 6, that's when that's when we're going to be looking at Carday to bring it back. Look, Escher with a 3rd there. As we talked about, it felt like he got maybe just a little bit bailed out there by the Innovator Soul.
Just a little bit. But yeah, no, I think, really, really nice game to start off with, of course, but just a little.
All right, well, will the rest of these players be able to, will they make their own way to victory, or will there be some interesting augment choices to do it for them? That's the game of TFT. Why don't we have a look at game 2? It'll be cast, of course, by Ducky and Frosty.
Well, I mean, TFT is kind of a game where you make your own luck, Frosty. So, you kind of have to deal with what, More Dog dishes out, right?
Yeah, sure. There's definitely not a lever at Riot HQ that just says you're going to get unlucky or lucky there.
The tier 3 More Dog sub?
Oh.
That's the lever that
I
you
can't
use.
say it. I can't say. I've got my NDA here. So,
all right. But yes, guys, we are heading into game 2 soon of the TFT OCE Regional Finals here. And I do want to just raise some points. Yes, it is game 1. It is still very early on. But the thing with today that is different from the last few days is it is more cutthroat. It is only the top 2 who are making it to Worlds. So it's not necessarily a case of being in the top half of the lobby, even the top 2/3 that makes you survive day 1 and game 2, Frosty. But you have to be the best of the best.
That's just it. And I think a lot of these players have kind of shown that they are definitely capable of being the best of the best, but it is whether you show up on the day or not. You know, you can't just perform for 2 days and then have a bad third day there because, I mean, it's all for nothing. But we're going to move straight into game number 2 here, and we're going to be spectating TXE, who has trying to contest the bow there. I mean, I think a lot of people have been recently contesting bow, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would like you to elaborate a bit on this because we were talking about it on the couch between ourselves in that game 1 about why the bow is so popular. And honestly, I think it's just because of the amount of comps right now between Striker, Warwick, etc. that can actually make use of it.
Yeah, definitely. It just tends to fit into a lot of different play styles, right? And I think the one thing it also provides is a little bit of direction there. You know, I think that if you are able to get your bows early on, you know, you're able to start forcing these compositions that really heavily rely on it. If you don't, you end up getting some of those situations that we've seen in previous days there where, you know, you've got your carries that are already 2-starred there, but the itemization doesn't really end up matching it.
Well, we've got TXE here who's managed to find the Singe in the shop here, as well as the Camille. He's just holding these down, and look, it's honestly looking like, you know, without the orders in the shop here for TXE, that he might actually even be forced into, I say forced into, one of the win streak openers again, which is just such a funny way to see TXE play, because honestly, in day 1 and day 2, TXE was so successful because they were one of the few lose streak players. They didn't necessarily get contested and have their streak broken. As we come into the silver augment choice here, cybernetic implants, ardent sensor, knife edge. Ardent sensor I think we've seen taken once this weekend, and I don't actually think it did that bad.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not bad for sure, but I was going to say, you make it seem like win streaking is a bad thing, Ducky. All that aside here.
It's not.
Yeah, all that aside here, I really like the choice of Knife's Edge, especially knowing that TXE's playstyle really does tend itself towards this. But looking at the items here with a double cloak start, not really what you want to be seeing. And there's the Knife's Edge. Extremely powerful augment to start off here and really lends itself well to, you know, a really big Chemtech start.
Yeah, well, the double twitch in the shop there is just exactly what you want to see out of that. He's also picked up the Trinity earlier, and, you know, just missing out on the Warwick right now. But the cloaks both can get good use in this comp. You know, the QSS is obviously a very, very popular Warwick item that we're going to be looking for here for TXE. Gets one of those. Oh, he gets a Reforger out of this as well with what those items, really, you don't want the Zephyr this early on. So he's probably, you know, maybe hoping he can roll a little bit higher on one of these down the line.
Yeah, you see, I think we were looking for TXE to try to play for one of those wing streak styles there. It even goes so far as reforging it into a tier there.
Redemption's not the worst early slam, but
It's not.
yeah, I don't think that's what he was looking for out of that.
I don't think it's what he's looking for. But Zuzu Bird, on the other hand here, hitting Duet, is an extraordinarily great early game and late game augment. That's for sure, Ducky.
And the Duet Socialite hexes are both in the front 2 rows, which, you know, if we're looking down the line, it's obviously good news for a player like TXE who took the Knife's Edge. That's guaranteed that the Socialite hex is going to be front row if he so opts for the Warwick or whatever melee carry that he chooses in the front row. So that's quite good. As we see here, just the power of the damage buff from the Socialite really allows Zuzu Bird to carve through Carde's board there. And the Duet, you know, it can sometimes be a little bit RNG in terms of, like, you get one really good hex and one very bad hex, or Lord forbid if you take it at 1-4, 2 very bad hexes. But these have both panned out pretty good and can give him a little bit of direction where he takes it.
Well, I feel like, especially in the early game there, you're not necessarily gated by your positioning all too much here. As we moved over to Yosh, who is rocking that 3 Innovator start for the time being. And this is more of the win streak style that we expected, right? You know, these early Innovator boards, extraordinarily strong. You just get to outnumber your opponents. It's out unit quality as well half the time.
This is just the stereotypical Yosh opener. Basically, I'm pretty sure throughout the 14 games that he has played in so far this weekend, I would hazard a bet that at least 10 of them he's had Ezreal carry Innovator start. Like, it just finds it every time, 2-2. And, like, you know, the self-repair here, very strong. We spoke about it a little bit ago. It's nice to have, you know, that mechanical Scarab regen, but I think the power really comes online if you can get the mechanical bear to regen, because that is just such a big stat buff for when you're looking at maybe running an Aurelia or something else down the line.
That's it. And look, he's essentially already, you know, half the way there. He's already hit the Echo, now really just looking for a Seraphine and a Singe, which shouldn't be too hard to hit most of the time there, but, you know, you do occasionally have a game here or there where you're just desperately trying to roll at level 7 for a 1-cost unit, but fingers crossed that they're not going to be having that happen to them. But We've moved over to Escher here, who has got a little bit of a hodgepodge board. But knowing Escher, this is exactly what you want to be seeing here, considering that we know Escher loves this striker style of gameplay and has already got a Rek'Sai and a Jarvan 2 online. And Caitlyn 2, this early on in the game, an excellent carry just to be able to, well, not only prevent bad losses, but also help out, potentially win some combats as well.
I do want to point out here that, having a hodgepodge comp of just 2-star units into the early game, like even then you're looking at the left-hand side here, these active traits aren't that bad. Enforcer, Striker, Hextech, Bruiser, like that is a lot of active traits to have here at 2-3. And like sure, it is a hodgepodge board as you say, but the power of 2-star units in Stage 2 cannot be understated. Often it's just better to run some of them just straight up off trait and just have the raw stat bonus just do the work for you.
Well, that's it. I mean, you look at what you get out of some of these traits here. 2 Hextech early on in the game isn't really going to be providing that much value that it's necessarily worth just getting something like a Kassadin 2 and a Singe 2 in instead. And these are the things that, are going to really set players apart, is exactly how do they value their units early on in the game here and whether they're trying to win streak or not. We've seen players that have taken out 2-star units from their board because they don't want to win streak, because they want to continue to lose streak instead. And it's that sort of game knowledge that we expect out of our top 8 players here.
And I mean, if we're going to allude to what happened in Game 1 as well, this is kind of the strategy that Yush took as well, where they leveled to 6 very early, but then they also were playing that innovator board, but with, again, a similarly like hodgepodge amount of units. I'm pretty sure they had like a 2-star Alawi up there, they had a 2-star J4 up there. So they were playing around just strong units while also being able to maintain the Innovator Scarab and the Ezreal carry.
Oh, definitely. But if you look in this lobby here, usually you'd only really try to do that if you're on a massive win streak going into stage number 3. Nobody is at 100 health anymore, so everyone here is not going to have a 5-win streak here going into Krugs. So
for what feels like the first time this weekend.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, we're just like used to it. Like, we've had so many players, KMP in particular, just win streaking into stage 3, stage 4. Daytread as well has been one of those very hard win streak players that is always playing slamming early items to get that early board pressure. But Daytread sitting down the bottom of the lobby now at 72 HP heading into 2-6, the final combat. We'll be hoping to at least minimize the losses heading into Krugs, but I don't think we'll have any sub 60 health gamers heading into that.
Yeah, but look here, Cardi is already gotten that mercenary chest up, has taken the first loss there. The level 5 is something a little bit unusual here, but I think that this is perhaps, on Carde's point, just to try to hit one of those mercenary units, because they are quite hard to hit at level 4 at only, I believe it is, a 15% chance.
Yeah, but, he's got the high ones, and, he's well positioned here for the cash out. I'm interested here with makeshift armor. You can have the sword on the GP, but with the makeshift armor, it makes him a little bit weaker in terms of defensive utility. And I wonder if that's going to play into the favor here, having a little bit more having a little bit more offensive power, but trading it off with a big defensive trade-off. And
wow,
I would almost argue that is the fact that the sword was slammed there, with just the not getting the armor and MR buff from makeshift armor could be a little bit better there. And that's a nice, handy little jackpot. Although at 2 losses, not a hell of a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, that just plays into Carde's game plan right there. Carde didn't want to win that combat. And I gotta say, Escher was still level 4 there. You're not expecting a win streak if you're on Escher's side of the field here, but Escher was able to make 40 gold off of that there. So going into stage 3, not only is Escher going to be extraordinarily powerful, Escher's also going to have an economic advantage over everyone else in the lobby because they chose not to take a level up to level 5 here.
Now we are just seeing the Krug combat. We've just seen these items getting printed out here. Cardi has the TG on bench, got a glove here, got a belt here, 2 belts here. Not the greatest kind of items that you're seeing here. He's got the IE potential build on the Gangplank, but you won't see him be building that anytime soon as he's trying to cash up this Merc. And, he did start this Merc a bit later than the other players. So, we'll have to see exactly how that comes out in a little bit in terms of how Cardi can navigate this cash out, because the thing is the later you get the Merc in, the more likely you're going to have to cash out in stage 4, and risks of cashing out in stage 4 is you typically take more player damage on the losses on the way there.
Oh, absolutely. And that is kind of the dream, right? Is you want to start off your mercenaries at stage 2-1 because you're only taking at most 3 unit to 4 unit losses, right? And the damage in stage 2, you only take 2 per unit, right? As soon as you start getting into stage 4, the damage starts to rack up extraordinarily quickly, and running mercenaries becomes a lot more of a liability than you would usually see. So it becomes a little bit of a push-pull, right? It becomes a little bit more of a risk, especially if you're trying to still get that cash out. Moving on to KNP, however, they're running, I'd say, a little bit more of a hodgepodge board with that Zyra there. And Zyra, not a unit that we've seen too much here, Ducky.
I mean,
It is
the Zyra
really
has
strong.
It has fallen off a little bit in terms of like when we saw the Ashe reroll nerfs, like Zyra kind of went down with that. Zyra was also very much heavily nerfed, I think, in 12.5b.
Yeah.
With all of those reroll nerfs. However, power of 2-star units into the early game, it's very strong. And the Scholar Heart here as well can help enable an Arcanist board down the line, which KMP has been loving playing this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And look at those items as well. You know, this can build into Ari, this can build into Malzahar. These items are extraordinarily flexible with exactly what they're going to be doing. But talking about AP here, we haven't been seeing too much success out of AP boards. You know, we've seen a little bit of Ari, a little bit of Arcanist here or there. You know, we've seen a few different boards try to come together. You know, we've seen things like Renata sometimes have a little bit of success, but I'd say that players that have opted towards AP more often than not have found themselves on the receiving end of, you know, just some fourths and fifths rather than those highly coveted spots.
I mean, yeah, I think KMP has almost been the exception to the norm in that, where they've played predominantly Arcanist and Twin Shot boards, but have found a lot of success with them. I think that partly comes down to the way that they've been playing strong win streak early, and here we go. We asked for another Prismatic, and with 2 games in, we've already got more Prismatic Augment choices on stream than we did all of yesterday, Frosty.
Yeah, and look at these choices here as well. Radiant Relic's a really powerful one, but the one that really stands out to me is New Recruit. You can't go past the power of just having an extra unit in, especially this early on, and not only that, but it scales extraordinarily well, and that's it. You see KMP immediately picking that up there, and that's just going to allow a lot of safe value there because, you know, some of these other Radiant options, they can be a little bit hit or miss. You know, if you get a bad Radiant Relic there, Ducky, it's going to end up hindering you more often than not, especially because the rest of the lobby is just that much more powerful. But, I mean, looking everywhere else, I mean, here we've got Daytred with Featherweights 3. Imagine, you know, if you're
and a VIP talent too.
Yeah, imagine if you're picking up a Radiant Relic that's bad against the Featherweights 3 there. The difference is substantial.
I mean, we weren't really too sold on the Covalent Spark last game from Yosh. It ended up being pretty okay. So, like, you know, the thing with Radiant items is there's very rarely a bad one. Like, they're meant to be juiced to the eyeballs so that they are good in basically every situation. But yes, as with everything, some are better than others. But I don't mind it here. The Featherweights here for this talent is going to be so good. Being able to just get that bleed blocked so much earlier. He's got the Force in it as well from the Ascend Heart early. Daytred's still taking a loss here, but I don't think there's necessarily too bad of a position to be in. He can keep just re-rolling for these talents, and talent is not something that's had a lot of priority this weekend.
And Daytred is also one bow away from hitting an RFC here as well. So getting this priority on Carousel, not necessarily a bad thing at all. In fact, exactly what they wanted. And I'd guarantee that's why Daytred didn't have a bow slammed on talent in the first place, because they wanted to take that loss to try to guarantee to take one of those really highly contested bows that we've been talking about thus far.
Yeah, look, still, like, you know, pretty down there in the HP, like 56, you know, when you're looking at Cardi at 66, you know, that's still, like, quite a big loss differential that you're looking at there. But the question I have about Cardi specifically as well, like, they are the Merc player in this lobby, and we have talked about them a little bit. How do you think the Prismatic Augment choice at 3-3 dictates how they play this game from here?
Yeah, it's definitely one that's going to accelerate the game a lot. And, you know, we talk about the acceleration that Prismatic Augments offer these lobbies here. And looking at what everyone else has been offered, look, there's a Socialite Soul. There's 4 Socialite already on this board for Yash. Yash is already level 7. Players are not going to play this game nice and laid back. They're going to go straight for the throat. And I think we're going to see at this combat, as we already see a Draven 2 online for Zuzu Bird. This is an insane power spike.
I don't think it is as early as the one that we saw yesterday with, like, the VIP.
Well, you know, come on now. I mean,
it's still very powerful, but, like, I'm looking at this Socialite Soul right now, and, you know, Yosh 57 HP does have a little bit to tinker with, but is going to start slowly falling behind. However, if they can find the Irelia with Socialite 5, Innovator 5 is such a strong board, and we are now having a look at another very strong board with TXE, who backs up the Knife's Edge 1 with a Knife's Edge 3. This is a lot of 80 in the front line.
That's over 180 right there.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. You know, TXC's team is being held together with flex tape right about now, that's for sure, because that's a lot of damage. And I think that you see exactly why these combats have been wins here, because upgraded units plus a really strong augment here is just a winning recipe for success.
Where do you think he takes this board here from here, though? Because the items that he's currently got, it's on the Twitch right now. Brilliant augment synergy on the left-hand side there, by the way. It's very, very clean. I mean, trait synergy on the left-hand side there. But these items right now they're a bit defensive. Like, he hasn't been given a lot of offensive options here outside of the Chalice of Power.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note here is that we saw this from last game from TXC as well, where it wasn't necessarily about these perfect items.
Bit of a cheeky cash out here from Cardi. What would that make it about?
That's about a 5 or a 6 right there. I'd say maybe a 7 at most.
I think it's about a 7 loss.
Yeah. Not that powerful. You know, there's a decent few options. There are fewer items being gotten out of it, but it's nothing game-winning. But anyway, to bring it back to TXC there, the strength that from TXC was playing with was these early item slams and, you know, just trying to get as much power out of them as possible. And we saw them, you know, continuing to win streak late into stage 4 and, you know, keep picking up these early health wins to try to save as much as possible. But it does fall off a little bit late game unless you hit the units alongside of it. And last game we saw TXC get, I'd say, almost carried by sharpshooters there.
Yeah. Where do you think the direction here is for Cardi? Obviously, has the MF2. I'm a big proponent of MF reroll. I really like the comp. Not necessarily the most ideal MF reroll items, but at least it has a mana item compared to the Fortune Chosen one that we saw yesterday. Has the Shojin in early. I think he can almost transition with this board with the MF2, Gunblade, Morellonomicon. That's a lot of damage plus healing. He can transition into like a win streak Mercs for most of stage 4.
I look at this board and I say this looks to be a Renata board right here. We see 4 Bruiser already. We see near perfect items for Renata. And we know that Renata, while it's a little bit hit or miss, can definitely be incredibly strong. Now, I'd say the one downfall for this right here is that we've typically seen Renata boards succeed when they're ahead. And Cardi is in a fine spot right now. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say Cardi is in a winning spot.
Well, there's the Renata there that he got in the shop, as well as the Silco, very popular pairing from earlier on in set 6.5. The two run together means instant cast can come through. The Renata gets picked up onto the bench there, using the roll down. That's 4 Malzahars in there. That's a lot of Malzahars, but no, that is not the direction that we're going here for Cardi. Cardi manages to find the Renata pair as well, can slam the item, slams the Nikos that he got out of the cash out as well. This is a 2-star Renata and a big power spike and move towards the Bruiser Renata comp that has been a little bit hit and miss. Great on day 1, not so great on day 2, but he's only a Tahm Kench away from 6 Bruiser.
Yeah, but look there's Zuzu's boards, and they've got a Giant Slay, which is really good into the Bruiser. But Renata typically does fairly well into Draven, simply because it can slow down that Draven and prevent it from getting a heck of a lot done.
Look at all that CC. Like, it's a glass cannon Draven that we're talking about here. And yes,
wait,
there's
the
2
Silco,
Giant
though.
Slayers across the board.
The Silco,
the
though.
Silco is about to sacrifice here. Oh, God. Yes. Look, I wanted to say some nice things, but obviously Silco has other ulterior motives.
As Silco usually does, it seems, when we're spectating half of these players. But we've moved back over to Escher here. And
who has that Tahm Kench that Cardi's looking for, by the way?
I mean, it just so happens to be Escher here, but I don't know if Escher even wants it more often than not. You know, this is a VIP Draven from Escher. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about Draven with you here, Ducky, because we've seen Draven quite a lot over the past few days, but it's only really succeeded if you've hit a 3-star Draven. Otherwise, it's been a bot 4 really consistently. So why are these players going for it, I may ask?
I mean, it's like been a day-dependent thing. We've had 2 vastly different metas across day 1 and day 2. Day 2, we saw the rise of Debonaires. There was a lot more Debonair picks yesterday than there were on day 1, as the Syndra just absolutely yoinks the Kha'Zix out of mid-air there and throws it into the back line just to keep herself alive and also keep this board going. But truth be told, I don't really know why we're seeing, I guess, the rise of it back. It's one of those things where people try and find the niches of what other people aren't playing. If Draven is that niche of what players aren't playing, then sure. The big question that I have about Escher's board right now is he took the Cybernetic Implants 3, and he's only got items on 2 units right now. He hasn't been able to spread them far and wide yet, which is probably fair. The items that he has aren't the greatest for just spreading. He's got a Tyrion and a Chain Vest on bench. But to get maximum value out of that, you know, Prismatic Augment, he's going to need to start looking at what he can actually play on his other units after getting Abyss on Draven.
Oh, definitely. I think what it really comes down to is that these players they're very flexible. You know, they try to play what they hit here. And unfortunately, sometimes that means that sometimes you got to play a suboptimal unit here. A Zeri 1%, though, is a really nice secondary carry for Escher.
And makes use of that Debonair as well. Don't forget.
It really does. But we've moved back to Huiduilu here. And, I mean, we talked about re-roll compositions, especially in prismatic lobbies here. But I think Disintegrator 3 really does benefit Warwick the most out of, well, pretty much any prismatic here.
What is it, 3%?
4%.
4%, yeah. 4% max HP damage. So that is a lot of max HP damage coming out from this Warwick. And, like, you know, it is just incredibly powerful.
Oh, wow.
And the Zephyr here as well, lifting up the Talon. By the way, with the Hextech Gunblade, those bleeds are going to be able to provide a lot of healing across the board here. To Day Tread, if the bleeds can come through in time, but it doesn't matter because it's basically just the difference of that Zephyr. That Zephyr here from Huey Dewey Louie was huge, and we were talking about Huey Dewey Louie in the pre-show. Frosty loves this Warwick reroll and has forced it 2 games into a row. In this game, it maybe is a little bit more promising.
I mean, I think that you see the power of Disintegrator right there. The team got absolutely eviscerated from...
Could you say they got disintegrated?
You could.
You could?
You could. I'm not going to say that, though.
No. Too easy?
Too easy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You gotta win into it, right? As we move back into our final augment choice here. I don't mind the featherweights one here.
Yeah, pretty easy pickup, I think, you know. When you're running these reroll comps in terms of the Warwick, you know, you just really want to stat boost this Warwick. Featherweights is the best way to do that, but you know me. I love Quinn in these comps. I love the Quinn on this Chemtech Challenges reroll board. We have seen Quinn be so powerful as a secondary carry this weekend.
Yeah.
Not only that, the blinds are especially potent at shutting down things like the Draven that we saw from Escher.
Yeah, I think it's especially notable in the Cho Quinn composition as a secondary carry there because it really just does enable a lot of those really critical blinds, but we haven't really seen a lot of that here, so we're just going to leave it on the sidelines.
Maybe from Cardi later today. He's
Maybe
a bit of a connoisseur of that.
Yeah, definitely. As we moved back to TXE, who's got a little Yush here.
Who's actually in a pretty dire position considering how they were looking in at the start of the day and the start of this game as well. Like, you know, they've still not been able to hit that, first of all, 5 Socialite, and they also haven't been able to hit an Irelia to make the utmost use of this Socialite Hex because Irelia is pretty contested in this lobby. I think we've seen 2 Irelia players so far, so he has been forced into the Kha'Zix, who is basically Irelia but worse that we have come to discover throughout this weekend. But the Kha'Zix is jumping around, but as you can see, it just gets completely focused down before the jumps can all come through, and this allows Zuzu's Bird Draven, the second VIP Draven of this lobby, by the way, to just keep farming through. The Ginsu's is fully stacked, and I'm pretty sure the Scrap Emblem Center is not enough. Yush being knocked down to 9 HP, heading in to the Wraith round.
Yeah, it's a really interesting. I just wanted to highlight Zuzu's board there because we see Zuzu is running the 3 Innovator board, so is not really trying to build around Debonair at all here and is rather just making use of Draven as a secondary carry. We mentioned Kha'Zix earlier. You know, Kha'Zix is typically the secondary carry in this composition here, but I think it's a really good recognition by Zuzu to just pick up this Draven to use it alongside this Irelia. And look, the Draven is the one that's even itemized more than the Irelia here. So I think a recognition like this is what sets you apart from the other players.
And you can also play around that really proficiently as well, because we did talk about it earlier. Zuzu Bird took the duet at 1-4. As we get the shop here, there is a potential for 5 Socialite here for Yosh, but no, we move away back to Zuzu Bird, who has the double GS slam now. He's very much looking for that 3 Socialite. When you've got the duet, if you can get to 3 Socialite on those 2 carries, it is so powerful. He's just pretty much missing out on the Seraphine. The thing with Yosh's board is it is using suboptimal carries as well. It has the Seraphine carry as well as the secondary backup for the Kha'Zix, and you know, that's a little bit of a throwback to last set, not necessarily as powerful right now though.
Yeah, as we see him coming up against Escher here, who is also rocking that Draven, but
the battle of the VIP Dravens.
That's it. Look at this Draven go. This VIP Draven absolutely destroying.
Which VIP Draven?
Well, it turns out the one on Escher's board, the one with a little bit of extra health thanks to that cybernetic.
Do you think Escher maybe gets into like the first class lounge at the airport, while you know Zuzu's Bed's Draven only maybe gets into business?
Well, you know, I think now we're getting down into the nitty gritty of things.
About how good the Debonair is. maybe it's because you know he hasn't got the bronze, silver, prismatic Debonair on the side there. You know he's got to have those miles.
Yeah,
and that class on the freaking flyer.
That's it. I was gonna say that Draven makes those axes fly, and they make it fly pretty darn far indeed. So
Draven, Jace 2 here, by the way. Like, we've been, joking around a little bit here, but this is the Jace 2 now on the board for TXE, who has managed to, again, this is another just making use of this frontline. Socialite Hexy's got so much AD given from this Knife's Edge that you can basically itemize the Aurelia pretty defensively, as you've seen here. Yes, you can call it hodgepodge, considering like how much, like, these were the Ezreal items that he had earlier that were not too great with the tier and the QSS. But the Jace in the front line, you can build pretty defensively here, and the Knife's Edge basically carries it all.
Aurelia won, by the way.
Yeah, Aurelia won, by the way.
Good unit.
Yeah, I would know.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of it this day, have we? Or yesterday.
No,
The day
it's
before.
not. It's not like we've seen about, what, 60 games of strikers played across about 200 boards this tournament. And that is a one hell of a shot that we are seeing for TXE here. Talking about the other side of things, Escher and Yush, both of them were pretty weak. Both have gone out in 7th and 8th. Yeah, it was just like, Escher had won the mirror matchup with the Draven, but couldn't really win much else. Maybe that goes to show of the power of the Draven in this lobby, but we move back to KMP, who has pivoted away. They had, like an angling for an Arcanist start, but now they have the VIP Zeri, and I think this is the first one of the weekend.
Yeah, I think this is perhaps one of the first builds that we've seen kind of angled towards this VIP Zeri here. And, you look at the traits on the sideline here, 3 Debonair, 2 Sniper. This is the hodgepodge comp, right? And look at this Warwick 3, it's trying its best to try to get through everything, but it seems like the damage from Zeri is being pumped out quite hard. We'll see whether it can chase down the Zeri. It's trying its hardest, but it just can't get the job done. The healing is too much from the Warwick.
Do you want to give it to me? You want to?
Go on then.
You want to worry about it. You want to scream.
I don't want it. Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Maybe
it's got to win.
It's got to win?
It's got to win.
All right. Stay tuned, because it's looking like that way.
Oh.
That's all we're getting for Frosty for now, but I'm sure if we see a bit more Warwick, which we're expecting today, might get something a little bit louder and prouder from my wonderful co-caster. But we are here at the Stage 5 Carousel. KMP taking away the Ginsu's Rage Blade. Probably can put that on the Zeri if he so chooses, but also I think this is pre-bug fix Zeri?
I do believe this is pre-bug fix Zeri here. So this is going to be capped out at 1 attack per second here. I don't think the Ginsu's does a whole lot here.
So do you just throw it on the Jinx then instead if you don't want to necessarily cap yourself that way?
I think so, but I don't.
It's potentially on the Orianna has Trojan.
I do believe on patch 12.5 here that it is still Zeri is not bug fixed yet. So honestly, putting this on the Jinx here, if that is the case, is better, because it doesn't matter whether Zeri has an attack speed item on or not, because she will always have 1 attack speed. But we're going to move straight into the combat here against Zuzu Bird.
And the Zeri did actually end up taking up the Ginsu's here, but the Zuzu Bird double trouble, it's more of the double threat board of this Draven and Irelia. This Zeri is just living on 1 HP and healing it up slowly with the Gunblade, and does actually manage to eke it through there for the dub. KMP with 1 HP and a Dream has been playing so solidly this weekend, but it cannot... he's really struggling today, Frosty, to try and, at least early streak together some good placements to push him into the top 2 and make it to the World Championship.
Yeah, some of our better players that we've seen over the past few days here in Yush and KMP, those really big consistent players, starting to struggle a little bit in these lobbies here. I wonder if it has a little bit to do with nerves more often than not, as, also Zuzu Bird was, they were the 3 out of the top 4 that we were consistently seeing in day 1 and day 2 here. So, for them to be struggling this much in the lobby here, perhaps a little bit of pre-game nerves, perhaps needed to warm up a little bit more. Who knows?
First place curse?
Maybe.
I mean, we didn't necessarily have one yesterday because it was just coming in first place from day 1. They actually did pretty good coming into day 2, so maybe the first place curse was a little bit delayed, as we are probably going to see KMP knocked out here, unless he can take down the Talon. The Talon bleed is allowed. It's basically the balance, I guess the challenge of the Gunblade healing there, and the KMP Zeri manages to beat out the lower tier Debonair unit of Daytread there. The VIP bonus of the Zeri Lightning Crash being too strong, as Zuzu Bird does go out in 6th there. Daytread also teetering on the edge after that loss. But TXE and Cardi on win streaks. Cardi is managing to make that Merc cash out work from stage 3.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane. Cardi actually has a Tahm Kench 2 here, and the items are starting to flow through at this point. There's a lot of itemization going on there.
That's the power of the TK. It just, you throw the damage items on and it just becomes an item and gold printer.
Well, I mean, when it gets going, right? But I think that's kind of the main problem that Tahm Kench suffers from right now, is if it doesn't get going there, it does feel kind of like a dead unit more often than not. But I'd just like to highlight something. That's both Draven players. Both of our Draven players in the lobby have already gone out here, so, you know, perhaps a little bit of a trap to fall into at this stage of the game is trying to keep on itemizing these Dravens.
KMP does take the Shiv off of the Dragon there. Not the worst item with this, you know, comp. Kind of looking at it, it's got a lot of AP damage. Can throw it on a couple of different units there. The Orianna or the Jinx comes to mind, but we are going to now take a look at that Cardi board with the 6 Bruiser in, 3 Chemtech on that Tahm Kench, by the way, with the Titans and the Mormogs. We talk about it, Tahm Kench needs to have damage to actually be useful, but the tankiness also helps, and I think Cardi has struck a perfect balance of the two.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I think the big thing is that if the Tahm Kench ends up living long enough, that it's a massive dealer. But look at this Irelia just trying to dash dance through everything here, getting stuck on the Silco buffed units. The Irelia just isn't dying, though. It doesn't matter whether units are too tanky or not. This is the difference between a Socialite 2 and a Socialite 3. Irelia right here, the damage is absolutely insane.
And Daytrade goes out here, so KMP has managed to actually eke out a top 4 here, so maybe it's the reverse caster curse here, but we're seeing Cardi getting ever closer to this Renata 3, which has been seen once so far this weekend. Can we see another Renata 3? We're seeing he's picking up the 4 cost to try and get some better odds on the roll down here, but it's not working. So right now, he's going very deep for this one, and it's just no luck whatsoever. I think he only found one on what? Call that a 60 gold roll down?
Yeah, it's a tad bit unfortunate, especially when you're really trying to go for those 3 stars, but it is only level 8 here. You know, the odds a little bit better at level 9, but one has to question, is it necessarily the best thing to try to go for here over trying to go for a level 9 in these situations?
What do you think about the downgrade here as well? He did put in the Victor here for maybe a little bit of armor shred, but like it's a very AP heavy comp. He does lose the 6 Bruiser for it. And I think that might have been the difference between a win and a loss there, as KMP is continuing on this win streak. I have really cast a curse to the rest of the lobby by saying, hey, KMP isn't looking too good, but holy god, this board that he's managed to put together is actually doing pretty good with that, Azeri.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, that's for sure. You know, I think it's just the unit quality overall in comparison to the rest of the lobby where, you know, sometimes in these compositions, you have to play units that you really don't want to. You know, you look at this Huey Dewey Louie board, you're trying to play things like Sinish at this point in the game here, and a Draven 1. Azillion does have its utility, but it's not the best unit.
Well, we are on to Huey Dewey Louie now, who is playing the Ghost of KMP. So this is a really good test of how strong Louie Dewey's board is and whether it can actually face the real KMP if it lives through it. The Warwick does get locked onto the Zeri quite early, but the Lightning Crash comes through. The Zeri is zipping around the battlefield right now, zapping down all the enemies of Huey Dewey Louie, and he is out. And KMP with 1 HP and a dream has eked out a first. Seemingly out of nowhere, we were doubting the Zeri, especially when the Ginsus was slammed, because we all know about, you know, the 1 attack speed there, but it actually paid off.
Yeah, there was 1 health and a dream, and it just ended up working out for them there. I think that is the sort of thing that we want to see from our players, a little bit of a niche carry situation, right, where you identify the carries that actually work. Unlike the Dravens there.
Unlike the Dravens,
the Dravens.
But look at how much debonair we saw that game. Like, we saw the Talon carry, we saw 2 Draven carries, we saw the Zeri carry. There was so much debonair just across that game. It was actually quite wild. It had the variation of the carries.
Yeah, it was really interesting as well. I think the one thing that actually worked out against Daytrade there was the fact that it was a prismatic lobby, right? Because the entire pace of the lobby was accelerated and was able to match the Talon just that much sooner. And so, because of that, what would usually be a 3rd or a 4th ended up being a 5th for them.
And I really want to highlight that, you know, when TXE was playing around that Irelia, only had the blue buff and the QSS, manages to find an IE to get a little bit of extra damage. That was probably the difference between maybe a 4th and the 3rd that they actually ended up getting. So, you know, it is a little bit of that RNG element of it. You did find the IE, which is, you know, we talk about the power of that on Irelia, especially with the Knife's Edge 1 and 3 that they had. But yeah, hats off to KMP, because we were basically writing them off saying, yeah, you know, this is needing a little bit more to make it through, but, you know, found the win.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to throw it over to the couch here to see what Gino and Sleppy have got for us here. So take it away, folks.
Well, it was only a second in the end, Sleppy. But Huey, Dewey, Louie with the Warwick reroll there. We see a big difference between how that works out in Game 1 and Game 2.
I think that just really, highlights the importance of getting those best in slot items on the Warwick early, because he was stuck with a double Titans QSS, which just isn't enough and brought him to a 6 last game. But he was on a win streak. He comes to a second this game. So really, really important items there.
Yeah, and second to someone who was cashing out with Mercs, I think it was, from the early game there. Why don't we have a look at the scoreboard here and see, after 2 games, how everyone's sitting. TXE going to be taking out the top spot for the moment, 14. But there's no slouches in this lobby. Is sitting down the bottom there, Kade on 6. We're waiting for that ramp up still. And then Daytread, Zuzu Bird, Yush, a lot of players there sitting on 8 points. And then Huey, Dewey, Louie, and KMP doing a little bit better sitting up there at 10. But look, still 4 games to go, Sleppy. So plenty of time for the rest of the lobby to pick back up and find their way back into this. I mean, look, this is the second game in a row now. We've seen a Prismatic Augment come in. So if you are a top-level player, you're playing on the final day here of the regional finals, when the Prismatic pops up, are you thinking, oh no, it's a curse game? Or are you like, no, I've been blessed?
I think there's definitely, it depends on how well you're doing in that moment. I think, in the case of, in the example of TXC, he started off with some really awkward items. He had cloak, belt, reforged it for some direction, got a T.
Oh.
It's like, what on earth do I do here? But I think that Prismatic Knife's Edge really, gave him the opportunity to have the damage without having really good AD items, and in the end was able to reach the Irelia 2 with the blue buff and QSS, which normally would do no damage. Like, it'd just be constantly ulting, not doing anything, but because of the Knife's Edge, he was able to survive for that long, get the IE, and so. But I think most scenarios, it is probably a bit of the curse, and they're probably hating us a little bit for bringing it into the lobby, like manifesting it to the lobby.
Because it was us, of course.
Yeah, it was us, yeah. No, but I think it definitely depends. Like, we've seen the Innovator Soul come in for Ursha earlier in that Twitch reroll as well. So definitely, a plus and a minus. Like, obviously, other players who might not get as good of an impactful augment, they're obviously unhappy with it and things like that. But that is TFT.
That is TFT, cursed or blessed. That's just what you've got to roll with sometimes. There'll be plenty more rolls to come today. We've got another 4 games to go, guys. We'll just take a short break now, but we'll be back with Game 3 on the other side.
Two absolute barn burners to kick off the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals. Day 3, the final day, Frosty. We've seen a lot of comps so far today, but I think before we head into Game 3, there's one I want to particularly highlight, especially out of the last game, is the Debonaires. Now, we're seeing the Debonaires run with so many carries across this weekend. We've seen a bit of Brambulance, but we are seeing majority of the time Draven, some Talon, saw a game of Syndra. What do you think is actually working out for these comps when they do try and play them? And what do you think the players are missing?
Well, I think that is, for the most part, that players are trying to invest too heavily into Debonaires. I think Debonair is a really nice splash trait that enables your VIP carries there. We saw it really well utilized in that last game where the Zeri was the VIP.
First time, I think, as well.
That's right, but it wasn't necessarily a Debonair composition. You know, there were so many good units splashed around it there. We saw a Jhin being splashed in there. We saw Jinx too as well. And I think it's these sorts of things where it's just it's almost like a P.I.V.A. comp, you know, a composition that's just basically built around good units. I think that's the way that we like to see it being played from an early win streak there.
And by the way, I do want to just say, let's go Ron. By the way, Ron is TXC. Yeah, I can use his real name like that because we're tight. You know, I know the top plays in OCE TFT, but it's not a big deal to me, lol. He has been so good at the start of today with a first and a third. And really coming out hot out of the gates, your pick of the weekend too.
I did. I mentioned it. I think Ron is one of those dark horses there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I can call him Ron. I also know top players just like that. We're cool like that. But he is one of those dark horses that is really strong, especially when their mindset's in the right spot, as we see that TXC is at 14 points, while the rest of the lobby lagging behind a little bit at 10 points. And then what is that? 4 players on 8 points with Card having a little bit of an unfortunate start today, down at 6.
Look, you know, if trends continue for Card we might see the signature comp later today, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see for Game 6. But with that being said, there is so much left to be played today, and the fact that the lobby is still so tight, especially between 2 to 8, it's not necessarily a race for first place right now. Like, if the only difference between first and second place right now is a couple $100, you're still both going to Worlds.
Well, that's just it. And it used to be in the past there where it was just that race for first place. But, you know, for example, if TXC just by far has just the best day today, it's not as if everyone else is out of the running because we do have those 2 World slots available.
Well, is TXC going to keep running away with the game, or could someone else come and contest those top spots like KMP and Huey Dewey Louie sitting at 10 points apiece? We'll only know once we jump into Game 3 with Sleppy and Genome, so please take it away.
Thanks so much, Ducky. Sleppy, are you okay there? You doing all right? No, okay. Your secret friendship with Ron has been exposed.
Oh my gosh.
So sorry that we had to bring that up.
Yeah, it was a secret.
Look, just like the egg, you know, we really wanted to see, you know, what the secret was, what was going on inside there. Look, I got another game coming up for you here, guys. You know, look, the lobby, it hasn't spread out too much just yet. I mean, sure, I think it's maybe 1 first place is the difference between the top and the bottom right now.
Yeah.
So look, with 4 games left to go and the 2 world slots up for grabs, I don't think anybody is out of the running just yet.
For sure. Everyone definitely has a shot at going. Like, we've seen people turn it around with, you know, many firsts in a row. And honestly, anyone could be first or 8th. Like, we saw KNP started with a bit of a rough 7th and comes back with 1 HP first comeback. So honestly, it could be anyone.
Yeah, and like we've seen that happen in other TFT tournaments, like here in OCEs, I think overseas as well, right? Where some of these players have done really well on the first couple of days of tournaments. You know, just seems like they're kind of like farming the lobbies, and then all of a sudden it gets to that really tight, the best of the best kind of final 8 top lobby, and they can't quite get it happening.
Yeah, like, you know, I'd imagine a little bit would be the nerves of it as well. Like, you know, just one day, couple more games, and you're this close.
Especially some of these newer players like KMP, right, that haven't had the experience in these top lobbies, maybe like Escher has had.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, while you might not feel it as much in the first 2 days, like, I just need to go top 16. Is that right? Yeah. Top 8. But now it's top 2. Those are the last 2 spots that you need to go. definitely might be feeling it, in their heartbeat a little bit.
A little pitter patter
So,
there. I mean, do you think we've seen much difference yet so far in the comps, considering, we're playing for top 2, not necessarily for, top 8 or top 16, like you said?
not. I think so far it's been fairly, fairly similar. Like nothing too crazy. Even the Merc game we had, like it was, it wasn't like a get off kind of Merc game where it was like, 1 HP, you have to catch it right now. It was like a fairly relaxed one. So I think we probably might not even see it until a little bit later, where you really, really need to get those points in. But we are starting off with my good friend TXE.
Rank
With
1.
with the I forgot what oh my gosh, that sword star is what I'm trying to say. Pretty, can't really go wrong with a sword star. And does get a Senna and Cho'Gath up there.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, we keep talking about how when we do see mutants played, it's with Synaptic Web, and it's getting that Cho out of the bubbles at the start of the game is extremely important, right? Because it just allows you to stack up those feasts early and earlier. And if you try and put him in, if you're searching for him in, through stage 2, maybe even stage 3, he really is just so much weaker on the front line than if you get him, as you can see, just chomping away at the mutants here and increasing his health already, because it doesn't, unlike a lot of other things in TFT, the abilities that go towards his, he can get it off creep rounds. It's not just PvP rounds, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's right. And these are some, in my opinion, some insane augments. Like item grab bag gives you a bit of direction, twin shot. We've seen it do work so far. And you have the early Yordles and Corki, and I dare say the Yordle start is one of Ron's most comfort positions. We've seen him run this so many times, whether it's a win streak or a lose streak, usually more often the lose streak, but this is such a great start.
Comfortable with the Yordles as he is in conversation with you, I'm sure. So,
oh my God.
A fantastic start here for TXE, and he's going to be, this is just, it feels like he really is in the box seat right now with, sitting at rank 1 and a solid start, even enough gold here to probably get him to 10 to start off with, and then to catapult even further with the Yordle trait. I mean, his econ is going to be off the chain.
I think getting 10 gold with Yordles at 1-3 or 2-1, like same thing, is probably the most satisfying feelings. And we are looking at a so small augment. With the progression of day 1, day 2, I didn't think we'd see this many Yordles. I think we've seen more Yordles in these 2 days than day 1.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's I think it was 3 full Yordle compositions that we saw over the first 2 days. And yeah, now we're approaching that now. I mean, yeah, look, once you put so small in there, it seems almost certain, especially the fact that it's still a silver augment at this point. It seems almost certain that you're going to commit very hard to that. Yeah. But we have seen in other games that in this lobby today, a lot of people are enjoying that Yordle start as a way to just ramp their economy up, like TXE was doing. And, considering that, does that make it harder to, sort of high roll that and get to those 3 stars a little bit more quickly?
This is a different board, by the way. This is Zuzubird now. There is another so small. There are 2 so small players. And I feel like we really have to be kind of, we've seen Yordles in the first game, and we've seen how you can, kind of get baited into it almost and not have the right, have enough of the Yordles because they're just so contested. And I'm kind of concerned that we might be seeing that here right now.
I mean, I can tell you that including the Zuzubird, who is going, sort of small here, and you can see it's not even, he doesn't even have the trait active right now. There are 3 other players who are currently running Yordles. Obviously, 2 of them, it seems like, potentially going to stick around. Okay, at this point, this is just okay. I sometimes have this this discussion in my head, right, where I'm like, okay, do you take the augment early or do you take it late? Now, surely, if you're looking at a so small, you know, this is the final day of regional finals. Surely you're scouting around to see like
exactly what
whoever
I was
clicks that button first to scare everyone else away. Surely that person should be sticking with so small, and surely the second person should just be like, "There's no way in hell I'm contesting this."
Yeah, I think you know, you could argue that you might win streak with the so small, but I just think, you know, like, did they look, or are they just, you know, having a little mental fight and saying, "Nah, I'm contesting you. I'm doing it." But we are looking at Huey Dewey right now, who is not running Warwick for the first time today.
There we go. Finally, a little bit of a change up there from Huey Dewey Louie. And yeah, look, it's done pretty well for him in our previous matches here. But, you know, look, a change is as good as a holiday. I guess, you know, when you're offered that, I think did he have Irresistible Charm there?
I
on
believe
the side?
so.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very strong augment, right? So you get offered that, I feel like you're very likely to start heading down that path. But how deep into it will he go? It was Frosty's analysis there saying that some of these players have been going a little bit too far down the Debonair tree, and that perhaps just splashing it in with that 3 Debonair, and then, you know, sitting on either your Draven, your Zeri. I mean, we finally saw that VIP Zeri there who has the infinite lightning crash once it gets going. Unfortunately, the Warwick was a little bit too fast for the one time we did see her start zipping around the edge of the board, but unfortunate to come up against a challenger player.
Yeah, I think that's definitely right. I think you don't have to fully commit to like 5 Debonair with the Irresistible Charm. Like, honestly, Leona herself with that augment is already so busted. But we are looking at Escher, who is running back the Twitch reroll. Does have 6 singed on the bench, and I cannot remember if this is his 6th Twitch or if he took. I think he took the Twitch 2 off the board. So he's not at a bad spot. He already has 6 of the singed, and I'd assume that another Twitch in the shop there. He is running the calculated loss, which is how he managed to hit the 3-star so early last time as well. But I think he's on a pretty good start for now.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a... It does work a little bit like Trade Sector sometimes, right? Where you can get, you know, if you're looking for those 3-star units, it might help you get to those at the start of the game. But instead of sort of costing you more money, it kind of helps you out. Gives you a little bit of spending money to go with. Okay, so Warwick, as we've noted, despite... Have we really seen it contested so far today? Actually, is something I'm trying to think. I feel like...
I don't think today.
Yeah.
I think I vaguely remember, feel like we've seen it contested before, but not today, no. It's usually just been the one person, and I think, you know, given that we did have 2 prismatic lobbies just now, and we were already discussing how it's not as good in that prismatic lobby as well. Not that it was first, but, you know, still. And I feel like a lot of these players, they're not really opting to do the Warwick reroll unless they have the augments for it, or unless they have a really insane starter for it as well. But we are looking at Yusha's board. You know, he was probably hoping to have a bit of a win streak, but did end up losing after the carousel. You know, his money isn't at the best place at the moment, but he is sitting on a Zac pair, a Sejuani pair. So, you know, if he does choose to roll after 3-2, after going level 6, might be able to kick off that win streak again. But yeah, I think he is, you know, eyeing at this Cassidy and probably going to sell it for 20 gold so that he can build up that interest as soon as he can.
Yeah, considering the IE slam, so we're not expecting him to go down the Warwick path.
Yeah, he has none of the items that he needs for Warwick. I mean, QSS, but it is already on the Tryndamere, so I think he's probably going to hold the Tryndamere as a carry until he can find other strikers or what's that Debonair unit called? Or Draven, or, you know, who knows, maybe he'll innovate and bring us like a Tryndamere 3 if he doesn't hit any of those. being a kind of optimistic here. But,
Tryndamere just seems like such a weak unit at the moment, right? It's
Yeah.
like you very often will get the 3-star Tryndamere to go along with the 3-star
never,
Warwick,
he's
and it
never the
doesn't.
star himself.
Yeah, it's like you could put three items on him, and he's still not doing anywhere near the damage that Warwick is doing, and he's a 3-cost unit. What is going on there?
Yeah, it's really, really not that great. But we're over onto KMP's board, and this is more the KMP I'm used to. He has a pretty strong board early. Actually, I thought that was an Ezreal 2. It looked like an Ezreal 2. It's an Ezreal 1, but he does have the Shiv and the Bow Slam. Very nice earlier. Oh, I think I just manifested at the for him. I'm just kidding, but yeah, pretty solid board. He has a lot of 2-stars, lots of frontline, has the scrap in, and rolling a little bit here. Does hit the Orianna. Interesting to see whether he'll pick this up.
Takes that and the Renata and the
Rolling
Vi
quite
now.
deep, actually.
Okay.
Might be looking to do a win streak. But speaking of win streaks, we are over to Huey Dewey's board. Leona 2 at 3-2 with the Braum, Brand 2 with the Morello, and Zyra 2. Insane.
Yeah, doing super well here. With Irresistible Charm on the top of that, it'll be interesting to see what the second augment is and whether that allows him to push the win streak out even further. You can see we've got that Shiv Slam on Warwick. We've already had that discussion a couple times today about the best in slot items for Warwick and how much they help him out. Shiv, look, it's certainly not bad. It's probably the 4th best item you could have on a Warwick, but I still think there is a big difference, especially late game, with how he performs.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like, I'm assuming he had no choice, but having both of them means that you can't run the Titans. And I feel like Titans with the QSS a lot of the times is what kind of flips the battle there for you. But looking at Huey Dewey's board, he does pick the Thrill of the Hunt. I love getting this augment when you're already winning, because I think that heals, 600-700 HP. It makes such a huge difference, and it wins you fights that are kind of illegal to win sometimes.
Okay.
Sorry, I love this augment, especially when you're win streaking, because this does fall off a little. Not the Thrill 2 so much, but it does fall off a
Thrill 2 is
little
solid.
bit.
Yeah, and that, they removed
later on.
They removed Thrill 3 completely, right? So now Thrill 2 is kind of the best you can do on that front. I think it did get buffed up to 700, as you were saying. So yeah, look, can be a lot, especially when let's say you're running a Brand 2. How much health has he got? Like 1,000 or something.
It's so insane at this stage. Like, I think this can almost help him. Okay, no, I'm not gonna say anything because.
You think
anyway,
the fight immediately after? Yeah, well, look,
I'm not going to
let's
say
see.
anything,
I'm not sure that's going to be
strong.
the case because he's got so many 2-stars right now going up against Kade, who doesn't have anywhere near as many. Titans and a Last Whisper on the back line. Interesting combination. And you can see it looks like Kade's actually been forced to pivot away. So we were wondering, these two players kind of just looking at each other and trying to work out who was going to blink first. It seems like it may actually be Kade, who's had to just sack the augment times.
I think Zuzubird is the one that won the Yordle fight, because he does have Thieving Rascals as well on the side here. Although he is quite low, so we'll see, how if he's able to become the superior Yordle player.
Well,
at
how do you
least
think
for
you
this
win
game.
a Yordle fight as the tactician? Like, are you just kind of like, are you picking up your poppies on the benches and just like piffing them at the other tactician until they cower away and start selling all theirs off?
You just have that, when you're fighting each other, you just walk up a few steps and you just know they're looking at you. Yeah. When, especially if they
down.
walk past.
Well,
My goodness, a
I mean,
GP2.
But not only that, but they've got Thieving Rascals as well.
Yeah.
They have hit the 2 specific Yordle augments. Now, it must be noted here that Thieving Rascals not nearly as strong on 3-2 as it is on 1-4, because you're missing, what is that, maybe 2 or 3 extra components. Well, sorry, actually, I was thinking of Junkyard briefly there. So, but maybe on average something like, 2 or 3 components. Maybe not guaranteed.
Thieving Rascals does really depend on whether you get those units. Like, this is purely up to Malt Dog here. He could give you none. He could give you 1. He could give you like 6. There's no in between. So hopefully you know, seeing that he has 3 full items and the Zephyr, he might have picked up a few. I can't really do maths at all, but he does. He's having a very close fight
man,
up
this
against the
Arcanist
Datrid, but
Lulu. Just putting out so much health right now, and finally it takes till overtime, you know, where you get your AP doubled for that Corki to come out and finally punch through the healing there. We were just talking, you know, in game 1 actually about how rarely you see Lulu, apart from sometimes in those Arcanist compositions, but you can see why she does get a place in that composition there. You know, the extra AP just, you know, it's not exactly healing. It kind of, well, I guess it is once you've you know, cast that initial bonus health onto TXE now with
this
that
is
twin shot heart.
another Gangplank too on that front hex. These are some insane items as well. This is gonna print so much money. Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel about the blue buff on this? When you're thinking, you know, you've got the twin shot hard already, you're already up to 4 twin shot, which means you're already getting a lot of those sort of like double attacks out to get you closer to the cast even faster. Do you think, you know, is the blue buff really just a bit overkill there?
I'm assuming that he, you know, seeing that he got the items from the Augment, he probably didn't have much of a choice. And instead of
Doesn't
putting
that give you more choice though? Isn't that the whole point of component grab bag? That,
oh,
you know,
as in like, you know, like as in so he probably got dropped like 2 tiers or something like that. And I feel like in this comp, tiers, it's really just the blue buff. I think the only question is whether it's more worth on the GP who has the items or on like a Corki or Lucian. But
right.
I think I'm just guessing like he probably had the GP2 already, had the items on, you know. He probably just wants to have the strongest board that he can at the moment because he did level up as well. Did end up losing, but...
Yeah, I mean, you do often see people itemizing that Lucian with the blue buff gets a tome drop.
Oh, if this is twin...
We take those.
If this is a twin shot...
You can't get a twin shot emblem though, right?
You can't?
I'm pretty sure you cannot.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I think it's one of the, you know, this is how we cheese the tomes. You know, by putting the Corkis and the Lulus in there, so because you can't get the, you know, the Enchanter, the Twin Shot, the Yordle
some
emblems.
Awkward
but the ones he's been
here.
offered, not that great. So he's actually going to have to end up going
I think
for
I was a bit
the
too
scrap
hopeful there.
Yeah, you just Sleppy's eyes just lighting up, being like five twin shot in stage 4, please.
Yeah, but I think scraps, you know, scraps are very very underrated trait. Like the shield that you get, very nice. And this Gangplank is just there's just money everywhere.
So Kade, despite you know, having to kind of lose that augment, still not entirely on the bottom. I probably shouldn't speak too soon. I mean, 52 as opposed to say 37. Actually, no, Datrid taking a bit of a loss there at 4-1. So you know, it hasn't been an absolute disaster just yet from Kade, but certainly not doing as well as Zuzu Bird. Actually, no, I should say that. That's only they're actually only 2 health apart. I just assumed that, and then I looked over at the sidebar, and yeah, that's actually not that much of a difference. Kind of wild at the moment, but what's also kind of wild, of course,
Ashes Warwick 3
is the ferocious beast himself, Warwick, who has
and
made
Queen
it up to
3.
3-star and Singe 3. So yeah, the re-rolling certainly going the way of Warwick of Warwick and Escher right now. That calculated loss coming into play here. Okay, so we've said, you know, say this is probably the second best setup maybe that you could have for Warwick in terms of the items, but also does have the jeweled gauntlet on that Quinn, which is 3-star. So, you know, at that point, you're doing 1,000 damage a cast, potentially to a whole group of units if they have stacked them up the back.
Yeah, and you know, I've mentioned this so many times. I think Quinn is such a big part of this comp, and I think, you know, like, yeah, he doesn't have the Titans, but these are still really good items on that Warwick, and it is going to do so much damage and has so much attack speed. Pretty much just looking to go up at this point and, you know, try and cap up the board. Maybe like a Silker, maybe Victor as well. Just depends on whatever the next augments are, if he gets any emblems and things like that as well. But we are over back onto Atreid's board, who had the Lulu Arcanist.
And yeah, we were sort of, the Lulu looked like it was doing okay, but they still lost the fight, didn't they, really?
Yeah.
And that kind of seems like that's just the, par for the course at the moment with these Arcanist boards. They're just not, really pulling their weight. And a 1-star Vex at 4-3. You almost got that 3-star Lulu. Maybe that'll make up in terms of the amount of bonus health it can throw over to that Vex there, but still, you're kind of struggling even with the 3 items.
Yeah, this is just... I feel like when you're playing Arcanist, you find yourself in this position where you're not strong enough to win fights, but it's just you're just slowly bleeding out. Although he does beat Hui Dui Louie with a very big advantage, but I do want to say, we were talking about Lulu not being used very often. I think she's actually okay in Arcanist. Like, obviously not the best. You probably want like an Ori 2 or something like that. But if that's all you have, given that you really just want your front line to last longer, you want it to stay alive, I feel like Lulu actually, kind of helps support that weakness of the Arcanist combat. Try and help it, drag longer. Have the and at the same time have the Malzahar healing with that Gunblade as well.
It's all just about buying time.
Yeah.
And a lot of the extra health that she pumps out does do that. Not a single Yordle on Karde's board to be seen, but there is a VIP Zeri, so we've gone from 0 to 2. Not quite 0 to 100, but 0 to 2 in 2 games, which is still kind of cool. And I love the Morellos on the Zeri that we see here. Of course, it's a very hybrid damage hero, so we're seeing both the AP and the AD useful on her. And when you put the Morellos on her, that little bit of chip damage you see from her magic damage, actually, it streaks through the entire team and does very well to cut away that healing and start the bleed.
Yeah, and this Draven does so much damage. Like, this frontline is just not lasting, but the Sivir is hitting back, but it is just not enough.
It was kind of close there, actually. It was a pretty clutch Zillion ult there. The Sivir had almost worked her way through there to the Zeri, but the lockdown from Zillion just keeps that one in check for Karde. And look, he desperately needs it. 32 health here. We haven't even hit stage 5 yet. What can he hit with the 3rd augment?
Oh, this is... Okay, there we go, Phalanx. I was going to say he'd probably think of something between the Phalanx or the Forge, although I don't know how great the items of the Forge are on Zeri, and if you don't get that great tank item like the Internal Winter, might not be quite what he's looking for. But on the other side, we're looking at Huey Dewey, who is stuck on a Draven 1 and no VIP. Oh no, there is a VIP. I am blind, but he is stuck on that Draven 1 at the moment, and it just feels like there's so much overlap in this game at the moment. It started with the So Small, now with the Draven.
I mean, he's almost up to Leona 3, and at this point, I don't know, maybe it's worth selling the Draven off and getting a VIP Leona, because with the Stone Plate and the Bramble on her, Leona 3, especially with Electro Charge, Electro Charge 2 there could actually be a little bit of a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the only problem would be that he just has no damage, and it's probably going to be that Lirina and Braum just sitting there at the end tanking for many seconds with no damage dealer. But at the moment, this fight doesn't look too bad, although the Sivir has changed targets to his item carriers, and they are slowly just dying.
Oh, one last toss from the Sivir.
Thrill?
The force of will, is it strong enough? No, not at all. The Sivir's going to cut through there.
Did save him some health, but unfortunately not enough.
Yeah, one life now left for Huey Dewey Louie. He'll get one last look at his items as we go to Raptors. Let's switch over to KMP. We did see Daytread there finally pick up that Lulu 3 for his Arcanist composition. Blue Battery. Shroud in the waiting. Lots of utility, actually, and coming out here for KP.
I think that's the nice thing about KNP is that, he always has these sort of slams, and that is probably the reason why he's so healthy and high up at this stage. And then Nico is always lovely to see. helping you hit that carry just a little bit easier. I'd imagine he's looking for something along the lines of maybe like Siva or a Zeri. Just, you know, something to replace this Ezreal, although he does need to find a third. Oh no, doesn't want the Siva? I don't know what he's rolling.
Well, I mean, look, the Seraphine
Kai'Sa?
2 would be okay. Not that he's really itemized her at all. He's got a, you know, there's a Kai'Sa. There's now a Silco on the board as well. But those 5 costs just seems to be taking them out of the pool, not really utilizing them just yet. It feels like the Jace could certainly help him out. And if he had found that,
Jace
you know,
from Arcade.
he's a
I'm
global
surprised.
superstar. How could you forget about him?
I'm so sorry. I apologize. Although I feel like, you know, we have seen people run the Siva Innovator board. I don't remember if it was KMP himself, but I feel like when you're rolling for a new carry, you should still kind of have like a backup carry, you know, just in case you don't hit it. Because if you do manage to get a 2-star 4 cost, I dare say it's probably better than an Ezreal 2.
Do you think he could have waited a little bit longer as well? Considering KMP is streaking right now, he's on top of, you know, the lobby. Did he really need to spend all 50 of his gold looking for that, you know, looking for that Jace, looking for whatever carry he could have pivoted there for?
I think both ways work. Like, he's so ahead, he's on a win streak, he can afford to wait. But at the same time, there are 2 people on 10, 15 health. He might be just looking to try and knock them out before they can get some sort of power spike from the carousel. I mean, we're not at the carousel, but you know, that might be why. And or another, you know, reasoning might be 5-1. A lot of people are either leveling up to level 8 or doing, like, you know, they're saving up and then rolling down again. Maybe he just wanted to try and continue his streak, which he didn't. So yeah, we'll see. Although we can see that he picked up a Jin 2 on the side and got a glimpse of Ashe's board, who is currently win streaking and is on a very solid path. And over to TXC with 5 twin shot. He's managed to find an AP Jinx. But is it enough to beat the Warwick?
Well, he's got the Zephyr on the Warwick because at 4-6 he did pick up Future Sight 1. Look, it's not a Radiant Zephyr, but it'll still help you out. Still stops that Warwick from, you know, ramping up a little bit at the start of the fight, but it's not enough. And TXC
goes out in 7th.
Gonna take the L, and yeah, look, 7th with 5 twin shot. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised. That's such a strong trait to have active. An Innovator emblem.
Oh.
That's kind of big.
Yeah, I think the twin shot board definitely has potential to beat the Warwick board, like we saw it yesterday, but it kind of needs a bit of time. You really do need the upgrade of the Jinxes because she's very squishy at 1-star, even if she is on 5 twin shot, and he just didn't have enough health to play with at that point.
No one took the Innovator emblem, by the way. We've got KMP. Doesn't have a Jace right now, sure. Okay.
I think he's
and he's got no gold.
buying the.
I mean, you could take the Singed out. The Singed is doing nothing.
Yeah, I don't think.
Whoever puts the Singed in there when you could have, like, you know, a Braum 2 or a, you know, chuck another Bruiser in there along these guys. Okay.
Yeah, I think he is he really wants to go with the Kai'Sa carry.
Yeah, okay.
Which, you know, he did pick it up earlier. He probably was thinking about it.
Ooh, Daytread with the Malzahar 3 there actually gets enforced. The rest of his board not healthy enough, but it doesn't really matter because that's that man is putting out so much damage that Daytread will actually destroy KMP there. A big win.
This Malzahar 3 is such a big carrier of the small Vex, and yes, I did see.
Is he kicking himself right now? He's just hit the Jace and given up the Innovator emblem. I mean, you know, what do you value more? Do you value that Kai'Sa 2 with the 3 items on her, or do you value the Dragon?
I think it's very hard to say because, you know, I feel like the Dragon has fallen off a little bit recently. Like, it hasn't been performing as well. Like, it's not as quite high up in, like, the win rates as it used to be once upon a time. So, because you have to play all these extra units, but Yeah, because you know, with this Kaiser too, he does get a guaranteed carry, which has really strong items. So I think either play is okay. I don't, yeah, but I think at the same time, you can't really guarantee that you're gonna high roll a Jace there like that as well. But we did just witness Kade getting eliminated at 5th place, and we now have our top 4.
Yes, indeed. Kade, Zuzu, TXE, Huey, Dewey, Louis, all going by the wayside. Guess the Jaces might have been taken out of the pool there by Yosh. He's actually got the Jace 2 on his back line.
This is Yosh's board is very strong.
Yeah, and look, do you
And
think he'll
the
reforge?
yeah.
Actually does it immediately. Wow, before I even get a chance to think about it, I was like, oh, I don't know, maybe on the Tom Kench he can, you know, start stacking up some AP that way, but nope, he will take another chance. You know, Vi 2 has a slot open on her, so that could become an extremely tanky Vi with the addition of the Dragon's Claw there. You can see he's got 2 of those augments working together. He's got the back foot as well as the phalanx, and that means everything's stacked in the back line essentially there, apart from Zach just sort of keeping them at bay with the wacky arms. Now going into 6-1, still got 4 players left in the lobby. Escher kind of cleaning up at the moment off the start of that calculated loss. The you know, the Warwick's doing pretty well. Daytread, we saw him doing also very well with that Malzahar, but unfortunately doesn't have enough to get on top of this very hefty striker board here from Yush.
I think he, you know, given the circumstances that he was in, one Ari, he was Vex 1 all the way, you know, up till, I don't even know if he had it in that last round there. I think a 4th is a very big win for him, given that he didn't hit those upgrades for so long. And, no, I think Yush's augments are actually insane at the moment. They're doing, you know, back 4, he has tankiness, and he has damage. Like, what more could you ask for?
Well, look, talking about insane, we just saw Escher hit a 2-star Jinx. I mean, this guy's playing a reroll composition. He's got the 3-star Warwick amongst a host of other 3-stars. He goes to level 9 and now is kind of just splashing in 2-star 5-cost units because he can. And that results in some pretty big wins. And Yush is going to take a heavy loss there. You see the little bit of delayed damage coming through, and Yush only 4 health to finish off with. This could actually be the last round here, depending on how these players match up, and it feels like it's all but done here from Escher.
Collecting 5 costs at them. I mean, yeah, 5 costs that he has a Zeri too is just, you know, splashing in because he can.
You can barely recognize, you know, this composition anymore with the Warwick on the front line, but there's so many other parts to it that are going to be helping out. Yeah, Zeri 2, as well as that Jinx 2 are going to be doing massive amounts of damage here. Now,
oh, he didn't even stand a chance. Deleted.
What is that, like an 8-unit win or something? Man, that's just massive. So Yash did actually survive one more, so KNP unfortunately got the short end of the short straw there, so he'll drop out in 3rd. And look, unless there's like a Radiant item or something pops up on the carousel here,
is enough.
even that, maybe a golden egg that just like pops immediately once you go back to your board. Would that be enough for Yash to get ahead?
I think another thing, I know he's dead now, but KNP, I think another reason why he didn't opt to go for the dragon is there's a Warwick with a Q assist. That dragon is gonna die before he can do any sort of CC, which is the great thing about the dragon anyway. But now it's a 1v1 against the striker board and Warwick.
Okay, well, we're not expecting Yush to make much headway here, but let's give him a chance. The Warwick goes straight to the front line and doesn't really slow down as he chews through them. There's a Jace 2 on the back line. Sure, he's got a lot of damage, but in the time that it takes him to put down an acceleration gate, Escher is all over him.
I think that was a very big game to kind of shake up the standings as well, because Escher was 4th on 8 points and TXC
He's doubled it.
Yeah, and TXC, who was at the top, took a 7th. So very, like we said, anything could happen from here, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yep, and we've still got another 3 games after this one. So if our game 3 here has actually tightened things up, then yeah, look, these players still need to keep their minds, at top gear really, because there's so much to play for. And remember, guys, 2 slots at Worlds. That's what these people are keeping their minds focused on as they walk into the second half of today. All right, Ducky and Frosty, what did you guys think of our game 3?
Look, honestly, I think we both are on the same page. It was a little bit of an FB touchdown there from Escher. Big win for him there. And honestly, Frosty, you got very close last game, but now I think you can give it to us.
Oh, woo! That was a classic Warwick game right there. And I mean, that just goes to show you why the composition is being so contested right now. The power level that it manages to put out, even if everything, sort of looks kind of dicey there in the mid game, Calculated Loss comes in clutch. They're able to hit both carries, not only the Warwick, but the Quinn as well. By 4-1, has time to go level 9 for units that he doesn't even need.
Yeah, you say it's like a traditional Warwick game, but I don't think a traditional Warwick game has Jinx 2 or Zeri 2 in it, Frosty.
Or a 17 win streak for that matter
Yeah.
while we're at it there. But I wanted to bring up another reroll composition that we saw a little bit of there. The So Small Yordles there. Now, I can understand Warwick being contested, but I cannot understand for the life of me why Yordles are being contested when we know its success rate here.
I mean, it's been okay, and like it was really good with So Small, but the fact that we saw 2 players hand-holding So Small between Kade and Zuzu Bird at 1-4, that was surprising. And then also, when you think about it, Daytread was also using some of these Yordles in his own board. He had the Arcanist Lulu, and it just made the game impossible to play for the 3 of the players. Like we saw the pivot out from Cardi went to, Hell in a Handbasket. And speaking of pivots that went to Hell in a Handbasket, I want to bring up Huey Dewey Louie as well. The Warwick reroll player started off with a brand, could have rerolled into that. Ended up pivoting into Draven, but there was 2 more Draven players in the lobby. He was just late to the Debonair VIP party.
And, I mean, that's just the danger of when you're trying to play Draven there. You need to high roll not only that early game, but that mid game as well. You need a high roll hitting that Draven 2 because Draven 1 just isn't good enough. I don't think there's any way we can convince it. Draven 1 just doesn't win these fights like you need to be winning in the mid game, especially when these lobbies are so aggressive. When you've got a Warwick 3 being hit at 4-1, you can't afford to be stuck on a Draven 1.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's like, when the lobby is so accelerated off that massive stage 4 roll down that Escher hit, can we just talk about the fact that by stage 4-2, Escher had Warwick 3, Quinn 3, and Singe 3. He hit them all within like 1 or 2 combats of each other. Like, that is the reason why he had the 17 win streak at the end. It's the fact that he just hit in the mid game, and that acceleration really made not just Huey suffer with that reroll board, but also the Yordle players.
Oh, absolutely there. But, I mean, let's talk about another little angle here. TXC, our first place player in this lobby here, ended up hitting the extraordinarily powerful twin shot hard. Didn't really have a stellar game on it, unfortunately, there. And I think it really just goes to show you about, the highlights and the high lows of the twin shot board there, where when you hit those 3 stars, when you hit that Gangplank 3, it's an incredibly powerful composition. We saw the blue buff, the Bloodthirster in there as well, and the Last Whisper on the Gangplank. That's a really strong Gangplank.
Maybe the blue buff could have been a damage item, though.
If it's 3-star.
Yeah, that's the kind of difference that we're talking about here. And it is a game of not even inches, it's a game of millimeters that we are seeing today in the OCE Regional Finals. We are going to a break now, a little bit of a longer break for the players as we head over to Game 4 in just a little while. But please don't go anywhere, because if you want to see the champion be crowned, you've got to be back. Oh. Can I? We can throw up the FB touchdown while we're waiting here. I can maybe flex a bit of the tattoos going on. We're just, but yes, please be back.
with 3 games left to go on our final day of the TFT OCE Gizmos and Gadgets Regional Finals. I can tell you that things have tightened up considerably. We'll have a look at the scoreboard in just a moment. We had a great result there in Game 3, frankly, for all of the viewers, because it means that, you know, some people that weren't performing quite as well have actually moved up in the standings, and as you can see, not a hair to split between our top 3.
Yeah, so close within the scores right now, you know, but even though there is a bit of a gap, that is 6 points separating top place and the bottom at the moment, and that can be fixed in 1 game.
Could be a lot bigger than that, right? It could be a lot bigger, and, you know, 15 for Yush, there's yeah, look, there's really just not a lot in it right now. So now we have to start thinking, how does this change how these players approach the game? In the last game, we saw 2 players take to so small, right? It's a very specific augment. You can kind of only do one thing with it, and one of those players had to end up pivoting away completely. What do you think we'll see from the rest of the series out from here?
I think, you know, as things are getting tighter at the moment, I feel like players are going to really be considering a lot before they choose their first augment, like possibly scouting a bit more. I think we will see a little bit of that change, and you know, it's the last day. This is the time where you expect those first or 8th players a little bit more often, so maybe more mercs as well. I do think the playstyle is definitely going to shift a little bit as we go into game 4.
Yep. I mean, look, we've seen a little bit of success with that so far, but generally when we get to the end of these final days, that is exactly what you see. Players down the bottom think, hey, well, may as well just send it. That's my only option. It's my only chance of getting up on top of the rest of the players. Yeah, so look, considering what we just talked about there with the augments, I mean, it'd be very interesting, you know, if you could see like at what second each player picked each augment, because, you know, was it both of them were just like, they both saw so small and were just like, oh yeah, quickly, you know, let's get on top of that and try and you know, steer anyone else away from playing that, or a featherweights or anything else that might sort of lean them towards yordles like that, or did one of them really just, you know, kind of veg out a bit? And
It's very hard to say without actually watching each player, you know, in that moment. But I really do hope it doesn't happen. Like, it just griefs both of them, like, to be honest. Like, it's very hard for one player to go that much better than the other player. And I feel like it's just not, it just feels bad for everyone. Like, we're watching, we feel bad, they feel bad. I just really hope that it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, look, with Thieving Rascals on top of them, on top of that first so small augment, there was really no other way to go, but who knows what will happen here in our 4th game of the day. It's, of course, going to be Ducky and Frosty casting this one. I haven't actually been able to pick up the future side augment to figure out what is actually going to happen in this game 4, so we'll see it transpire over the next 35 or 40 minutes or so, Frosty. But what I do want to talk about is, we talked about, you know, contention on the augments and being able to scout around, Frosty. I love hammering home that you need to find these niche carries and these niche compositions to try and find these little wedges in this lobby to get an extra 1 or 2 points on the rest of the competition.
Well, 2 things I'm going to say here. 1, I'm really surprised that you don't have that future side, because you're just so radiant. And second of all, well, you know, these augments, it really does come down to a little bit of scouting. The most important scouting that you can get down is at that 1-4 stage there, because if you find yourself in that position, like the casters have hammered home over on the couch here, if you end up in that position there, it's just disaster for both of you. And we saw it last game. And, you know, that is, I'd say, perhaps the biggest disaster that you could imaginably happen, is 2 players go into something so niche like yordles there,
and
which
like
is why I was so surprised.
Like, you know, something that requires you to be by yourself. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you have to be uncontested on it. It's the same for like reroll comps. It's why you see, like, if there's a Twitch player in the lobby, there's only one Twitch player. There's always been like, you know, you got to look for like Warwick and that kind of thing. But it's going to be like that kind of thing where players need to start being a little bit innovative. As we're going to go into the game 1, look at the first carousel, take a look at all these picks.
All right, we've got KMP here, who is our rank #1 player. And I mean, KMP has been extraordinarily consistent over these last few days here, especially, managing to come into day #3 here as our #1 seed. And honestly, I gotta say, Ducky, even all things considered, not exactly the most expected play. We didn't really come into this tournament, highlighting KMP as one of the players to take it home.
Oh, hell no.
But
No, just turned up with great performances.
That's it. And it was so surprising. And I love the consistency that we've seen from it. It almost feels like we've seen a little bit of a different play style from everyone else with KMP. I'd say it's almost their signature style. A little bit of flex, mostly AP focus here or there, but also not afraid to play strikers when they have the option to.
Yeah, like the closest comparison that you could probably give to KMP is Daytread, and Daytread is probably the second player that you can highlight as someone that no one really was having their eyes on before this tournament, but now they're really playing, towards the strength. And they had the early Alawi, and now they've got the Mercenary Heart out here. They did sell the Alawi though, so a little bit harder to run it. Nice edge and underdogs. Solid blue streak options here for 2 of them, and the nice edge can accelerate. But it's not necessarily the typical KMP playstyle that we have seen that we just talked about.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, because I do think that Mercenary Heart does have a lot going for it. It is one of those things that we did see a lot over in NA. NA players love their mercenaries, but over here in OCE, it seems like it's a little bit of a safer playstyle, perhaps because of it's just not comfortable for the players, or maybe they just don't value it as highly here.
Or maybe they just love the orders. They love seeing the little champion pop up and making, oh, that's a Vex, that's 3 gold, or it's a wonderful upgrade for my board. But we do see the nice edge picked up by KMP.
Oh, no.
And I think, this kind of works towards the way KMP has been playing very aggressive early game boards. Nice edge out of those 3 options was the best for the early game, but the thing that KMP is doing right here is sitting on a bunch of pairs, and like you said, the oh no, the gangplank, that could have been the difference maker with the Merc Hub. You only know after it happens.
Yeah, that's the hard bit about it there, and that's why you only really see players committing to it when they know that they've got it available to them. But I will say, though, that Zuzu, who has got Twin Shot Heart here and has got 3 Twin Shot already, is looking to be extraordinarily strong. And there's a center as well. An incredible early game unit to just solidify your wins here.
Well, this is Lucian getting the wife buff here on that Socialite Hex. Got brilliant items as well. The Twin Shot Heart has been the augment of the weekend, I would say, Frosty. We've talked about the power of Twin Shot Heart, Twin Shot Soul, Sharpshooters, anything Twin Shot related. If it's got it in the description, it is good. I do want to highlight the mute in this game, as was shown on the screen, is Voracious Appetite. That might change the way a couple of players play. We have seen a couple of players play towards Voracious Appetite here in OCE, but again, no Synaptic Web to be seen.
Yeah, I think the big highlight there, especially with Voracious Appetite, is that phony front line being able to gift another 2 units there and trying to enable the Voracious Appetite to stack up, especially on that Malzahar, which can deal out a lot of damage very quickly as soon as it starts to turn on. But we're seeing this center being taken out as we move over to TXE. It's got a little bit of a different board here. Did end up losing the first round here. Has got that Ginsu's on the Ashe. And we haven't really been seeing a lot of Ashe here.
None.
0.
Zero Ashe.
Yeah. As it did get nerfed in this patch. I think it was quite appropriate. It was a little bit oppressive beforehand here. But still, as an early item holder, Ashe, still fairly decent.
I mean, the attack speed slow is always something that players like. I think as far as debuffs go in TFT, and attack speed slow this early in the game is one of the best that you could ask for, because it slows down not only damage, but mana generation. It's just super powerful. The Ashe holds the Ginsu's quite nicely, and it can be transitioned into a couple of different picks later on to the game. You can take it through a bunch of angles. You can run on hit Ari, you can run twin shots with the Ginsu, you can run basically anything under the sun, even strikers. So it's flexible, and it's a good way for TXE to, again, be playing strong early boards. And I wonder if this is a playstyle change here from TXE, these strong early boards, now that it is day 3, maybe feeling like they need to conserve HP and look for higher placements overall.
Oh, definitely. It's a really interesting one, that's for sure. But what else is incredibly interesting? A sniper's nest. We have seen absolutely 0 snipers at all here. And Carter is trying their best to try to, fake players out here to try to not give away the positioning that Sniper's Nest does reward for you sticking in that same hex over the last few turns. Is going to work out decently here, as, this extra damage being pumped out with the Caitlyn, with the Shojins here.
Just means it gets the cast off. Yeah, it gets the cast off before the TXE's Caitlyn, so, it can get it off, and it's just going to get the snipe here on the Ashe as well. Sniper's Nest was nerfed. It was 10% per turn. Now it is 8% per turn on the same hex. However, I don't think that should necessarily stop players from doing it. And you know what? I'm going to say it. Cardi is on here for an MF game. Sniper's Nest is one of the best augments for reroll MF. Shojin is best in slot mana item for MF in my opinion, and has the rod on bench. We haven't seen a lot of MF reroll so far today, but this is the best start possible for it.
And fun fact for you as well is that Sniper's Nest as well is one of the highest win rate silver augments in the entire game. So when you get this composition going here with the Sniper's Nest, it's incredibly powerful, you know. I think the differential between it with and without is massive. You know, being able to pump out that extra 32% on top of all the items on the MF there, especially with an MF2, means that you're going to have an incredibly strong mid game, which will allow you to transition into that fast 9 that you're looking for late game.
And you can see them starting to build now, like into this board, picking up the Alawi and the Zac. You know, you've got this free Bruiser frontline now going. It is very common to transition this MF board with a Bruiser frontline in the early game because of the synergies that it has with the mercenary units as well. So keep an eye out for that one. Not a comp that we've seen a lot of. We saw it a bit. I think Fortune Chosen played it yesterday, went to a 5th. I feel a lot more confident about this MF reroll board. As we move over to Yush with the Yordle start. Now, we did speak about it a little bit earlier. The OCE playstyle of playing Yordles versus playing Mercs. Do you really just think it is that comfort thing?
I think it is a lot safer, right? There is definitely the fail-safe in Mercenaries where you just don't end up hitting 3 Mercenaries, right? Even with the Mercenary Heart there, it can be a little bit hit or miss as we're coming up against Atrod, who is actually rocking Mutant. Not something we expected to end up seeing here.
Voracious is one of the ones that maybe see it, but yeah, like you said, it's a very strong start so far. Had the first aid kit as well, and what if you get first aid kit plus like a Gunblade Malzahar? Oh, that's a lot of healing.
Yeah, not only that, it's a lot of damage as well. Your damage is all but taken care of there, so you can look for other avenues such as the blue buff there. But Huey Dewey Louie, I was going to comment on this a little bit earlier here, is back on their shenanigans once more here, Ducky, as I don't think anyone is really surprised here.
No.
I mean, I'm a little surprised to see just how consistently they're trying to go for it, but another Warwick game.
I mean, when you think about it, like, if you're consistently going for it, it plants the seed of doubt in the rest of the players' minds in this lobby. Like, they're going to have to think, when they're looking at playing Warwick and say they get a good Warwick start, they have to be like, oh, isn't Huey just going to be transitioning to this late game? And those kinds of things are the things that you don't necessarily think about, say, on ladder. On ladder, you just go, whatever, I'm not going to scout, I'm not going to pivot, I'm just going to be strong. But in tournament play, it's actually a massive difference because every point counts.
That's it. You know, I remember back when I used to try to be a professional TFT player, I used to say, me Zed. Me Zed. I planted the seed of doubt in the lobby that would start at every single carousel.
That was set 4 Zed too.
It was. I would go for
Spirit.
Bo every single time, just like these set 6 players are right about now. And you know what ended up happening? Nobody ended up contesting me every single time. They would see a chosen Zed there, and they would leave it because they knew that I would still end up forcing the Zed every single time.
And
so that's exactly what Huey is trying to do here.
Yeah, exactly. And like good items across the board here. Quinn needs no introduction. You know, the Shojin here is very strong, almost as strong as some of the other items you would see on the Warwick with the big focus there. Obviously, the cloak here, very nice. Can he pick up the glove out of this? Yes, he can. I am a little bit of a prophet.
Wow.
What can I say? That is a very nice start here. Weak spot, okay. Not the greatest in terms of augment snots here, but Huey has been playing it regardless. I'm pretty sure he'd even give it a crack with so small.
Well, I think the thing here is that I think Huey is found their comfort zone, right? I think that when you get up to this here, it's mostly just about, do you manage to hit at this point, right? Like,
Yeah.
are you able to hit your Warwick 2 in a decent amount of time and stop the bleeding from happening? As we've moved over to Escher here, who's a little bit of an interesting board, is probably trying to fit in that innovated. There it is, has to take out the Malzahar, really strong power unit. A little bit unfortunate here, but really loving this board. It's coming together quite well.
He's got a little bit of flexibility in what he can play here. Like, he's got
Yeah.
the back foot as well. I do want to just quickly, before we go away from the Huey Dewey Louie point, I do want to just add that, like, you know, Huey has always played best on the Warwick so far this weekend. He's sitting on in 7th place right now with only 11 points in this final lobby. He's 5 points behind first, so has a long way to go. A good Warwick start can make all the difference here. So now we look into talking more about Escher, and I think Escher's just really keeping their options wide open right now. We spoke about the power of just running 2-star units no matter what they are. In Stage 2, it does the job, and the Javan Ageless Standard doesn't quite do enough there for Escher to get the win, so the win streak is broken. But the Malzahar 2 is a huge pickup, and he can also make a Gunblade if he so chooses, plus with the tier. It's just a great start.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing is I was about to say we might be seeing a typical Escher Strikers game there, but with the Malzahar 2 pickup, it might put a wrench into things where you might start to see that, you know, perhaps you may start to consider trying to go for something like Arcanist from there. But the transition is hard, right? It's not going to be something that is terribly easy. Oh, on our second secret monitor here that we can see, Escher's fully itemized that Malzahar, so
Yeah,
we're
and
going to be seeing a Malzahar game from him.
I was just going to bring it up that he did have the tier on bench and the sword, so he could have made Shojin, and he has actually slammed the Shojin, and that goes quite nicely with the back foot. We go over to the other Malzahar player here, though, and Daytrade, who's just sitting on the tier on that right now. Takes a big hit to face here against Daytrade's board, not Daytrade's board, KMP's board, which, by the way, KMP just doing what KMP does, slamming all the items that they possibly can early, making use out of that nice edge. This is the KMP style of play that we have come to expect. However, Daytrade is going quite deep into this mutant, so can try and make the most of this Voracious Appetite. Ascension, not necessarily bad pick in, neither is Flanks, you know, getting a little bit of defensive utility, adding on top of the first aid kit. That's going to be a very hard board to carve through.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's a little bit of a catch-22 here, right? Because Exiles definitely does work well with the board, especially because you're playing less units, but at the same time, you want your units to end up dying more often than not. But, I mean, Daytrade disagrees with that. Is going to still end up playing the Exiles there simply because it's the best overall out of the bunch. And, you know, fairly decent choice. He's going to probably try to look towards picking up either a sword or a blue buff on the carousel here, just be able to pump out that extra damage. And really wants to hit this Kha'Zix. I think with the 5 mutant spike there, it's going to be a massive power spike for the composition.
And the synergy between Exiles and First Aid Kit works, right? Like, you know, you get the extra shielding off of that. So, you know, that's actually quite a good pickup that I didn't actually quite think of. But we're moving over to Zuzu Bird here right now, who is just keeping the marriage buff going with this center and Lucian. And this Lucian is just scaling so hard. Got the 4 twin shot online already, although the other twin shots in Gangplank and Corki only 1-star. I don't think that particularly matters when you've got this Lucian just hitting like a truck every time they dash across the convergence here.
No, definitely not. Hitting that Lucian at stage 3 is a big power spike. This is the power that has when you hit this early Lucian. You know, it tends to fall off a little bit on stage 4 when there's more units, when the Lucian starts to dash into units more often as well, as we tend to see. But right now, being able to hit this Lucian to an incredible power spike and is going to carry Zuzu through this win streak up to stage 4.
I was going to say, the last time we saw a Lucian dash into a unit, it basically dashed Angora's chances of going to Worlds yesterday. That was a little bit unfortunate from the heavy favorite coming in to regionals. But Angora not in this lobby, didn't make it to the day 3 top 8. We are talking about the 8 top players here in game 4 on this carousel. The few 4 costs left up here. You know, that's a decent amount of gold here for KMP and Zuzu Bird, who wouldn't necessarily mind that, being able to build up a little bit of econ and gain that advantage. You know, items here, you know, the cloak is okay, can end up being pretty much like a Chalice of Power if he so wishes, or a defensive frontline option, or even just a secondary carry option like a BT on the Gangplank. So pretty flexible regardless of the fact that it's a defensive item, and the gold injection always very nice.
Yeah, fair enough. We moved on to KMP here, who's on that win streak though. 4 scrap, an incredible mid-game board here. Haven't really seen any high-end scrap here, not necessarily the vertical that a lot of players are tending to look towards, simply because it does lack a little bit of power, you know, does kind of heavily rely on hitting that Jinx late game for that consistency. It's come up against Escher with this absolutely stacked Malzahar, and we see it just starting to go to work here, continuously draining through the rest of the team, providing a lot of utility with this Gunblade. Is going to end up going down though because of the residual damage from the Mechanical Scarab.
Yeah, the Scarab and the Echo just wailing away on the backline there. Decap Echo, not necessarily something you see every day, but I think it was actually Escher that was running some sort of carry. Echo had like the 3-star Archangels a couple of games ago. That was a bit wild. Echo can do a bit of damage when the slow comes down. But yeah, no, KMP looking quite strong right here. Where do you kind of take these items from here though, Frosty? Like, you know, the 4 scrap, we talked about it. Slappy mentioned, you know, it's a very strong mid-game trait. The shield is nothing to scoff at in the late game as well. But what are the kind of units you think KMP is trying to hit as we approach stage 4?
I really see this as a fast 9 board. I don't really think KNP is going to be switching around this board too much heading into stage 4. I would expect to see that KNP is fully prepared to take a few losses here, go up to level 8, maybe take a little bit of a roll down, try to hit some more powerful units such as the Seraphine to hold some of these decap items, and is overall just going to try to look for that fast 9. We've seen an incredible success rate over the past 3 days here of players who have been able to hit Fast 9 have more often than not won the lobby by far.
Yeah, it has been that previously, it is always a contest between reroll and Fast 9 players, Fast 8 players, but, these players are, leaning towards those, pressing the F keys more than their D keys. And that's been a bit more successful. As we move over to TXE, sitting bottom of the lobby, still up there near the top regardless in terms of points. Got the Socialite emblem outside of the Ancient Archives total traits at 3-3. Does open up the potential for 5 Socialite.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I don't think we've seen a striker game out of TXE thus far in the tournament, which is really interesting considering just how popular it's been. But I guess that goes to show you just, how flexible TXE is trying to play. But I expect to see a really big roll down here coming from them to be able to consolidate their power since they are bleeding out just that much. 35 health, hitting that Rex side too, hitting that center too. Now, these are some big power spikes. Takes away the Leona from the Debonair pool. Might be looking towards a Draven angle. A little bit worried if that's the case, though. Draven, not a lot of success here, and especially considering that, there's a Sivir too. Okay, that's exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, like you said, the Draven has been a little bit hit or miss, but you know what hasn't been hit or miss this weekend? Sivir has been actually probably the more comfortable striker carry for the OCE players here in the regional finals compared to the Irelia that you might have seen in other regions. And with the he had that early Ginsu slam and wondering where it was going to go on, and he does actually opt for the strikers board, which I do think is probably the first time TXE's run it. If not, it's definitely up there. However, he still has a couple more items on bench that he can slam. I'm looking at something like a GS there or a Shiv. Both are pretty good as long as it's a bow. Sivir likes it, but TXE only has 22 HP, not a lot to play with. How do you think he can actually strengthen up this board? Is it just is it just about getting that 4 striker?
I think it is just about hitting this combination of hitting 3 Socialite and 4 striker here. The front line for strikers is not necessarily the most stable of things, right? It is very much so a kill or be killed composition because of just how the composition works. You don't play tanky units. You have to rely on your Sivir just chucking out massive amounts of damage. So it's going to come down to, does TXE hit these big spikes? But we've moved over to Huey Dewey Louie, who has been on that Warwick here, but
no big spikes.
That's it. No big spikes anytime soon at all. 33 health. There's no Warwicks on bench. That's 3 Warwicks right there.
And he has 2 Nikos too. And
yeah,
I guess just to frame this in a different way. So last game, Escher played the Warwick reroll to a win. At 4-2, Escher already had Warwick 3, Singed 3, Quinn 3. What does Huey have? 3 copies of each, and only looking close to getting a Tryndamere 3. This is dire straits for Huey, who has needed a big game to try and push towards those world slots, and is definitely falling a little bit off the pace here. Is still looking for something like the Ginsus on this Warwick, which is very strong. Has the Runans on bench, but definitely doesn't want to slam that. Doesn't necessarily have the econ either right now to even roll down, and I feel like he's almost like his Torment Life is depending on what he hits at this 4-6 augment. And even then, I don't think that's going to be enough given how far behind he is on this comp.
Yeah, this lobby is absolutely cutthroat here. TXE, who managed to hit that Sivir 2, still lost out there. So, I think it is going to come down to, does Huey outlast TXE? Does TXE end up taking that 8th and Huey take the 7th, right?
And after TXE's strong start, that is a little bit alarming.
It is. It's a little bit of a shame to see that happen, but we've moved over to the Day Trade here, who is rocking that Mutant board, and is starting to use it to great effect. Just look at the damage being pumped out. That is a 1% Kai'Sa right there.
Look, for the Mutant board, that is definitely what you want to see, but this Malzahar is just going to get traded away. Its life thrown away by the Silco Unstable Concoction. I feel like if the Malzahar could stay alive there, it probably just bleeds through. And this is the duality of Silco that we are seeing here, Frosty. Sometimes he giveth, and sometimes that Shimmer taketh.
Oh, it is taking away some combats and some points from some players, that's for sure. TXE manages to hit the glove there, so that's going to be a last whisper for that critical Sivir. And I think that is probably going to be the final thing that they're trying to look for here. So we'll see whether that's enough in the next combat or so. May end up not actually even getting to see 3rd augment.
Yeah, no, he needs it to be enough for this combat if he actually wants to see the 3rd augment. We haven't seen too many people miss 3rd augment. Typically, if they have, it's been because of a mercenary cash out, just being able to miss that. But, we'll keep an eye on the right-hand side there as we keep our eyes on Daedra. TXE, it does actually push level 8 here. Can maybe look at fitting in the 3 Socialite if they so choose. for a bit of extra healing, but at the same time, they've got the BT on the Sivir, which you know is not the greatest in terms of this current game state. So it's a little bit scrappy. Has the Irelia option there, but I don't really like this board in terms of like the Sivir. We've seen the Sivir be so successful for Striker. I do like the fact that he's pivoted into that now. But yeah, maybe just valuing the Socialite, valuing the Innovator over the Striker has harmed TXE here a little bit.
Yeah, potentially, but looking at the way that Yosh's build is coming together here, gotta say that I favor TXE's chances much more than Yosh's. Decent itemization over there, but I mean, it's just an upgraded board compared to an unupgraded board. Somebody who's spent their gold to somebody who hasn't quite yet. So being able to put the pressure back onto Yosh here, TXE is going to live towards third Augment. And we have seen players come back from 4 health or 1 health to win entire lobbies. And it is prismatic. Verdant Veil is perfect. Exactly what TXE is looking for here. The other two, couldn't ever see it being taken, honestly.
Yeah, no, it does opt for the Verdant Veil in the end. I was going to make a case for high 5 as potentially like, you know what, if you get the high 5 and it rolls into a nice, you know, Jace or something like that, you can definitely look at pivoting out of this Striker board and making use of that. But no, the Verdant Veil is nice and safe, keeps the Sivir, you know, a bit more defensively sound, as well as the Irelia, which is now in. So, you know, you won't need to be requiring that QSS or Banshees later in the game. You can just focus on pure offensive itemization if it so comes. But, you know, like we said, Prismatic Augment speed up the game, like, you know, quite a lot. And like Huey, Dewey, Louie, we're talking about it, was missing a lot of their power spikes earlier. Hit Quinn just earlier, now has Tryndamere and Warwick. So they've probably hit some random reroll augment to just completely catapult their board ahead. And we're talking about them being in dire straits before they hit the Windfall, which is the gold injection they needed to roll down and save themselves in this lobby.
Definitely the case here as we've moved into combat against, and I do believe that is Kade, who was rocking that Sniper's Nest earlier there. And that's a Triforce 3. So that means that MF is going to be supercharged, but don't get me wrong, that is still a Warwick 3 right there, and that is most certainly supercharged. So that's going to be more than enough, because without an MF3, the combat just isn't there for it. You know, that burst damage doesn't matter if you're able to cut down the Warwick's healing if your team is just falling apart.
Yeah, but that's a board that is going to scale massively if you can actually find the roll down here at 7 for Cardi to hit the MF3. The Triforce 3 is such a huge buff for it on top of the Sniper's Nest. This could be doing a lot of damage in the late game if you can find a third offensive item for it. We are moving over to Escher's board right now on a win streak with the loaded dice. Last time Escher took loaded dice, he was 8 out of 9 Irelia. Just missed out on the Irelia. What do you think he's going to be looking for with this loaded die? Maybe a Victor?
I think we're going to be seeing something a little bit more reasonable. Could imagine, say, something like a Vex 3 being picked up sometime soon here. You know, I wouldn't exactly expect to see everything being burned right about now. Maybe 1 or 2 loaded dice just to try to guarantee, you know, hitting something powerful, such as, you know, a Vex 3. Is just rolling down a little bit here.
You'd use 1 die there on one of the units to try and find a couple of Arcanist upgrades, but I think he just hit 1 Vex and 1 Ari and kind of said, that's enough. Now he's slowly rolling down and uses another die. I think he is using the die on the Vexes here because there's a lot of Yordle is coming up into the shop. And here's another 2, so he's now 8 out of 9. Also has the Arcanist Victor that he can pick up here. And an Ari as well. Got to remember, 5 out of 9 Ari as well. That's also another secondary win con here.
That is definitely another secondary win con, and it seems like Escher agrees with us here. Be surprised to not see the Victor being picked up, perhaps a little bit dizzy on bench as to what they want to try to get rid of, or perhaps keeping economy in consideration here. After all, you know, potentially selling off that Darius to try to get that Victor in with 20 gold left over. Don't forget, folks, economy is still incredibly important, but Hatred's Mutant board is absolutely tearing through everything. This Malzahar 3 that has potential to come together here.
And it has Celestial Blessing 3 on top of that First Aid Kit, on top of that Exiles, on top of that Gunblade. That is so much healing and sustain that, you know, Merilonomicons and Sunfire Capes and Sunfire boards be damned. That is too much healing for even all those augments to get through.
Yeah, and look at this. You know, I think Escher has recognized the fact that he cannot hit a Malzahar 3, and that's a big power spike for the composition there. So is instead probably going to try to look towards itemizing a Victor 1 instead. Don't get me wrong, Victor 1, absolutely no slouch, and a Vex 3 even more so. So I really want to see items being chucked onto this Victor here. Instead chooses to put it on the Ari. Not a bad choice either, mind you. I mean, both perfectly respectable carries.
Yeah, you know, they can utilize a lot of AP items. You know, the Ari Orbs here with the healing off of the Gunblade might be a little bit more reliable than the 1-star Victor with not a lot of mana generation. This border doesn't have any scholars on it, doesn't necessarily have a big way of getting it, but this Vex living on 1 HP, that's a Vex 3 difference. Like, you know, the Vex, once upgraded, is so strong. And when you're considering this lobby, if you can find that 6 out of 9 Ari, by the way, that is one win con to keep an eye on here for Escher. Hopefully he doesn't get stuck on 8 like he did with the Irelias. But the Vex I was talking about, Bramble Vest, Declaw, something like that to round this out would be a very strong front line, even without all of the bodyguards that are across the front there in the Syndicate.
Yeah, so definitely something that they're going to be looking into going into Carousel here. I also love Escher's choice to put in a second Ari just to make sure that they're not going to end up dying. You know, with units being held on bench that are perhaps a little bit weaker than usual. You know, being able to put in the Arcanist Heart here so that you can play these quality units going to work out a little bit well. But I'd say that this is probably the one counter to the Arcanist board here. You know, this really strong Warwick comp being able to go through the back line here. And unfortunately being stuck on the Vex.
Yeah, this Vex doesn't have a Bramble Vest, so this Warwick will be able to slowly get through it if it can. Like, the healing is coming through for this Warwick, and the Vex shield is enough.
Look at the Ari damage, though.
But yeah, like, that's the thing, is like the Ari didn't have enough to get through there, and also Quinn just constantly firing into the backline there, just getting those, you know, 2.5 second silences and like disarms onto the backline there. The Aris couldn't just get their mana generation for the cast, and you know, Ari just needs to be permacasting to be able to ban out those orbs. So Huey Dewey Louis stays alive, and look at this lobby, by the way, Frosty. We've got Day Trade and TXC on 4 HP. TXC win streaking 4 HP in a dream. We thought it was doomed with that Sivir, but maybe it's coming back. TXC, Ron proving us all wrong. But we've also got, across the rest of it, it's really close. Like, we're used to seeing one win streak player really high. KMP was that win streak player. The Jace 2 might change things, but it's so tight.
It is so incredibly tight here, and this just goes to show you the margins here that these players are playing with. We've moved over to Daytrade, who has got that really stacked mutant board, is one off of that Cho'Gath 3, which is a massive power spike here. You know, Daytrade's had this in for quite a while here, so it's been stacking up a fair amount of health, and combined with this Malzahar and the Gunblade healing, and also the Celestial Blessing as well.
And also the double redemption.
It's no slouch.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
This is going to be one stacked Cho'Gath. And honestly, Cho'Gath is not a unit that we have seen on stream. I think a couple of players have played it off stream. But yeah, we haven't really seen the Cho'Gath carry. And with the Voracious Appetite, even if the backline dies, the Cho'Gath chomps just get ever stronger across the combat. Like, you know, it's going to be doing so much damage across the board here. Potentially, this Kai'Sa as well, staying alive for so long, has been very, very impactful. However, the healing of Warwick can't be cut through because of the QSS, and that is the end of Day Trade going out in an 8th. It was promising, but I don't think it was enough.
Yeah, it looked so good there. You know, I think it was finally starting to make the mutant comp come together, but unfortunately just doesn't, you know, fit the final piece in there. You know, maybe with something like that Cho'Gath 3 with a Kai'Sa 2 might have been able to stabilize, but we've moved over to KNP's board here, who is at that level 8 power point, and that is a Jace 2 with stacked itemization
and
there.
And the blue buff. We love the blue buff on
and
Jace.
The blue buff too. That is a Jace from Arcane right there, Ducky, let me tell you.
And look, you know, the Jace is very powerful in that regard. With the blue buff, the acceleration gate gets up so much quicker. There's more uptime on it. That's more attack speed for these backline units. For Silco, that means more cast. For Seraphine, that means more cast. Now, even for the Kai'Sa, that means faster attacks, and that means more bullets in the Acathian Monsoon. But I did want to point out on the side there as we're running into this corner combat as Escher takes a big hit to face. Is that enough for death? No, close, but no cigar. TXC out in 7th, but Cardi has hit the MF3, by the way. Now that's going to be a scary board now that the MF3 is online. We'll go and check that out soon as Cardi slowly starts rising up this board as we enter into the Dragon, and a second Zephyr up there for Escher, so that is very strong. As we go over to Cardi though, this is probably the one item that they desperately wanted to keep this MF safe, and it is perfect because it means you don't have to adjust the Sniper's Nest positioning. It's the Banshees.
I was a little bit worried about Cardi because it would be one hit from death from this position here, right? And you know, these fights, they're not always a guarantee whether you're going to be able to take it home, but something like the Banshees here is going to be absolutely perfect for keeping this MF safe, which, I mean, you mentioned it. You don't want to move your Sniper's Nest units at this stage of the game here, so you have to work around that. And so, you know, being able to protect your backline from a blitz hook, which players will still try to be a little bit wily with. You know, they will try to snipe off your Jhin here, your MFs as well, if you're not careful. So, a very fortunate pickup to say the least here, but I think what I really want to see is this Vi moving. I want to see a bit of scouting going on here. We see the little legend from Kade sticking there on the board, is not doing any scouting. I want to see get the best Shroud usage here. And, I mean, there's a bit of shuffling going on here. We'll have to see whether it manages to snap off anything from Huey. Misses almost entirely, but
No, it
manages
doesn't.
to
It
tag
actually gets the
Quinn.
Quinn, which is the most important part of this. And, you know, the first Quinn blind doesn't go through because of this Banshee's Claw. And
Wow,
that means
that
the Warwick,
damage.
the Warwick just gets melted here. That is the power of the Triforce here. The Archangel means that it's going to be slowly ramping up. However, this Quinn could cast and end it all, but it doesn't matter because this Jin just does a 2k hit as Cardi is making this MF reroll board work. It only took us 16 games in regionals, Frosty, but we are finally seeing potentially someone pull off the MF reroll.
And look at the health from this lobby. Yush going out in 6th there. Right, we've got 2 players below 5 health. You know, we've got Escher, Huey, and essentially Zuzu, and probably Cardi as well. 1 hit from death. And, you know, that is just, it goes to show you how tight these lobbies are. But, I mean, let's look at Zuzu's board here. This thing is absolutely stacked. There's a Lucian 3. That is double. That is double Trap Claw right there. And that is a Morgana 3. No Gangplank 3, not necessarily being itemized for that, but Twin Shot 5 combined with this Lucian 3 is going to do wonders against Cardi's board. Look at it melt.
Yeah, but the same thing is every time this Lucian dashes into the Make It Rain from MF, it does take a little bit of extra damage. The Lucian does manage to juke around it, and I think I have just cursed Cardi. It is a top 4. I will take that. It is a top 4. It's the first time it's happened in regionals, but it is only a 4th. I think Cardi a little bit disappointed to go off that board. Huey, Dewey, Louie couldn't necessarily hit a little bit harder on that Warwick board. I think it was because they just bled a little bit out too much in like stages 3 and 4 that they go out in the 5th there. They did end up having a strong board by the very end of it, but it was all too late. Now we are left with the final 3. And look, it's KMP and Escher still in this top 3. Like Escher, like basically working away with this Ari board. It has now got the Victor 2. Did pop up on the end of that combat. We will see the ghost of it here against Zuzu Bird. Can, you know, this double threat split across both sides of the board make it work against this Lucian?
I'm a little bit worried though, because we know that KMP's board is just that strong, right? We saw the Jace 2 there, and we know what Jace 2 can do, especially against a Vex that was not really the best itemized there. But it looks like
Escher's got the win against KMP.
Yeah.
This is getting spicy. We're going into the 6-4 carousel here. There's a Debonair spat on this Victor, but the Victor upgrade is ready to come through for Escher. There's a couple of options here. There's something like the Hodge that might be a hotly contested item here, because I'm looking across the rest of the boards, and nothing too appealing outside of like the components, but KMP. The Hodge gets left open, KMP opting for the last Whisper. There has been a little bit of bodyguard front lines here, especially on Escher's board, so maybe just needs a little bit more armor shred.
Yeah, definitely the case here, as we see. That's exactly why they pick up the chain vest there. It's going to be a shroud here, and being able to put your shroud with your brawn there is such a great combination. We see that over on KMP's board, however, that is a Last Whisper Giant Slayer blue buff Jace.
I think he literally just remade a Jace 2, by the way.
Yeah, that's probably perfect item Jace.
Yeah,
really?
you get pretty close to, but I'm just more astounded by the fact he's level 8 and just remade a Jace 2. He might have had a magnetic remover, I'm not too sure. But either way, it is good for KMP. This is much better than having the Locket on it. The Locket now goes onto the Seraphine as it now plays Zuzu Bird, which could potentially dictate the game depending on what Ghost Escher is playing. But you know, this Jace is now firing away. The blue buff comes up. The Lucian has just been CC'd to oblivion on this board. It cannot get away. It dashes in. It's just keeping on dashing around, but it's not just enough. It goes down. The Vi as well, keeping on disrupting the backline, just keeping the Lucian out of that combat means KMP and Escher, I would argue, are 2 of our more consistent players so far today. KMP with a slow start. Escher has been consistent all the way out, are now fighting to probably distance themselves from the rest of this lobby.
And look, it seems like Escher's against the world here. This Ari is absolutely stacked, and the Victor is as well. But just look, there's 2 Zephyrs on the side of KMP here, and a Jace 2. There's going to have to be an insane dodge. A Shroud as well. We'll have to see, can Escher maneuver the units where exactly they need to be?
Look, it could just come down to the items here.
Oh, they got the Victor.
They did manage to pick up the Victor here, you know. It is necessarily like, you know, this Jace is now just free firing the Victor. Can't necessarily generate the mana for this cast, you know, finally coming down here with the Shojin, but literally it's just not enough. You know, the QSS, you know, can't block that Zephyr. And you know what? I'm honestly going to say that it's just a little bit of a Band of Thieves stiff. Like the double TG that's coming off there, just the pure item value that KMP is getting, plus the fact that they had the ability to rebuild that Jace. What can't KMP play at this point?
Well, I mean, that is just a typical KMP board. I don't know what you're talking about. Dude just hits Jace 2 literally every single game.
Yeah, he just pushes to 9. He plays for these fast 8, fast 9 boards, typically AP heavy. That's a more AD-centric version from KMP that we have seen. But yes, that is just KMP playing this tempo game perfectly.
And I'm going to stop you right there because if you notice, Ducky, that wasn't even level 9.
Yeah.
That was level 8 that they managed to hit a Jace 2 on there, and that just goes to show you the power of hitting Jace 2 that early. Managed to keep on that win streak throughout the most of the game, and then hit that Jace 2. It seems to me like trying to play for these early win streaks are just going to end up being so much more successful than trying to play a lose streak.
Well, KMP and Escher are certainly asserting their dominance on this final day lobby here in the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals. That is game 4. There's still 2 more to go, but we're going to throw it over to Genome and Sleppy on the couch for a bit of analysis from what we maybe missed.
At the start of this game, KNP and Escher were neck and neck. Both them and TXE had gone, had a first, a third, and a 7th. All of them were completely tied. Yeah, couldn't split a hair between those guys coming into this game. Finally, KMP does manage to put himself 1 point above Escher from now after that exciting lobby there. And you know, what can we possibly do to make Arcanist work, Sleppy? Because, you know, we saw the Vex 3 come out there. We had, you know, we had Victor with the Shojin on the side, and still can't get over the top of a level 8 board.
Yeah, I think just ultimately against a Jace 2, which is such a strong unit, it's just going to struggle regardless. But I think that's still a pretty successful game of Arcanist that we saw. And I think the difference is that he had a 3-item Shojin, Gunblade, Murillo, Malzahar 2. Sorry, that was a bit of a mouthful. In stage 3, that helped Escher save so much health. And I think that's the difference between an Arcanist board that can make it to top 2, top 3, and an Arcanist board that struggles in the mid game because they've lost so much health.
All right, well, let's have a look at the scoreboard now and see if they've managed to save some points as well as some health in that game. So as we mentioned, KMP getting 1 point above Escher there, and the two of them, with that first and second place respectively, are going to move ahead and finally put some distance between themselves and TXC and Yush, who are now tied. And then, unfortunately, Zuzubird will drop one further down there to 5th, as we see them followed by Kade, Huey and Daytread. Now, look, Zuzubird there, we saw another twin shot game come out from Zuzubird there, Sleppy. And we were having a little bit of a chat about, you know, how you progress through the game with twin shot and those kind of milestones that you hit along the way.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it was actually a very strong feeling of deja vu for me when I saw that blue buff Joe Gola. It was pretty much the same board that KNP first brought to us on day 1, and the difference was that he was able to go to level 9 and find that Jix right away. But unfortunately in this lobby there were other people who were also so strong, and he just had to roll. Eventually he did roll and get the Lucian 3 and found the Jinx and was able to get a better placement, but I think it just goes to show that difference there.
Yeah, you can see not exactly finding the ideal items either for the Lucian, having to jam that second JG on there, which does net him a 3rd place, sure. You know, Escher we see there in 2nd place. Again, not ideal items. No blue buff on his Ari there. And you've got to remember, he had 6 Aris at one point. You know, it's not like he had the chance to go to 9 and increases his chances that way. And in the end, didn't even have enough eco to keep, you know, keep looking for those, to try and get it up to 3-star. Had to sell it just to try and make those last couple of upgrades, which sure got him the Victor 2, which did secure the 2nd place.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, a bit unfortunate, but I think it's he still played it really well. He got the loaded dice and got the Vex 3, which I think is the reason why he even got this far, because there was one fight where he almost died, but he managed to clutch it through and get into the top 2. But I think this game also really highlights just what KNP has been this entire tournament. Really strong early game. He had the innovator start, and, you know, Innovators, when it's really strong, it can get you to level 8 like it did here. And I feel like this is just the strength of KNP. Really strong early game. And, he just beats everyone by having that HP lead. And, attacking, or not attacking, that was a bit of a strong word, but hitting people for, 6 units at stage 2 and 3. So people like Huey Dewey, even though he got the units, he got all the 3 stars in the end, but he just lost so much HP, and I think that's the difference.
It was a little bit too late that he hit those units, right? And, maybe it'll be a little bit too late for the rest of the lobby now as KNP and Escher move ahead. You've got to remember there's only 2 slots for our OCE representatives here going to Worlds. KNP and Escher are in the best slots right now to maintain their position on top of that leaderboard and be representing us against the world. That's game 5 done, guys. We've got game 6 ready to go. Game 5 ready to go. 2 more, don't worry. But yeah, we've got the 2 front runners. Please stick around for those last 2 games as we see how this pans out.
We have seen some intense games of TFT today in the Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals, day 3 to determine our 2 players going to Worlds, Frosty. And I would like to say we've seen some prismatic augments, but it was a little bit basic last game, and that was probably the most intense of all.
It's funny how that works, isn't it? It feels like the prismatic augments just make things so overblown that it's hard to try to keep up with there. But we saw a really safe lobby there. But I think the thing that was most surprising to me was just how hard Huey tried to end up forcing Warwick there with what essentially was, you know, no augments, no items, no nothing.
But, you know, it is the case of, you know, Huey trying to make what works for him work. And, you know, it's not working right now, sitting down there in 7th, tied 6th with Cardi on 15 points. But I want to look at the gap between the top 2 and the bottom 6, because honestly, that's the cut that we're looking at later today. The top 2 going to Worlds. The bottom 6 are going to have to try and fight again in set 7. And, you know, KMP and Escher really staking their claim after that 1-2 holding hands last game. Now, Escher is 5 points ahead of the 3rd place player in TXE. What do the rest of the lobby have to catch up? Can they catch up even?
Well, okay, I'm not going to try to slander Escher here, but we have known Escher to be perhaps a little bit for fun sometimes. You know, Escher can sometimes make a few questionable decisions here or there and, you know, may end up taking an 8th, and that just might happen to be the thing that these competitors need.
He was offered Recombobulator last game, I think, and he didn't take it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe a bit traumatized from yesterday's Recombobulator.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is definitely true there.
Took the Recombobulator, was given Clapio, fast 8th. didn't necessarily have that happen today. Had built a much more solid board around that Ari. But I really do think that like these are the 2 players that have shone today. Escher has just always shone generally in TFT here in OCE, but KMP, we can't stop talking about them. Their name just always comes up every single day in this broadcast because they are just playing so consistently well.
Yeah, it's that style that they end up rocking with this early win streak here into the Fast 9 or the Fast 8 with really strong upgraded units. And it just seems to be tearing through the lobbies here. It feels like nobody else really has a good answer for what they're trying to do.
Well, now the lobbies are stretching out as we head into Game 5 here. Will KMP and Escher be able to extend their leads, or will there be a more decisive Game 6? Sleppy and Genome, can you please tell me the answer?
Well, they might be lengthening out, Ducky, but the chances of these players to make it into those top 2 spots are shortening, Sleppy.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit harder, but not 0%. It will definitely be quite difficult, especially I think, you know, KMP are on this all the time, but those early game, really strong starts. So if he gets another one like that, it's going to be really hard to try and overthrow that when you're already behind in terms of HP, but anything can happen.
He's just so good at, you know, taking what he's given at the start and then converting it towards the end of the game into that strong finish. It seems like he never falters if you give him, you know, just a little bit to work with at the start of a game.
Yeah, I think, you know, he just needs to have like those 1 or 2 2-stars and, you know, having those really strong early game items. But that being said, we did see his first 7th today as well, so it definitely isn't impossible, you know, for it to... Seems very unlikely, but not... Yeah, it's maybe. As, you know, Frosty said, they could just make one mistake there, and that's all it really takes.
I mean, that
for the
said,
standings to change.
even with a mistake, as we get into our 5th game for the day, you know, he'd still have a little bit of room to play with. He's given himself some of that breathing room by performing so consistently today and getting out ahead. You know, sure, it's only 1 point over the top of Escher, but as you move further down the leaderboard, there is a little bit more breathing room there.
Yeah, and you know, I do wonder though, maybe his playstyle will change just a slight bit. Like all he really needs here is to not bot 4, and you know, we might see him rolling a little bit more in cases where that he might normally read out a little bit. We never really know until this game pans out, but we are onto Escher's board to start off with. Our 2nd place player here, and he does have the components for a QSS.
I mean, imagine the cheek of our analyst on the couch over there saying that Escher is a 4-fun player when he proved already last set that he was the best in the region, and he's currently sitting at 2nd out of our top 8 players in the region this time. I mean,
How dare
okay,
you.
that's just... Oh, okay, well, look, he's had a Warwick on the bench there. You know, you said he had the QSS available to him, so there's already one best in
Definitely.
slot item. However, when we look at these augments, Enchanter Heart, not really going to lend you that way. Phony Frontline, you've got so much Frontline already. He does go Disintegrator, though, and that is the one I had my eyes on if he did want to go towards the Warwick angle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've kind of tossed up the possibilities of going not Runeans, Guinsoo's and
Yep.
Shiv with
Yep.
the Warwick angle, and I think particularly with the Disintegrator, I think Shiv is not a bad option over the Guinsoo's just because the Disintegrator gives extra magic damage, and that synergizes really well with the Shiv.
Yeah, because obviously some of that, you know, damage coming through from the Disintegrator, it just naturally gets, you know, mollified by the, you know, every unit's innate magic resistance. So the Shiv can help out with that, and with a bow, we have got 3 items here. We've
And
got
a
a
Singe
2-star
and a Quinn.
Singe,
Oh my
a Quinn,
goodness.
2 Quins. All right, look, at this point, surely you can't even...
Just give us a double Warwick shop next. Yeah, just do it.
Sure,
Just get it over with. You see everyone coming onto his board, having another so small. I better hope this is the only so small. I already talked about this.
Come on, guys, don't do it.
Yes,
I mean,
it
I mean,
is
the
the only
chances of
so
even
small.
like 2 people being offered so small is kind of small in and of itself, right?
And I'd just like to highlight that there is a Merc player this game.
And
know why.
we're seeing them here. Yeah, look, in hushed tones. As they go up against KNP. Of course, that is our Yordles player. Is this the Merc player isn't starting off with a lot here, however, because they've had to go up to 4, presumably to try and give them the increased chances of finding, say, I don't know, we're not sure whether it was the Queen or the Gangplank that, you know, they used to complete that set. But against the level 3 KMP, it's going to be a win to start with. But look, at least I think Gangplank farmed 1 gold there, so,
Yeah,
you know.
I'm surprised he's holding on. Oh well, we'll have a look at him later, but we do have the Ziggs upgrade here. I'm pretty happy with that, but I'm actually quite surprised as well. We were saying, you know, I was saying that KMP might take a bit of a safer route, but he, you know, looks like he might have missed having that, you know, strong early game start because he does have the Yordles opener, which is quite, I think, uncharacteristic of him. Well, I mean, he did have the Yordle game as well, but I mean, just in the sense that he's generally having a very, very strong front line. Usually doesn't have that full econ starter, but...
Man, that is the most frustrating thing in the world when you're like, yes, I've got a 2-star Darius. It's stage 2. He is just going to cleave the heck out of everybody in front of him. And Singe is just like, nah,
I'd like to
flip you later, mate.
I'd like to one-up you on the most
Okay.
frustrating thing is when he tosses your 2-star, you know, front line and they get stuck in the corner behind you. I think that is a bit more... I don't know, I have a, you know, bit of a hurt feeling about this, which is why I bring it up. But yeah, just to...
Yeah, I can see there's some deep scars there.
Yeah, yeah.
However, we've got Warwick reroll player number 2.
Oh.
And look, that said, you know, it does feel like Kade is potentially keeping some options open here because, I mean, we're seeing some, you know, there's a Gangplank in the shop to start off with, but then you've also got the other twin shot units on the bench there.
I think at the moment, this is still very flexible.
Yeah.
I don't think he necessarily is going to commit to this, especially seeing that someone else already, you know, is taking that path and, you know, arguably is a little bit ahead as well. He had, Esha had the 2-star Singe, then double Quinn. So, you know, I think this could potentially just be an item holder. Like, he is on a 2-win streak. He doesn't have to roll at 6 specifically to try and get this out.
No, and you know, you've got the Gwinsus there. We've seen how strong strikers are generally. I mean, look, to be fair though, today we haven't seen them taking out a lot of lobbies.
Yeah, I think strikers are really strong when you're kind of against regular lobbies. I say that very carefully. But
Okay, so
I
what you're
feel
saying
like-
is, just to be clear to all our viewers and the other 16 competitors that we're not seeing on day 3 here, is that they are regular TFT players.
I mean, are they at a regional finals?
Oh! Well, not day 3, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, but what I'm trying to say
Shots
is... no. Give me a second. What I'm trying to say is that I think because, you know, last game we had a really, really strong innovator start. We had a really, really strong Lucian 2 with dual Golem T to start off with. That's going to hit you really hard. And I feel like strikers, they just struggle a little bit in the early game when you have those really high damage that's coming at you. You just bleed out so much. And unfortunately, it's, you know, if you don't hit, like we saw TXC last game, you can go bot 4 even with an arguably strong board. Is what I'm trying to say, not that, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway,
Now
moving
that
on.
you've, you know, put the context in me taking you out of context, that does make a little bit more sense. Yeah, look, moving on to Huey Dewey Louis, who has seemingly been forced away from his favoured Warwick reroll, despite the fact that it's netted him a couple of fairly low placings so far today. You know, there's what, at least 2 players who are looking at it, if not committing to it so far. So he's trying to flail around, trying to work out what else can work for him this game. He's picked up an Arcanist Heart to start with. We've already talked about how hard it is for that to cap out. And you've got to remember, when looking at that scoreboard, Huey Dewey Louis was down the bottom, and he needs something that can cap out. He needs something that can actually take him to a victory here if he really wants to make that push for the top 2 world slot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good sign that he has, you know, double Vex at level 5, so it's not too bad, but yeah, it is going to be one of those difficult ones. Very interesting to see, though. We haven't seen him, I don't think we've seen him play Arcanist so far, but we have come over to Yusha's board. Very, very generic. I feel like I've seen this before.
Well, yeah, we have, but I mean, he hasn't even hit Innovator this time, and unfortunately for him, he loses the win streak. He had 4 up until that point, as we've talked about before, relying very heavily on that Ezreal, but didn't quite hit, you know, the traits he needed to, that probably would have secured him that 5th victory.
Yeah, but even with a few losses, he's, or was it 1 loss? I missed that there, but he... Oh no, it was the last, so he really wanted to get that win streak, but you know, he has 4 2-stars, so that's probably what kept him going that far, but the lack of synergies just didn't help. And we are on to TXC's board, who has a successful 3-loss streak and 40 gold, or almost 40 gold. I think he'll make 40, but anyway, at Krogs, which is not too bad, and he's on 76 health, which is also not too bad.
Gets an extra Quinn, sells it off, indeed, to make that that 41 mark. Also going to be able to get the Alawi up to 2 stars if he even wants to do that. You know, might be a question considering he is on the 3-loss streak currently for the Mercs. Might even buy it after the round starts, perhaps, if he's feeling a little cheeky. Now, you've got to remember, you know, this was a fantastic start. He was on Mercs on 2-1, right? You know, had those 2 wins at the start. That's how he got to that huge number of gold there going into the Krug. So not only is his econ just firing off, but he's also banking all of that stuff in the chest at the moment. So our Merc player off to a fantastic start there.
Yeah, and you know, it's great that he already has like 1 or 2 upgraded units as well, because that will just make cashing out later just that much easier. I think the real difference between high elo Merc players and not high elo Merc players is the fact that they can position really well. They're constantly scouting, trying to get the best loss that they can, and you know, being able to have a better HP control throughout that loss streak, and not accidentally cashing out as well.
I thought you were just going to say that the difference between, you know, good Merc players and bad Merc players is that bad Merc players can't cash out, really. Which,
yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, anyway.
It's, you know, a common enough theme.
Oh my goodness. Do you see what I see?
Please tell me.
FAs, and Irelia at 3-2, level 6, 40 gold.
Mm.
And Irelia this early is just... You could give her any... Like, she doesn't even have to have items at this point, and she'll just ruin you. But if she is up against a 2-item Warwick that indeed just gets melted by the Ziggs.
Even with the Shroud, exactly, as you said, you could give her any item. Shroud
Yeah,
even,
it
apparently,
doesn't matter.
enough. With that 2-striker buff on the back of her. That and, Disintegrator might help a little bit of that chip damage if you've got too much armor or magic resist going through. Yeah.
And it helps that Electro Charge is a pretty good augment to start with. It does so much damage and does get offered a bit of an awkward set of items. The Socialite is on the second hex, so backfoot is a bit awkward. Rich get richer at this point of the game is not, the thing that you're really excited to see, and I think Runic Blade is just out of the question there.
Wow, so actually takes backfoot. I was about to say, yeah, I agree. Spellblade is terrible unless you really want to go into, Arcanist, and then backfoot not really working with the Socialite Hex, which is also extremely important for Irelia. That said, attack speed not necessarily, such a big deal for her. And at the same time, on a 7-win streak, maybe Rich Get Richer has some sort of, makes some sort of sense there, because you can just go straight up to, I think they would have almost immediately gone up to 70 gold and then just been able to start banking that extra income.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more of a greedy play, because everyone else in the lobby is going to have, probably going to have some sort of combat augment while you're stuck there with gold. So you're going to have to hope that your board is strong enough to beat those people. And I think it's a bit iffy, because you can't really utilize it for very long. Like, you can use it once and you're forever behind if you can't maintain that win streak through. And I think the backfoot is not bad, because it does give you instant power. And it also, he's not locked into playing Irelia. He does have it now. And he can always go into Siva later on, who doesn't necessarily need that Socialite anyway. And it does look like he's unfortunately lost his streak there.
Yeah, look, there was a glove on the Aurelia, but you're right. Yeah, definitely could be looking at other options further out. As you said, going to be coming up against a lot of other people that have, augments that give them immediate power spikes or, allow them to do more damage throughout the fight. We have received word that, in fact, there were 4 Ornn items chosen in our second augment today. So that is quite the stat. I'm sure we'll get to float around and see which ones were which as we move through. I can also tell you that our mercenary player TXE just picked up a Tome of Traits.
Okay.
Yep. It was the moons. I saw the moons go in. Into the chest.
Oh,
Doesn't have
right.
it currently.
Oh, so confused.
Needs the cash out. Yep.
Oh, yes. All right. I was like, I don't think that's just... Yeah, sorry. But I can't tell. Probably 6 lost streak there. He does roll a little bit and does have an Irelia sitting on the bench and a Siva on the board. This looks quite promising to me.
Whoa.
I just...
Well, no. The Ornn items coming in just a little bit too hot there. You see the Triforce being the difference between Daytread and TXE, maybe even a little bit more than that. I mean, it was a 4-unit win in the end. But look, okay, so we're now at 3-3. We're rolling into 3-6 here. It's a 7 loss streak. Another big, some goodies going into the chest right now with 36 health at 3-6. Is that a sign?
The stars have aligned for this cash out. Oh no, this blue buff Aurelia is taking me back to Gidolf's game yesterday.
Oh, let's not talk.
Oh no, but he does have 4 striker in.
Yep,
and
there's a Siva.
Oh my god,
Can he hit some of these? No, doesn't have
very
time.
Very close, but He is up against someone who is also level 7, only has the 2-star Vex and Poppy, and okay, there's a lot of 2 stars, but he does get through the Poppy. There is still a Vex with a Z0, but this Vex is getting melted, but the Malzahar is also healing up, and the Aurelia's died, but he still has 4 units alive.
Okay.
Is this it?
We've got the Sivir on the back line. It looks like it's actually going to punch through, and we are going to see that tome of traits come from the trove of treasure there down the bottom. And this is great. He does it before Wolves, which means he gets lots of time to work through it, to think about it. He gets a couple of rolls to start thinking about you know, how to transition this board. Immediately start selling all of those mercenaries, and you can see, because he'd already started, you know, he had the Aurelia pair and the Sivir pair, so he's got plenty of direction. He knows what he's looking for as he goes through this roll down with not only the Toma traits, but as well a TG to boot.
Yeah, this is so huge. Like, his economy is really healthy now. I have a feeling he might even try go to level 8 because he has a Sivir pair, Aurelia pair, and an Echo. And the striker emblem, and I think he has 6 strikers now, although, yes, he is opting to put that on. And, sorry, I need a moment.
Slappy's like, oh damn, I wish I was piloting this board right now. It looks so good, it looks so tasty.
No, that looks too dizzy for me.
Oh, okay.
That is a no for me. But he does opt to go up, and I think it's because he already has 4 pairs that he's just waiting to hit once he goes up there.
But look, feeling confident enough to not go all the way up. Not going to go straight there. Actually just going to sit on this for another round, as unfortunately he comes up against Zuzu Bird, who has found a very early Jace. And look, as strong as ZZ Rot is, it is not the ZZ Rot difference
there.
we know and love. So you're going to have to sit.
He has a double Nikos.
Yeah. He could, yeah, wow, we could be going Jace 2 right now.
Oh my god.
Right now.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, Zuzu Bird.
Okay, I see you. I see.
Yeah, look, Zuzu Bird is on 4 strikers himself, so you can see why he's you know, popping through some of that damage. You got to remember, there's still a 3rd augment to come. Who knows? Maybe there's a a striker emblem in his future, and we could have a Jace 2 6 striker. You know,
Possibly.
Is that a thing?
I think you could. You can possibly fit it in, but TXC has just gone up and fortunately has found the Sivir too. Unfortunately, no Aurelia for now, but this is still a very huge upgrade.
And he's kind of, hedging his bets at the moment. You know, we can see, one completed item and 1 component on both of those main strikers. Is this going to be enough? It looks like it certainly will be against our Yordle player here. Against KMP,
I don't know.
AMP.
The Disintegrator doesn't seem to be a hugely great option for KMP. He probably did not have any, other outstanding options that he could take. But fortunately for TXE, the carousel is coming up, so hopefully he can complete the 2nd item on this Sivir, so that he really has the damage that he needs.
It's such a big cash out, and we're, just like, is it actually going to be enough for him to, to stabilize from this point? Already with a loss after that cash out is probably not got him feeling great. And considering he's in 3rd spot, he needs to get a high finish here to start, making up some of that that space on the leaderboard between him and KMP and Escher.
That's right, and looking at Kade's board right now, he does have the Warwick 3 completed, and if we remember to Casemiro is back to the beginning of this game, Escher also had a really great Warwick starter, but it doesn't look like he's had the same luck because he's sitting on 36 HP right now.
Need to go for the Ornn item, one of the half of the lobby that was doing that, but man, you can see without that Titan's resolve, once the Warwick just takes the attention of the rest of the lobby, it's a little bit tough.
Yeah, and we can just see that TXE also hit the Aurelia too, so you're going to need a very strong board to be stopping that 6 striker board at the moment, and he does pick up a second Irelia with a glove.
We were talking about Zuzu Bird, you know, maybe finding that that striker emblem, but actually it's gone the other way around, and TXE has found the Jace and then put the striker emblem that he already had on his. So interesting to see that.
Yeah.
The theory of crafting coming to work there, but look, okay, I mean, there's quite a big spread in this lobby, really. You know, we're almost up to stage 5. Huey, Dewey, Louie. Maybe he shouldn't have been playing Warwick all day long, because at the moment he's sitting at the top here with that with that 71 health.
Maybe Arcanist is his calling.
Maybe, and like it's not like he's even. I mean, okay, yeah, he's got
a lot of upgrades
like he's
on
got
the
a Vex
side there.
2, but his Malzahar only has 1 item at the moment. It's look, it's a little bit interesting. Meanwhile, you've got yeah, look, Escher trying to play that second line Sivir, and oh my lordy, he got the Blitzcrank full, which I mean he had options, right? And from what I've heard, a lot of people describe that as the worst Ornn item.
Yeah, I think the Blitzcrank. Oh my goodness, Blitzcrank hook is. I feel like it's only really like okay to take at 1-4. Because that 750 health that you get on the hook is actually quite a big deal, but you know, at 3-2 it's not going to be the biggest difference. It's more when you get it faced against like a 2-star frontline with that hook. But he does get the striker crest. Mortdog is listening, but is it enough to he does have an Irelia pair and the Sivir 2. I'm not sure if this Socialite is going to be, you know, like, is the Sivir... I mean, she does have a QSS, but is she just prone to more damage up here? Like, we don't see a second lane Sivir very often. A little bit something to think about. But we are across to Dewey's board, who is at 49 HP. I mean, oh my gosh, it's getting late. It's my 3rd day. But he has a lot of gold with a lot of units on the bench is what I'm trying to say, and a lot of HP as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's not too far away from grabbing that Vex 3, right? He's got plenty of AP-focused components there on the bench. So, I mean, he could be slamming, you know, an Archangel's probably a decap you'd like to see on that Malzahar, but just going to wait for the moment, maybe in case he can find the Morellos, if that is his one choice. Oh, okay. So we see an assassin crest taken by TXE in the end. Man, it's one of the most transformative, you know, emblems you can get in set 6.5, right? Turning Aurelia into the assassin is huge.
I feel like she's the main carrier of that emblem as well. Like, we don't really see that, you know, assassin emblem being used very much this set. But Irelia, if you're playing Irelia, that is huge, and he takes a really big loss there. But he is well on the way to a Malzahar 3 and a Vex 3, and has 45 gold.
Yeah, and you can see at this point, I mean, he's got the
RE2.
Yeah, because he's got the RE2. Hasn't committed all those items yet. The blue buff decap could be fantastic. There's the Vex 3. 1 away now. Is he going to keep rolling and try and find that Malzahar 3? It feels like, you know, that close to Mal's 3, you're probably going to commit to that. I was wondering if there was an option of him selling that and transferring them over to the RE there, but Mal's 3 is a massive spike, right? I mean, if you don't know, the big difference between Mal's 2 and Mal's 3 honestly isn't the damage. It's that when he kills a unit with Malefic Visions, it then spreads to 2 other units, which, to be fair, when you're not running Morello Nomicon, maybe isn't as big a deal, but still can do a lot of work.
I think those were that was a really, really great round for him. Those were some great, like, you couldn't ask for anything more than that. That was great. And he, you know, turns to decimate Zuzu Bird's board.
So look, a strong Arcanist board through stage 5, maybe even the early stages of stage 6, we have seen do very well. But, you know, it's still, actually, it's only level 7 at the moment. Wow, I didn't even realize that. So Huey Dewey Louie taking his time and now just getting up to level 8. So the board's going to get even stronger at this point. But yeah, do we think it really has the chance to go the distance?
So I'm just laughing at this. Striker Zac. You seen that one before?
Can't say that I have.
But Escher really struggling here. He's only on 6 HP. I think I got cursed a little bit by Frosty. You know, calling him a for fun player. He does have a striker Zach at the moment.
Trying to give him a reputation to live up to here. It's a dangerous thing to play that kind of game with Escher, especially when he's sitting at rank 2 at the moment and looking to get that back-to-back world representation for OCE. His front line has disappeared in the blink of an eye. And so will Siva. So Escher out in 8th place will only add 1 point to his tally.
And KNP on 18 health. Our top performers are at the bottom at the moment. This is what I mean. Anything can happen. We are only at game
5.
Oh, we're
Glad we're both finally on the same page about that.
We're on game 5 and the standings they're getting changed again.
We're going to see some shuffles at the end of this one, no doubt. Shroud coming out on the Gnar there. Look, it doesn't really matter if it's going to hit the Aurelia. She's already got that blue buff. She'll get it back up in 1 or 2 swings at the start here. And once she gets through that Gnar, the resets are going to start to happen. Actually gets focused down there, and it looks like enough damage on the back end. I mean, it's Aurelia versus Aurelia and the Assassin Aurelia. We talked about how transformative it was. Okay.
Now some very, very nice positioning against the other striker player. He shouted the Aurelia. The Aurelia got stuck on the Gnar, who ended up transforming when he was about to die. And by the time that she got through the Gnar, his entire team's just gone.
Gone, but not forgotten. TXE is going to grab a ZZ Rot there. And, well, look, honestly, when you're a striker player, you tend to be about trying to speed things up and push through the front lines. But, hey, you know.
He's level 9.
Whoa, okay.
We're pushing things up.
Yeah. You know, we talk about our fast 9s and fast 8s. I'd say getting there anytime, frankly, in stage 5 is a decent effort. Now, yeah, we haven't, you know, we saw KMP at the start, right? We had that Yordle player, and we haven't seen too much of them throughout the game, but it looks like they've been doing, you know, they've been struggling a little bit now on 7 health. You can see why, because someone else who hasn't even been spitting Yordles out onto the bench for free has managed to get the Vex 3 first. Huey Louie with the Arcanist comp, kind of griefing KNP here a little bit, and frankly, that's a good position to be in when you look at the tournament leaderboard. You want to be knocking these guys out nice and fast here in your Game 5 to increase your chances, and Huey Louie executes on that vision.
This is exactly what Huey Louie needs. Like, this is exactly what he wants. He wants the top players to place at the bottom, and he's just wreaking havoc. Yeah, English is not my strongest point. Anyway, wreaking havoc with this Arcanist board. It's just, if you looked at KNP's board by itself, it's nowhere near, it's not that weak. It has makeshift 2, and he had a lot of makeshift value as well. He had the So Small, he had the Corgi 3, but it's in this particular lobby when everyone is so strong, it is just not enough.
I mean, we're going to have, it's so strong, right? We're going to have several players go up to 9. You can see here that Kade is actually creeping up towards that. And once again, we've got to think back to the Warwick boards we've seen that, just started to go off as this Warwick's getting a little bit stuck there, but eventually the CC goes away. Is it going to be enough? The Zillion ult? Oh my god. The Ari just at the tip there manages to take out, was that the Jin? I think the last one alive, the Chemtech Jin. And look, we've gone up to level 9 now. Are we going to see Kade try and pick up that 4 clockwork? It looks for the moment. We've put in the 3 Innovator just to try and give that a little buff. It feels like maybe 7 Chemtech is even a better option.
I was going to say he was running a Jin, which is very interesting to see, but a lot of level 9 boards this game.
He solved. Getting the Giant Slayer, that's also pretty good there. Are we going to see that go onto the Tryndamere? Maybe, you know, it'll be that Quinn, who unfortunately hasn't been able to get up to 3-star. You know, that nuking
that
power is huge, but what else is huge is the Time Kench 2.
With a Chemtech spat.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
and GS.
Yeah. I think he's, you know, we're wondering how he was going to cap out his board, but I think that, especially against the people who are running, you know, not too many tanks, this Time Kench is just going to eat it up.
Well,
And it
let's
won't even
see
matter.
how hungry he is here. Does get enforced at the start, so that sort of stays his appetite just a little bit. And then the constant resets from Irelia are not enough as that Warwick comes out in front. Only just there, helped out by Jinx coming in on the back line as well. Okay, sure, just level 9 things. We'll pick up the Victor 2. And yeah, look, so Huey, Dewey, Louie is streaking at the top there, but yeah, Carday at 31, not too far behind.
Yeah, this is a, you know, little throwback to the other games we had where we have 2 striker players in the top, a Warwick player, and someone else. And this is the Arcanist board that is actually doing super, super well against the comps that, you know, historically we've seen lose. So, you know, he's really done something well and something different to make it work this time. But we are watching Zuzubird. There's just Irelia is dashing everywhere, but unfortunately it's not his own, and he has been eliminated at 4th.
See you later to Zuzubird. TXE takes the win. Important, we're in stage 6 here, and at 17 health. He's kind of on the cusp there. Maybe he can survive 1 round loss. Maybe it will be 2. He's picking up more and more Irelias. We're seeing 6 on ground there. Remember, he's also got that striker Jace, so he does find a second Jace, and then just to celebrate, we'll grab a couple more down the bottom there. So, I mean, yeah, look, Jace 2, the acceleration gate, I think at that point starts to kick up even more and more in terms of attack speed, right?
Yeah, Jace 2 is definitely a huge upgrade that he's really looking for. You know, just the Jace himself with 6 striker is going to do so much damage, and on top of that, it's going to buff the Sivir, but he is recognizing that he is not one shot at the moment and will lock the shop, and it doesn't even matter because he's going to win this fight.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just catching my breath there. That was pretty scary. It looked like it was a race between the Victor lasers and Jace trying to get that last zillion. But as you said, just has the confidence to walk away from that one, locks the shop, and will, you know, keep those Jaces around for next time because he didn't want to sell the rest of the pairs that he had. I think he's kind of saying there that, you know, he really does have the opportunity to maybe push even further in this lobby. I don't think he can push his traits list any further down the left side of the screen there, Slappy, because he's kind of maxed that one out.
He's maxed that one out. And honestly, his top 3, he can greet this. He really wants to get the highest that he can. He's going to go for that Jace. He's going to go for that Irelia 3. And I'm looking at Huey Dewey's board. He has hit the Malzahar 3. Does have the Vex. Sorry. But it does look like he hasn't been able to win every fight. So very interesting to see, because I think Arcanist normally has a really rough time against these people. And, you know, this guy has a Shroud as well, but we'll have to see if he's able to one-shot his carries before it's able to take out his team.
Yeah, we can see that Malzahar in the back there just getting stunned for a moment, and that brief amount of time is enough for Carday to deal with Huey, Dewey, Louie, who does go down to 21. But look, yeah, both those players, it feels like at the top there, might survive, and we could actually have 3 players go on and see their Shelly drops and then onto stage 7 as well.
I love the decision from Carday to transfer the Spirit Shojin from Quinn to the Victor, because I think getting that earlier Victor class is a really big deal for him. But we are back to watching TXE, who does have 6 Irelias at the moment and a Vi pair with Jace 2. Is it enough to break through this Vex?
Yeah, we talked about those acceleration gates ramping up and going down. You can see that on top of the Sivir right now, letting her do attack even faster, and that means those attacks come out and put Huey, Dewey, Louie down onto 3 health. TXE now the lobby leader. Oh, that's
7 Irelias.
7. I mean, I was having a look at
Yeah,
the
sorry.
Shelly
I was
drop
looking at
there. You were happy about that. I was a bit sad about the Sunfire Cape coming
Yeah.
out. Just having a quick squiz around the rest of the board. Our Arcanist player has pushed 9, gone up to 8 Arcanist. And, you know, they're getting a Zeeks. And then we've also got I think there was a Morellonomicon coming out for Carde, actually. Now, look, I think we should talk about this 8 Arcanist buff a little bit here, Sleppy, because, you know, it should also be noted that they're playing Spellblade right now. Now, Spellblade, you know, is affected directly by the amount of AP that those units have. So the big boost that you get from 8 Arcanist, I mean, you go up from your Arcanist having an extra 100 AP to 145 AP, and in fact, you know, the whole team. It doesn't even just apply to the Arcanist anymore. But yeah, that means that those Spellblade crits are going to be coming out at, you know, at real force.
This might just be what Huey Dewey needs to be able to beat these players that have been constantly beating him, but he does get shrouded here.
It was a big shroud,
It was a
actually.
huge
I
shroud.
mean, his team is very clumped there in the sidelines, but it doesn't matter because they're doing so much damage that the Warwick kind of looks like he's a 1-star Warwick at that point. Just gets taken out so quickly, so just right at the start of the fight there.
It's the 1v1.
Yep, okay. So we've got TXE here sitting at 8 Aurelius. He's actually selling off some other units right now to try and chase that 3-star. Doesn't find it. He's got nothing left to sell. There's nothing else on the bench, nothing else in the shop that he could really replace with that easily. At 17 health, I think your chances of surviving even one round a loss are like almost nil. Oh, Assassin Aurelia comes in off the back line. She does get stunned out, but the Bloodthirster keeping her alive just for now. This Vex 3 on the front line is indomitable. And that means Huey Dewey Louie is going to take our 5th game for the day.
Wow, that 8 Arcanist jump really is exactly what Huey Dewey needed to take over that game there. And that, I think, is our first Arcanist win.
I think it might be for the whole tournament. Yeah, look, it's easy, guys. All you need to do is hit 3-star Mals, make sure he's got a decap, a blue buff, and a Hextech Gunblade. He also needs to be throwing out 8 Arcanist Spellblade autos after every single spell cast. And yeah, look, there you go. That's a pretty easy dub, right?
People G'd.
Well, Huey Dewey Louie, you know, all this time we thought he was the Warwick reroll one trick, but not at all. Showing us he's got a couple of other tricks in his bag. Let's hear from Ducky and Frosty if they noticed anything else in Game 5 there.
Look, I was going to say, you know, all Huey needed was a little bit, oh, you're taking some notes there, a bit of a PPOG moment from, you know, Sleppy, yeah? Like, I was going to say, definitely taking some notes that if I want to net an Arcanist win myself, that's what I just need to do in ranked. But yes, Huey, who knew that Warwick was the biggest bait of them all for the reroll player in this lobby, Frosty?
Who would have thought that Arcanists, after everything that we've said and done about it being a slow bleed composition, would actually end up taking a game there? But you look and see exactly how much it needs. It needs not only a Vex 3, a Malzahar 3, with, I may add, a Yordles player in the lobby there as well. It's the amount that you need to go right is insane. But props to Huey Dewey for being able to see the line there.
And as we look at the scores here, you can see how much the field has tightened up with KMP and Escher going out bot 4 in that game. KMP still out in the lead with 27 points, but TXE has taken over Escher in that top 2 in those Worlds qualifying positions with 25 points. Escher now on 24. But when you look at it, Huey Dewey Louie, Yush, Zuzu Bird, and Cardi all spaced within 3 points of each other. This final lobby is going to be insane, Frosty, just looking at these points totals and what these players need to get to qualify for Worlds.
It pretty much is anyone's game at this point, right? I feel like Kade, I feel like they treads out of the contention here, but Kade up to TXC, anyone can take it home. And, I mean, if it was going to come down to one game here, I mean, this has got to be the game, right? We've seen some truly insane boards today. And, yeah, we'll just have to see if Warwick can end up taking it home or whether something different, like we've seen our Arcanist game there.
It's giving me a bit of a flashback to Set 6.5 Challenger Series where we hit the 7 players on checkmate. That's exactly what it feels like heading into this game where we've got 7 players fighting for 2 spots. I do want to highlight that KMP had the So Small Yordles uncontested, in quotation marks, because we had the Vex player, obviously, in Hujui Louis. He was outpaced on that and also had a couple of difficult item slams to make with the BT and the ZZ Rod. Was it the ZZ Rod as well on that Vex? Yeah, it just didn't, it kind of fell apart once he didn't hit the 3-star.
Yeah, it's so reliant on being able to hit all your carries in that 3-star. You know, the Vex and the Nara are quite impactful, especially when you end up getting the 3-star. We've seen a little bit of success, but the Corkia items were okay. You know, it wasn't really that big hitting crit damage build that we end up seeing a lot on Corki, and I think that kind of ended up affecting it, especially considering that Giant Slayer wasn't getting a ton done in that lobby there.
Yeah, well, we only have one more game now here to decide who will be sending to Worlds here for Oceania in the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Regional Finals. It's going to be an absolutely big one if you had a look at that scoreboard. I can't wait to cast it, so please come back in 5 minutes for that one.
coming into today. The top 3 are currently the top 3 in the final game of the day. The final game of the TFT OCE Gizmos and Gadgets Regional Finals. Sleppy, KMP, TXE, and Escher are leading from the front.
What a game. I'm still so, amazed at the Arcanist game. I'm just so glad we got an Arcanist win before this tournament ended. Like, I refuse to believe Arcanist is a trait if it doesn't even get a win in this last tournament.
Yeah, well, it was a big change-up from Huey, Dewey, Louie, but it was exactly what he needed. It was what the doctor ordered, 23 points. I mean, look, KMP is looking amazing up the top there at 27 right now, but you've got to remember it's 2 slots right now. So, if you're still living in the past, if you're still living in set 5 or set 4, it's not one player anymore. We do get 2 representatives over to World, so they don't necessarily need to beat, K and P. They can also just try and get above TXE there on the 25 points.
And because both Escher and KNP took devastating bot 4s there, it just opened up so many possibilities to any of the players.
Yeah, so, I mean, Daytread, unfortunately, his day is over, so we'll see, what he goes for in this final lobby. But everyone else, exactly all the way down to Kade, who's currently sitting in 7th spot on 21 points. Absolutely. I mean, he's only 4 points away from TXE there, up in 2nd, Sleppy. So, for our final game of the day, we've got the high pair here. Ducky and Frosty are going to take you through and see who's our champion.
Well, thank you so much, Gino and Frosty. It's been great. We get the privilege of casting the last game, and before we get into it, I just want to say something. I heckin' love TFT, man. I heckin' love it.
I can love me some great TFT, and this is the final game of today, folks. You name it. We've got everyone in the lobby here. 27 points to 21 points. It is neck and neck, Ducky.
Where'd you pull those out from, by the way?
I
Did you
just
get
had
them from the bat chest himself?
Guess you'll just have to find out now. Anyways, we've got a final game coming up for you right now, folks. We've got all the points stacked up here. We've got KNP in 27 points, Kade down at 21 points. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, Kade does need some results to go their way if they do want to make it through. Like, it is very much once you get into these final lobby scenarios, it's like, yeah, you need to get a first and then you need the X, Y, and Z to happen. But, like, it is still potential for Kade. It's not like he's been truly eliminated like Daytread. However, KMP, when you're looking at it on the numbers, has got quite a league now. 2 points is no small feat. Top 4 here maybe secures Wells, but I don't want to be the person that crunches the numbers. Instead, I'm going to be the person that talks about the game that we have on our hands here. Game 18 of the regional finals. Game 6 of day 3, Frosty. And we are starting out on KMP, our day leader, our day 2 winner, who starts off with a Nocturne with a belt. Belt starts not necessarily the most conventional, probably just maybe lost the RNG at Carousel, doesn't have the same right capacity.
Unfortunately, there were 5 out of the 8 players there trying to contest a bow, and there were 2 bows on that Carousel there, so unfortunately there's going to be some winners and losers in Carousel, and it just turns out that KMP, even though they started with the belt, still gifted a bow. So, I can't say that there's necessarily a loser in that Carousel after all that there.
Yeah, look, it is the race for the bows, like we have been talking about that all day. Every comp has been using these bows. We've seen bows everywhere. Warwick, Aries, striker bullets, etc. The bow is the hot commodity right now. But we're just probably going to see KMP holding the Nocturnes here. I'm wondering if he's just holding for the pure fact of KMP has been running these just 2-star units. Whatever he kind of hits is kind of what he plays. Can potentially look at slamming a Sunfire here. That's okay. That's also a Titans. We've seen that on the Warwick all day. But KMP doesn't necessarily strike me as the guy going to go for a reroll game in what could be the decisive game of this tournament.
That's it, and we're going to start off with a nice safe Silver Augment here. A little bit of a different one, though. Enforcer Hard is generally a good utility meditation, a fairly safe one as well. Going to be picking up that real powerhouse here, the Luden's Echo. Was cited as a very early game augment by Morddog in the post-mortem here. but tends to fall off a little bit later game. But especially if you're trying to play for KMP's play style here, this is exactly what he wants to see.
Yeah, I mean, the Luden's damage doesn't scale right now. It's not got the changes that have come through in 12.6. As you can see in the bottom left there, we are still playing on patch 12.5. So, yes, like you said, really good early. It's still at that buffed power early game, but yeah, it will fall off later. But honestly, for KMP, that doesn't matter. You know, HP as a resource is as good as any. And I guess for KMP this game, Frosty, when you're looking at this, when you're sitting in pole position, Worlds is right there. Do you just have to play it safe and play something that gets you the top 4 rather than having to play for a top 2 or a first?
Yeah, it kind of feels that way, honestly.
Two pairs, by the way.
I think that hitting a Corki 2 here, pretty heckin' good.
Yeah, you know, he's also got the Ezreal here as well, which he can go for the upgrade, which is nice. Just kind of playing around with what he could put on the board, but no, he does opt for the Yordles instead. Maybe, I'm trying to discount the gold. No, he can't buy the Ezreal and then level and hit 4, but he does end up slamming the Sunfire Cape, and this has been a trait of KMP's gameplay, slamming defensive items early, slamming anything early, just to get a bit of power. And even though he's running the Yordle opener, he's still going to be quite strong with that Corki 2, as we're going to see him face off against Cardi here.
Yeah, and look at what Cardi's got. We've seen Twin Shots be either wildly successful or not very successful today. So we know Cardi, 21 points right now, needs a really good game to go their way. And I think that this is the trait that you want to be seeing here. If that is the case, you know, Mercs be gone.
Yep.
This is going to be it, right? Because you don't have the low lows of a mercenary game where you just don't cash out. We know a lot of players don't really feel confident with that. But a twin shot, that's a nice, simple game plan to try to work your way around here.
And a nice, simple opener to play around too.
That's
The Yordles into the wider twin shot board is a great option. You know, it's a little bit, like you said, safer than the Mercs into the twin shot, which has been the traditional cash out path that we have seen this weekend. But like you said, likely to be no big cash out there from Cardi, which, you know, it is a case of playing safe, but it's game 6 of day 3. This is your game to make it to Worlds. Maybe it was just not there for him, but like if it was there, you know, this is the game where you definitely look at taking that mercenary.
Well, that certainly is the case, but looking at Escher's board, I'm going to point at the screen right here and look, there's 2 Talons. There's 2 Talons in a boat. 2 Talons in a boat. Do you know what that means?
What does that mean, Frosty?
It probably means that he's probably going to be playing Talon with some more bows on it.
Well, he does have the Pandoras as well to be able to reroll, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, he can definitely try and get those perfect items in later on into the game. So, you know, getting those RCs, getting those IEs, and really building that board around it. However, you know, just playing that, you know, strong 2-star units, you know, the 2-star Cinch fling is no joke in these early levels. And
really important to note that that's a VIP Talon as well. And Escher is holding a sword on a Ziggs there. So I think the game plan is laid out for Escher. I think Escher is going to throw the dice a little bit here, though, and try to put his hopes that this isn't going to be one of those explosive lobbies that, you know, Talon gets outpaced by. But we moved over to Yush here, and, I mean, we've seen this board before, Ducky. I think we all know at this point, you know, game number 6, a Warwick board at this point in time, like, we know it to be a little bit high roll, but honestly, it's probably one of the safest things that you can try to do to try to get yourself a really good finish.
And also, I think he was one of the 2 players to actually get a bow at that first carousel as well, and he's coming into this with 2 bows right now as well. So, you know, he's got the Ginsu's lined up, he's got the Titans, you know, Resolve lined up. Just a matter of finding the QSS now, I guess, and also all the components of the other items, because, you know, you could just be, you know, a little bit more dogged, which, you know, when you're in this final game situation is definitely the worst feeling.
Oh, it absolutely is. There's nothing worse coming into the final game here.
Talon with a spat there. It does get picked up by Daytread there. I was going to bring it up as like maybe, you know, it would have combined for Escher, but like, you know, having that Debonair spat even earlier for Escher would have been actually quite a big power spike too.
Well, it would have made a Challenger spat, and Challenger is not exactly the worst Talon, but it's not the best either. You're really trying to look towards that RFC there. But as we see here, Yush has picked up a glove, you know, probably just trying to build towards that QSS. You don't imagine a last Whisper Slam, unless Warwick isn't even on the cards. But wait, they've slammed it on the Tryndamere here of all things.
Bit of an interesting one there. I guess we'll have to see how that board goes again stage 2. We can't really be making too much judgment about what's going to be happening here. Most of the players in this lobby have been playing very flexibly. They've been pivoting to whatever has been working for them. It's usually by the end of stage 3, after that 3-3 augment, after that carousel, that we've been seeing players locking and loading their compositions and going out from there. As we see Daytread's board that we mentioned, he has picked up a spatula just sitting on the bench right now. Got a couple of gloves that could potentially be an assassin's bat later, but
you know, he's just keeping his options wide open. There's 3 auto, 2 scrap, 2 bodyguard opener is so common. You see it basically everywhere, really. Like, it's just safe, it's known, and it's got that nice little composition of units. However, you know, in the slower lobby, it could actually pay off as well.
Yeah, I feel like I get deja vu every single time I scroll over to someone else's board, but then I realize we're actually just in stage 2, and that's pretty much what we expect out of most of these players. You know, Daytread, no stranger to Yordle start here. I'm a little bit worried because, you know, I'm just worried exactly how badly they'll end up griefing the lobby here. And we've moved over to TXC here, and I mean,
it's the comfort zone.
I wouldn't say this is the comfort zone. I'd say that this is a Twitch reroll game.
Really?
Yeah, look at the items here. There is a glove, there is a bow, and there is a sword. And look at what's being held on bench here as well, I may add. You don't typically hold on to Zillion if you're trying to go for that Warwick reroll. You don't typically hold on to Echo either. And you know other players are going to try to head into that Warwick there as well. So I gotta say, this from TXC, a very smart decision. I'm interested to see how it plays out because I feel like Twitch is kind of the opposite end of Warwick, where it is a very feast or famine composition. Either you end up hitting and it's great, or you end up hitting and it's still not great, or you end up missing and that's just terrible.
Well, we did see Escher earlier today get that 7 Innovator Twitch in, also had the double trouble, and that was pretty good. I'm pretty sure that netted Escher a 3rd. So, you know, there's definitely potential in these Twitch boards. I was more talking about, you know, like TXC 58 HP lose streaking. You know, this is the strategy that TXC was using through days 1 and 2. You know, it is working here. The calculated loss is nice as well. And the Twitch reroll, there's definitely some power in it. Like, you know, he does slam the Last Whisper first instead of choosing for the IE. You know, he's slowly building up, potentially grabs another glove here. Ooh, a tome is up for grabs here. Now, I would like to see him hold this tome so we can maybe look at getting some better traits on board to try and, you know, activate them and then get that better tome locked down the line.
Yeah, I think what we really want to see here is something like trying to get towards an Innovator Emblem, because we all know that's where the big power spike comes from. I was about to mention, I don't think the power actually lies in hitting Twitch 3. I think the power lies in, you know, utilizing that early power spike that you get from hitting that Twitch 3, just like he's trying to do right now, and then trying to scale that later on by getting your composition even better with having a few additional carries in the late game.
He's even rolling a little bit past here. He's probably going to roll down to 40 and maybe stop. I think that is what the plan is for TXE, but I honestly do like the fact that he's rolling a little bit deep. He doesn't
uses it.
I don't like that, though. I really think that maybe holding the tome for maybe a couple of turns to make sure that you can guarantee getting a couple more traits in there, maybe activating the Chemtech, and he's still going on this roll down as well. He's going to stop here at 40 so that he can... Is he going to win this combat? I don't know. This is a very loaded GP from Escher already.
Hasn't managed to farm any gold though, so TXE still taking a little bit of a rough loss, is below 50 health at stage 3-1.
And doesn't have the mercs to necessarily catapult that cash out of. But honestly, we've seen TXE in a worse off position so far today. Escher off the back, we did see the twin shots on his board there that turn. He picks up a Zac 2 and he picks up a Lucian 2. He had the items onto the GP as well. That's going to be a very scary board. Speaking of another player playing twin shots, we are back onto Cardi, who has the 4 twin shots online. Although there is not as good items, I don't think. Edge of Night, yeah.
Well, we knew that Escher had Pandora's as their augment choice there, which allows you to greed for those perfect items here. Unfortunately, Cardi, well, I say unfortunately, but Twin Shot Hard, extraordinarily strong augment, especially when you're getting up towards those 5 twin shot numbers there. Doesn't allow for perfect augments, you know? So, is making do with a really strong Orky with blue buff for the time being here. I think that is more than enough to try to catapult them into Stage 3 carousel.
Yeah, well, they are still win streaking all the way through here. You can also see that KMP also on a hot streak starting out. Did make a loss earlier, but you know, is making that Yordle opener work out for them. As we move on to the augments here, and Cardi's options of makeshift armor, back foot, and sharpshooter.
I mean, you said that everything needed to go right for Cardi, right?
Yeah, basically, and that's what's happening, right?
I mean, it's looking like it right about now, because I don't think there's really anything better than sharpshooter that you could have possibly asked for. A twin shot heart, a sharpshooter. I mean, what's next? Twin shot soul coming up on 4-6?
I don't know. I like, you see these things, like, I'm not necessarily too sold with Cardi's board right now. The big thing that I have concerns about is that we'll get outpaced on items. The Edge of Night is not great. Like, as a defensive item, it's not really got that power. Like, yeah, you come out, you get the attack speed after you come out of the Shroud, but it's not the greatest. So, you know, it leaves a little bit to be desired in the items department. If you can shore that up, then yeah, it's looking a lot better. We are moving back over to KMP though. He picked up a scrap emblem to push to the 4th scrap, and the 4th scrap, with the way that KMP plays, with just slamming whatever 2 components he hits on his bench the first, really working out well here, getting a big shield across the board.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes into that Mr. 100 board from Kade there. And, I mean, just looking at the strength here, I mean, there's so much in the backline which nullifies the Vex too. You know, you're not reliant on the Gangplank for damage here. So, gotta say, it's looking good for Kade, but damage seems to be sticking onto this Corki. Getting those twin shot procs off, not enough. A&P is gonna ruin
The
Kade's streak.
little bit of scraps there on the scrap emblem, you know, maybe the Corki Gyrocopter there is maybe a little bit upgraded, you know.
Yeah.
He's maybe upgraded it to, like, you know, a bit of a better airplane, like, you know, it's like that business class up.
Yeah, it was a little bit scrappy before, but now it's looking actually pristine as we move into Carousel. We see that TXE picks up the cloak. The KMP is going to be the last pick, so it's not going to have terribly good Carousel priority. And, I mean, we knew that Kade and KMP were going to be in a little bit of a rough spot, but it seems like bows are going to be getting picked up here. So it's pretty much a belt or a belt here. Which one will you take, Ducky?
I'll take the belt that fits. You know.
Well, I mean, how can you even know, dude? These things are absolutely massive. It's a Giant's belt.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's more for Genome than me then, right?
Oh, well, you know, I would say that you got a giant personality one way or another, mate.
Thank you. But yes, we do see up here that Bio-Leeching comes up as the mutant, so don't expect any mute. But this Escher has just gone from twin shot, and I think he's kind of realized that there was a lot of twin shot contesting in this lobby, and so Escher's like, you know what? Bet. It is time for the strikers. I don't think we've seen Escher really try the 6-striker build that he was playing so well earlier, but now it is looking more likely.
Well, you know, I don't think there's anything more than Escher on strikers. I don't think there's anything more that he can ask for. That is a comfort zone right there. But we saw on the sideline that Daytred hit Irelia too. We know that he's got Assassin Spat Irelia too in the sidelines there.
And that was from the spat that he picked up at the Station Carousel.
That's
so
it.
like, you know, this Daytred's Irelia is going to start really carving up, and Daytred really needs this, you know, sitting on 38 HP, can't make it out, but can be the party pooper for the 7 other players in this lobby still in contention for the Gizmos and Gadgets World Championship.
And look, TXE is 14 health, has not taken a single win this game, and it is just so
3 socialite in
devastating.
already, and he has the 1% TK as well.
Twitch 3.
Daytred, where was this luck earlier in the day?
Clearly Mordog has just blessed him in the final moments here. So, you know, things are going to get a little bit crazy, right? Anyways, I think the big thing to note here is that Irelia, really big power spike. I'm more surprised that a bow is not being immediately slammed on this Irelia, on the other hand, to try to make the most out of this here, right? Because you're at such a powerful point in the game here. You might as well just try to get as much of these resets as possible, as we see the Irelia just carving through the backline with this assassin. Ends up getting blown up by the units here, however. Tom Kench gets a nice little spit out here, and it seems to be like Daytred is finally stabilized.
Yeah, look, it's very, like, hard to not be able to stabilize with this Irelia 2 this early. It's one of the early ones that we have seen. And yes, you know, we've been talking about Daytred being out of Worlds contention, but there's still prize money on the line here, Frosty. So, you know,
For sure.
you know, the Irelia 2 could be the difference between, you know, a couple $100 here for Daytred. And that's, you know, no small chump change here. As we move over to Zuzu Bird, who is, what, the 3rd Irelia player we've seen in this lobby? Everyone's just gone, you know what, it's a Striker Fire Sale. It is the most comfortable comp we can see. It has been the most played comp this weekend, and everyone's going, I need those strikers now.
That's it. I mean, you know, we saw, what is it, day 1, strikers up on the board there. Pretty much every single game, 2 strikers. Day number 2, strikers alongside Warwick. We haven't really seen any strikers wins today here, but
Nice pairing up there. Got the
That's
Irelia
it.
and the Sivir.
it's all coming together for him. I do believe that there is something along the lines of 7 Irelias already taken out of the pool.
Yeah.
So it's going to get increasingly hard, especially with Daytred hitting early here. Maybe some of these players are going to be forced to try to look towards something like Sivir.
Or, you know, maybe what does this kind of change in, say, someone like Escher's game plan? Escher, obviously 70 HP right now, has, like, less item priority on carousels compared to, like, Daytred and Zuzu Bird, who are going to have access to more preferable carousel items early. You know, for Escher, does that mean he has to roll down at 7 instead of 8 to maybe find at least a pairing?
That could definitely be the case here, simply because you end up risking that you're going to miss out, right? And you don't want to miss out, especially when it is the final game. You got to try to... It's so difficult to say, though, because on one hand, if you end up going to level 8, you give yourself better odds to hit. But at the same time, if you stay level 7, you've got more gold to roll with there, and it's more likely that you're going to hit. The big wrench in the plan here is that people are already starting to hit already here. You know, people on their roll downs at level 7, they've already started to hit Civ 2, Irelia 2. So it's really going to come down to here. Does Escher believe that the chances of hitting either a pivot or hitting that Irelia 2 are going to be great enough that it's worth going to level 8?
Well, we move over to TXE here, who has found the Twitch 3, found it a couple of combats ago. He also has the double trouble in now, so this Twitch is getting a lot of bonus stats. The Banshee's core on this Echo is also providing a lot of utility to this Twitch. It means it can run a little bit more of this glass cannon, these perfect offensive item Twitch here. I think what I would like to see out of TXE's board, if they can make it to 4-6, which honestly with the way that their board is in right now, I would kind of expect it to. I would love to see maybe a Celestial Blessing or some sort of healing augment to really let this Twitch try and survive in the backline with those boosted stats from the double trouble.
Well, has Morddog taught you nothing? Morddog, my dear fellow, will make it so that this is a prismatic game here to finish off today. And
please, Morddog.
And that would be truly insane. Imagine a Featherweights 3 on that board, TXE. A Featherweights 3 would suit it perfectly, but as we've moved back to Day Trade here, we just get a really good look at a solid board. That is a Tahm Kench 2 at level 7. Tahm Kench 2!
Like, look.
And an Ecos!
Yeah, look, Day Trade is just hitting wildly this game. Has the perfect item, Assassin Irelia, right now. Doesn't necessarily need the sustain because has the 3 Socialite on the board right now as well. Has the healing from the Tahm Kench Gunblade as well. You're seeing that printing items left, right, and center. There you go, another glove. Beautiful. Can use that on, you know, anyone really. Can just throw it around. Maybe start building up another item on that Tahm Kench. The Banshee's Claw on the Gnar means, you know, you don't need to worry about the spell shield, at least for the first, you know, CC that gets hit by. And there's another Tahm Kench on the carousel here.
It just feels like Day Trade just don't miss, though. It just don't miss, though,
Is Day Trade going to run for it? No, he does opt for going for the QSS here, which he can slam onto the Tahm Kench as well, which is very good, being able to not be CC'd in that front line and get more of those Devours in.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that, you know, being able to build up the tankiness there is absolutely critical for that Tahm Kench's success. But you've got a little bit of leeway with the Tahm Kench too now, right? You still have that insane amount of damage that you get gifted there. But, I mean, being able to back that up with an Irelia and having Assassin in there as well, it's just a truly insane comp. Now, on the other hand here, we've got Zusu, who is our rank 6 player on 22 points. This is the other end of the spectrum here. The players who roll down at level 7 and you don't hit. It's absolutely devastating here. And I mean, sure, trade-wise, things look fine. You know, 6 striker, you've got in that Socialite there, but there's no healing on this Irelia. There's nothing really else going for it, you know. And I mean, I worry about the chances against Escher here.
Yeah, Escher has moved away from the Irelia carry. He's now putting the items onto this Sivir. And this could be Zuzu's tournament over, World's Dreams over, up against Escher, who has the level advantage on it. And this Sivir is just carving through the backline. The Irelia hasn't managed to find it, and the 6 strikers isn't managing to do the work. The Vi now coming through. Just the extra attacks damage from the Vi just does enough, and maybe even the Frozen Heart too. Zuzubird will make it to the 3rd augment, keeping their hopes alive for maybe clawing onto Worlds. Binary Airdrop, Meditation, Bruiser Crest. You know, he's on 3 Bruiser right now, so the Bruiser Crest gets it up to 4, but Binary Airdrop is not something that we have seen a lot so far in regional finals, but it is very, very powerful when built around correctly, and he has 3 units that are going to be able to maximize it.
It's almost so convenient, right? The fact that the Irelia has 2 items on it, the fact that the Vi also has 2 items on it, being able to put this tier on to the Sivir here, this is going to be the maximized value out of this Binary Airdrop here. But is it enough? You know, I think the traits are a little bit lacking.
I think I just saw TXE shoot up there, by the way.
No.
So TXE has managed to hit the 4-6 Tiny Titans as well.
Way.
Yeah, TXE was sitting down there on 14 HP, instantly hits a Tiny Titan, shoots right back up the top. TXE needed that perfectly.
I cannot believe it. I did not believe that in the final game of the OCE Championship here, that we would be seeing somebody get saved by Tiny Titans of all things here. And TXE needed that, I think, because TXE's power spike is about to start ending really soon. We are moving over against Yosh here on the other hand, and I think Zusu is just barely going to stay alive for one more combat. TXE took a loss. TXE would be at 2 health right now.
Yeah, one.
One
Actually,
health.
One health, actually. So Zuzu Bird does stay alive thanks to the binary airdrop, but I do want to just highlight here with TXE, like, you know, this is not just the last game in the tournament that we will see. This is the last game in TFT Set 6 history that we will see a 4-6 Tiny Titans, and you're seeing why it was nerfed in patch 12.6. So powerful in this tournament setting where every point counts, and now we're seeing it. KMP's board, we're checking in with them. Our lobby leader right now has the Zeri at level 8, got a static shiv on it. One of Zeri's best items can proc it quite quickly with the lightning crash. It's got a very mixed bag right now. We're seeing a Debonair frontline VIP Leona. You know, we've seen basically every Debonair VIP now.
Yeah, I mean, and he chooses to roll past a Draven too there. That was a choice.
I think that was a misplay. Maybe a misplay.
I don't think it was. I think that they actually made a choice and they're trying to roll down for something a little bit different. They're trying to make a more powerful board than rather than basing it around Draven. We're moving over to Huey Dewey Louie though. And this is what, the 5th striker board that we've seen right about now?
I'm losing count right now. Everyone in this lobby has gone default to strikers. It has been the most popular comp, played 4 times more than the second most played comp this weekend, which has been the twin shots. And now we're seeing Huey Dewey Louie, who is also fighting for their life in the tournament right now. Has the 2-star Sibber though, which is a huge power spike. Up against Kade though, who has this GP that's slowly farming the edge of night. It allows him to dip into the shadows, but it's not enough. The BT made by the binary airdrop there is the difference, I think.
And Susu Bird out in 8. That is their tournament run over here. This lobby is neck and neck, folks. I mean, this is just the kind of TFT that we're here for today. But, I mean, I think the really big difference that we can take from that fight there is the fact that there were no 3 stars. There were no 3 stars available on the twin shot board. You know, it was 1 away from hitting that Corki 3. With a Corki 3, that's a completely different fight.
Now we move over to Escher, 10 HP, sitting on basically 1 life here on the Sivir pair, on the Irelia pair, has been able to hit, has had great items on these carries thanks to the Pandoras that he got at 1-4, has the weak spot as well. Is it enough to beat Daytread's board here? But the Sin Irelia is just carving through the back line. Sin Irelia does get CC'd though, the Sejuani does knock it up. And it's probably enough. This Irelia of Escher's does live for long enough as well. The Tomkench item printer, by the way, can we just talk about? Get a few items there for Daytread, but Escher doesn't matter. He lives and will make it to fight another day. Has 1 more roll to potentially hit, doesn't hit. And it's so hard to hit these strikers in this lobby because basically everyone is playing it, Frosty.
Yeah, I mean, I had a quick look over at Kade's board. Kade is not playing any strikers.
Well, he
has
had the
2
twin shot.
Irelias. They have 2 Irelias on their bench here. They're trying to deny it from everyone else, and this is so smart because this is exactly what Kade needs to do. Kade needs a first. Kade needs to stop everyone else from trying to get as many points as possible. So they are playing to their out right about now, and this is so clever from them, being able to take away that critical unit that a lot of players are crouching on. However, Daytread does not care about that. Daytread has an Irelia 2 already, a Tahm-Kench 2, a Nico's being saved.
But it doesn't matter, the Corki
the
just
next game.
Yeah, but yeah, like, you know, the Corki just absolutely deleting the front line there alongside the GP, and this is not only a Corki 2 for now, by the way. He is 1 off the Corki 3, has the Yordle, could pop it out of the portal now. Also sitting 2 away from the GP 3. Kade is very, very close to spiking this board, and look at how tight this bottom half of the lobby is here. Frosty Yush now out in 7th, and we're looking at Huey, Escher, Daytread, TXE, all within 10 HP of each other, all almost in one shot.
Assassin spat for Irelia. Assassin spat for Escher. There is an absolutely massive pickup here, and we see the lobby start to condense down. TXE, who took that Tiny Titans, has been taking a few losses here and there, is on 16 health. So, you know, even still after taking that Tiny Titans, there is the chance that it still could not be enough, Ducky. We always praise Tiny Titans for being this augment that just allows players to essentially feel like stealing a few positions here or there, but everyone else in the bottom of the lobby is just not dying.
Well, what we can say, let's take a little breather. TXE has stolen 1 position. Jush going out in last combat, that was after the Tiny Titans was picked up, and, you know, Zuzube was already down the bottom as well. TXE has managed to steal away 1 point. So,
there is always a potential for more, especially with how closely contested this lobby is. And Escher has found the one player he probably didn't want to face right now. He has found Kade. The Irelia just gets bounced around in the backline here, and the Jinx just drops into the middle of his team. Escher goes out in 6th. There. That is their time over. I'm not even going to try and do the math right now. This lobby is so tight, it's basically impossible for me to do it. Huey Dewey Louie also goes out in 6th, so Escher actually gets knocked up to 5th there. TXE staying alive. TXE has managed to steal another 2 points here, Frosty.
And it's just getting closer and closer here. We are TFT players. We're not math players here, that's for sure, folks. But, I mean, I know one thing that adds up right now is that for TXE, for Daytred here, coming up against KMP and Kade, it is razor thin margins right about now. I think for Kade to try to have a chance, it has to be TXE and TXE going out here. Daytred needs to survive for as long as possible here, and perhaps KMP goes out in 3rd. That is the magical Christmas land that I can imagine for Kade.
Look, it's not the right season down here in Australia. You know, we're not having the white wonder Christmas, but, you know, it could be Christmas here for Kade if the results go their way. They do net a big win here against TXE, who goes out in 4th. Kade on the hot streak, 4 wins in a row, 5 twin shot on the board now. Had the Jinx against Escher, now has it, and he now gets 3 AD items. You can see the thumbs up coming up there from Kade. These are perfect items that he needs. He can throw them on the Jinx once he can maybe pull off that declaw as well.
And you know, he's in such a comfortable position here that he doesn't even need
You can
to
see him just
worry about
emoting
it.
to everyone. Daytred comes and checks it out. This is just so strong. The moment he can move this off the Jinx as well, put the declaw on the Vex, make the Vex even more defensively strong, all 3 of these items can be so effectively used on Jinx.
It's absolutely insane just, well, how well everything has come together up until this point. But let's not forget, folks, there is still these world slots online here. And, you know, KMP is one of our players that we were saying has the greatest chance right about now, is our #1 player. So they've essentially locked their spot by being in this top 3. But
I'm a journalist by trade, not a mathematician by trade, so I can't really do that math for you, but I'm pretty confident in it.
you know what? I am a TFT player at heart here. I work in percentages here. I can tell you pretty handily
High percentage.
that I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh,
But
wonderful.
we're going to be spectating Kade going up against KNP here. And this is the stacked board against stacked board. Blitzcrank's flying across the screen here, grabbing critical carries. Jin going down there. And it seems to be like there is an absolute cluster of damage. The gameplay just not dying,
that
though.
was the sharpshooter there. You could just see all the ability flying around.
Daytred's still alive!
Daytred manages to live. KMP still sitting in 3rd right now. All 3 players still alive, but this is Kade's lobby to lose, and Kade needed this game to happen, was given the twin shot heart, was given the sharpshooter, he made it to 5, he got the perfect items off of Dragon. Mort Dog has given Kade their blessing, but has the rest of the lobby fallen in their favor? We'll figure out later today. We are looking at I think, KMP's board right now, who is, you know, we just saw on the other end of that battle. Draven items, not necessarily optimal. Does have the Silco on the board, though, spreading that scrap value with all of these items that are being spread around, trying to position this Zephyr as he comes into battle Daytrade. This is the battle for second. The Zephyr will be hitting the Tahm Kench here, but it is the Jace 2 in the backline with the double BT and the Hodge that is going to be doing so much damage once it can get the acceleration gate up. It goes up, and you know what goes down? KMP's team goes down here. And that is KMP out in 3rd. Is it enough to make Worlds? I would like to say it is, but we will check the numbers after this game. KMP is gone. Now it's Kade versus Daytred. The 2 players who were 7th and 8th going into this game, Frosty, are now fighting for a 1st and 2nd in our final game of the regional finals.
It's almost karmic that it's led up to this moment right here, but this still has huge implications for the scoreboard here. Kade needs this win. Kade absolutely must win this here to have a chance at making it to Worlds here. As we see the stack up here, this Irelia, this Jace, it almost seems like everything has to go in Kade's favor, but this is just it. The final fight could potentially be happening, Ducky.
Yep, this is potentially the final fight. Daytrade is on the win streak, though, and has hit a massive amount of upgrades since Kade last played them, and Kade did actually take a loss recently, and you can see all of these upgrades on these 5 cost units. Yeah, you can see the Jace is just so strong. The Sin Irelia now as a secondary carry is so strong. Even the TK as a tertiary carry is doing brilliantly for Daytrade. I'm looking here at the carousel here, Frosty. There's very few items outside of maybe that Zephyr that could help out Kade, but you can see Daytrade snaps it away from him. and there is not much that Kade can really do with this now. He picks up a cloak. I'm not sure if he actually had a belt on bench and may be able to make a Zephyr of his own, but I don't think so. He's just picked up the Zephyr, put on the Blitzcrank, and maybe that rolls into the Zephyr on that cloak. Picks up the GP3. That's a big upgrade. Still looking for the Corki 3 though. That might be the upgrade that could get Kade the win when you look at these items across the board now that he's hitting his 3-star carries.
But it's so unlikely. It's a 15% at this level here, and that's less likely than hitting a legendary unit, folks. And we're going to see in the final fight here. This is the final fight, mind you.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Kade sitting on 20 HP, Daytrade sitting on 12. We see the Shroud come out from Daytrade. It is perfect, hits all of the units, but the Corki has a low mana cost. It can start charging up, but it doesn't matter. The Irelia jumps into the backline, almost deletes the Corki one shot, but the Seraphine does the rest. However, into the backline here, we've got the Jinx, who is trying to farm up, but it's not enough. The GP is the last man remaining, but it is this Tahm Kench constantly eating away at Kade's units. We are going into what could potentially be the final combat here. I think it's the third 1v1 in a row. We're kind of getting the BO3 out here. Daytrade on that win streak, playing spoiler for the rest of this lobby. In first, Kade is still fighting for their life, still looking for that Corki 3 Frosty, but it's not coming together.
No, and this is going to be a Silco 2 from Arcane as well. That's going to be finishing off the board here for Daytrade here, and this is a massive power spike here. You know, being able to get that extra damage down.
Doesn't have the gold to put it on though.
That is true.
This is it. Like, so it's not going to necessarily get on in time for this combat. And guys, this will be the final fight, I think, of the OCE Regional Finals. And look, the Jace doesn't get pulled because of the Banshee's Claw. We've seen that so often. The acceleration gate just about to be opened up, and this Irelia is carving through the backline already. The Jinx cast comes down onto the backline, drops straight onto the Jace, but the Jinx does not fire away. Instead, it's the Irelia carving through the backline. The TK melting and going down on the front line. This GP is the last man remaining. He's got the BT healing. It might be enough, but this Jace, hold on. The BT might be enough for this Gangplank. It's a Gangplank 3, and he actually wins the combat. And we are going to Rift Herald out of nowhere. What did Kade do?
It's a sharpshooter diff. It's a sharpshooter diff with that Bloodthirster right there, Docky. And that just means that, you know, being able to stall out the fight, the Tahm Kench eat actually works in favor for Kade. It works in favor. It buys him that extra time there to be able to let the GP live for long enough to be able to get those resets. All the rest of the units die. And that means that Kade has one more potential fight to take down the championship here.
Well, we're having a look at the Rift Herald items. So it was the last Whisper on the board there for Kade. And we've got Daytrade on the other side of our monitors here. Picked up a Reforger and also has a Warmog, so can choose to Reforge it or can just choose to maybe throw it on the Vi who had the spare item slot. We're seeing the last Whisper not really being thrown down as Kade rolls so deep to try and find this Corki 2, but it is not showing up. The Corki 3 cannot come up, and that might ultimately be the deciding factor. This Warmog does end up being slammed by Daytrade onto the Vi. Look, Frosty, quickly, who do you think is going to win this final combat? Who is taking home this final lobby?
I just really want to see this Corki items be slammed onto the Victor 2 here. I think that if you can just make this Victor 2 cast, it would mean such a big difference here. But we're going to see the Victor not be able to cast it because of this Shroud here. The Irelia is almost certainly going to get onto the backline Corki here.
Yeah, look, the Irelia actually does get deleted though. The Gangplank, the twin shot comes through, and because of the Sharpshooter, and look, the Gangplank, it's just getting so much backline access now. I don't know what Kade has managed to upgrade on his board. I think it might have even been the scrap value on the Blitzcrank, and Kade, after being on their wits end on 8 HP, losing combat after combat, has managed to eke out a first, which is exactly what they needed to be in contention to make it to Worlds.
Now, I'm not a math magician here or anything like that, but I can say for sure that this is going to be incredibly close.
I like, look, we are crunching the numbers for you guys, but before we throw it away for the final time, back to the couch, Frosty, I do want to say, like, look, hats off to Kade. Even though they were, you know, backed up into the corner, they definitely came out and fight. And also Daytrade posting an absolutely mega board in their final game, really going out on a high.
Yeah, it almost seemed like it was unlosable, right? Had a Tahm Kench, had just pretty much everything working for them. Assassin Irelia, and it just wasn't enough. The twin shot with sharpshooters just proving to be way too powerful.
Well, honestly, thank you so much. That is the end of this journey for Frosty and I. Ducky, thank you so much for watching, but we are throwing it over to the couch with Genome and Sleppy. Big Stand United handshake here from us too. They will be telling you who OCE is sending to the TFT Set 6 World Championship.
Well, I can assure you, Ducky, we have both mathematicians and mathemagicians working away furiously in the back end right now to work out who are going to be taking away those top 2 slots. Now, Sleppy, I mean, Daytread, we knew from the start that he wasn't going to be doing it, right? I felt like you may as well have just drawn like a cartoon mustache on him and some like evil eyebrows there at the end because he was playing with everyone else's lives. I mean, the man had, okay, I've got this written down, right? He had 2 Nikos that he got from the Golden Gifts at 3-2, and then managed to get an Aurelia with the Assassin Spat, the Tom Kench 2 at level 7. It's incredible, but look, Kade in the end got over him. Was that enough for Kade to get to that top 2 slots or have the rest done? Why don't we have a look at our final scoreboard and find out who is going to be representing OCE? It's KNP and TXE. They are your OCE TFT Set 6 representatives. They're going to Worlds. Escher, Kade just falling short, so even despite grabbing that first place to finish it out, Kade can't quite get over the top. Honorable mentions, of course, to the rest of our top 8 today. Yush had a fantastic tournament, couldn't quite close it out today. But that means both of those players have just been exceptional throughout the tournament. KNP, I think especially taking it out there in the first spot, is certainly someone who I want to highlight as I think the player of the tournament, and that first spot certainly goes to them. Sleppy, I can hear you getting emotional over here. This obviously means a lot to you, someone who knows some of these players. And, look, TXE has actually managed to make it through there in the second spot.
Let's go, Ron!
Let's go, Ron! Oh, incredible scenes. I mean, coming into that game, right, TXE was sitting in second spot. And, had to have a decent game, right? And we were sitting there watching... those last couple of slots, but that Tiny Titans.
How does it feel hitting a stimmy in
set 6?
Oh my goodness. By the way, Ron is TXE. I can use his first name because we're close like that. Yeah, I know top players. It's not a big deal for me.
And you can tell she's not lying. You can tell she's not lying.
But how broken is Sharpshooter Twitch or Heart? Like, Moto, can we please talk about this? Like, he had a Tom Kench too. I don't remember what else he had in my brain. It's bush right now. But
I mean, he had an Edge of Night, which you don't often see on the Gangplank.
And he had a Sunfire board, which credits to Jose. Says that it's kind of useless late game. He's playing one Augment down, like, what on it? And he's on a Corki too as well.
Yeah. Still couldn't even hit that one, and yet manages to do it. Look, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to grab some interviews with our new OCE TFT World representatives. Hopefully we can get both KNP and TXE in here. Who knows? Maybe he'll be crying on the other end of the call as well, Sleppy.
Just me.
Oh, man. I mean, look, yeah, KMP, I've just been so impressed by him this entire tournament, right? I mean, I can't remember the scoreboards off the top of my head, but I think he's been either top or like the top 3 on like every single day so far.
Yeah, I think he's been top 3 on every day.
Yeah,
and
crazy.
Yeah, and like, honestly, if he wants to, I wish he has a camera because I need to put a face to this legendary name. Like, who is KNP and how are they so
I've got it.
dominant?
It's secretly Mort Dog playing from NA. That's why we haven't seen the face yet. He's just
you think?
Yep. He's smurfing. You guys didn't know, but Mort Dog secretly has like New Zealand citizenship or something, and he was like, he got Challenger last set, right? But he's like, no, I need to prove it. I need to go a step further. No, look, I'd say that's probably a an unlikely scenario. I mean, I'd love to get the chance to interview Mort Dog, but
Yeah.
what would you ask Mort Dog if he turns up on the interview?
I don't know, more dog. I, I don't know.
Too busy being happy for her friend there, Sleppy. TXE, we have got our second place finisher here for the regional finals. Look, mate, that's an incredible way to finish off the day. I mean, you certainly didn't have it locked in the bag, right? It certainly wasn't out of the question that you could have been knocked out there. You know, what were you thinking in that last game? Especially coming up to that third augment choice.
Oh, I was like, as I rolled down at the start for 3-1, I was wondering if I'm gonna roll deep to try and hit Twitch or just continue lose streaking, but I had lost so much health early. And then when I was 14 health at 3-6, I was almost guaranteed bot 4 because Dayshard, he still had a Nikos, he was bottom of the lobby, and he hit Irelia 2 with Sid Spat IE, and it's just I was pretty sure I was going to verse him at 4-5 instead of 4-6, where I got Tiny Titans, and it's just there's no, you can't script it. It's so ridiculous.
It is pretty ridiculous.
Hey, I know you've been a little bit, stressed prepping for this moment now. What are you gonna do from now between now and Worlds? Sorry, English is I can't, but what are you gonna do from now until Worlds? How are you gonna prep?
Anyone that knows me and talks to me is gonna know it's straight back to assignments for uni. As much as I want to prep, I still have to finish like 3 assignments, which are due 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now. One of them's worth half of my uni. It's okay. I'll try to get my prep in.
Well, look, I mean, you've got this far on, the amount
on
of
this debuff.
the amount of prep you've been putting in for this one. So, look, I'm sure you've got a great chance to continue this run, throughout the Worlds as well. Like, what do you think has been sort of your strengths that have allowed you to come, top 2 out of 24 of the best players in OCE this set, TXE?
Honestly, a lot of the first place games I got, they were just unbelievable high rolls. Like, I hardly had to play the game, but the games that really mattered for me were the games I got 5th and 4th, because with the point scoring going from 8-1 for placements instead of 10-1, just getting a 5th place is 4 points. That's half a first already. And there were games where I was like almost guaranteed bot 4 and I had no gold, no health, and it was just looking grim. I just nabbed 4th, 5th whenever I needed to, and it just saved me, honestly. I don't know what to say. Because getting one of the games that reminds that I'm talking about is I was playing really low health. I believe 9 health at 4-6, and one of the lobby, everyone's 20 plus health, and I just hit Jin 2 Zeri, and I clutch every round, and I only choked 1 round where I eventually died, but it got me 3 extra points, which is insane.
3 extra points, which, got him through
That's
to
what he
Worlds, right? Got him to that second place. Look, before we let him go, Slappy, is there anything you want to say to him to, maybe try and balance that study debuff as he makes his way towards Worlds?
Treat yourself with some food. With some good food that isn't curry.
Thank you,
Or
thank
butter
you.
chicken.
I've still got that curry in the fridge. I haven't touched it a single day.
Well, now you have some cash to buy you some nice food.
I'm saving that
Hello?
for when I go. What?
Yeah, when you go.
No, I'm saving it for when I go out with Andrew. He's the one who saved me. Honestly,
Okay.
Am I allowed to ramble a little bit here?
Yeah, go for it.
Hello? Yeah. Day one, I was stressed out. I had no sleep. I didn't know what I was gonna do. Going into Worlds, and I was also hungry as all hell. I hopped into call with my friend Andrew, and he just offered to buy me Uber Eats, and my mood just flipped during the first game, and it was all history from there.
Well, there you go. With friends, with help from friends like those, no wonder you've done a fantastic job. Thank you so much for joining us here at TXE. Congratulations, not only on the the prize money for as much Uber Eats as you want, but also that second place and the chance to represent OCE at Worlds. A fantastic tournament there from TXE. Now we'll try and get KMP on the line as well. Oh man, I'm really looking forward to getting the backstory to this Phantom, this enigma.
This mysterious figure. Like, who are you? Who are you? Are you mortal?
The question will be answered very soon, guys. Look, that was wonderful to hear from TXC. What's he studying at the moment? That he
He's told me, but I have really bad
Okay.
memory.
Me too. That's fine. I'm sure it's something very important, something world-changing, something that's a man befitting of his intelligence. You know, will probably do great things in the world in the days to come.
It's gone.
Oh, man. All right, we've got KMP here with us, our champion, one of our 2 Worlds representatives, the one walking away with a bag of cash at the end of this. Now, KMP, we don't know a lot about you, so, you know, we just want to hear a little bit, like, where did you come from? You know, how long have you been playing TFT for? You know, how all of a sudden are you the best player in OCE?
Well, I'm not sure I'm the best player, but so I started set 4. When I had a lot of free time in uni, and then as I've gotten less free time, I've still been playing a lot, but you know, not as much as I did in set 4. Set 4 was when I played the most, and it's still my favorite set. Wow.
Yeah, well, okay. I guess, you know, you can see there's a little bit of a difference in priorities, perhaps, between our number 1 and our number 2 finishers there. You know, maybe that's what's making that little bit of difference there at the top of the table.
You say set 4 was your favorite set. What was your favorite chosen to get? That was the
Set 4.5 KO.
Or is that 4.5?
Mm.
Oh, okay. KO? Yeah.
Yeah, KO.
Or like favorite
That was
comp,
the
I
best.
guess, is set 4.
Well, I think in set 4 I was still trash, so I'm not really sure.
Oh, I mean, you can still have a favorite comp even if you're trash. If you say
I
you're
guess
trash.
I guess 9 warlords with like a warlord spat on like a KO or something, on a cane or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
A high roll. I mean, God, the amount of improvement you must have gone through to, you know, just start in set 4 and then, you know, then all of a sudden be the best player in set 6. Look, I want to hear about your game plan going into this tournament, KMP, because you were the most consistent player, right? I think you came out number 1 on day 1, and as we were talking about, you know, I think you were maybe like top 3 across each of the days. It wasn't like, you know, you were kind of scraping through one day and then doing amazingly in the next lobby. Like, you killed it the whole time. So, you know, yeah, do you want to just tell us a bit about your game plan going into this tournament?
Yeah, so I just start tier, and no one else in the tournament contested my tier until that last game that Escher took it. Thank you, Escher. So that was pretty much it. I feel like it was just that I got uncontested AP items every carousel, even though I was streaking, which helped me streak more. And that's pretty much what like let me be at the top for most of the games.
Yeah, right. So, and then, you know, yeah, were you looking towards like the twin shot boards and that kind of stuff? Because as we saw, the Arcanist boards didn't typically perform particularly well. If we look at this tournament overall, like unless you were like, you know, a mutant synaptic lobby or something like that, it did seem to be playing second fiddle a lot to the AD comps. But obviously, you've been making it work. So you tell me.
Well, I barely played Arcanist, I think, because I know that Ari is just like the worst unit in the game. So you just use the tempo from your AP items because it's a lot easier to maintain tempo, and you just play like Fast 9 or what you hit. You try to hit like a 2-star 5 cost at 8. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You know, you had really so many top 4s, barely any bot 4s, but you managed to go 7th in the first game today. Were you sweating?
Yeah, I was. I thought that.
Did you do anything to try and, reset your mental, or just next game straight up just forgot about the previous one and droned on? Hammered on? You get what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, I went out for some fresh air, and I was like, probably can't play Yordles again.
Hi.
And then I did it anyway, game 6.
The
There it is,
Yordle
what it is.
bait is too good. Too good.
Look, when you get offered so small, sometimes it feels like there's no other option. I mean, okay, KMP, last question. Going into Worlds now, what are you thinking? Hopefully you're going to put in some practice, and hopefully we've got at least one representative from our region who's really giving it their all and trying to make sure we can maintain that sort of top 8 spot that we've had in previous times.
When is Worlds, by the way?
When is Worlds? Look, I don't know, man.
Oh.
It's in about a month's time, so you've got a month to work with.
All right, yeah. Sorry to say this, but I feel like I'm going to be like TXZ and not be able to put in as much work.
Are you also in uni at the moment?
Yeah, I am.
Oh dear. It's alright.
It's alright, we can...
our representatives, they might get debuffed by uni, but nothing else will stop them.
I'm sure they'll have some. I'm sure they'll have some RNG to offset it. Okay, thank you so much for joining us, KMP, and congratulations again on just an exceptionally well played tournament. It's just it was great to have you, mate.
Thanks again, guys. Thanks for all everyone behind the scenes and stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to give a great shout out to all of them as well. Our other casters, the observers, the production we've had this weekend has been phenomenal, and of course, it's been great to be here in the studio. Finally, Sleppy.
Finally.
Getting to cast some TFT. All right, why don't we get our other lovelies in here? Ducky, Frosty, where are you, mate? Come in for the last shot. We've got San in here who's been running the socials as well. Even Tycoon, our wonderful admin. I promised him I was going to ask him some really hard questions, but you know what? I think he might have actually gotten away with it. I'll have to ask him after the lights go off. Thank you so much, everyone, to tuning in. It's been a wonderful 3 days of TFT here. We're so proud of our 2 representatives from the OCE region. I'm sure they're going to kick ass no matter what kind of debuffs are applied to them. And yeah, look, that's pretty much it from us. I'm sure in a month's time, everybody is going to be tuning in to see how they go. Give me some hands up. Give me a touchdown. Thank you for everyone tuning in. And that's it from us here at the studio. We'll see you guys next set.